even when you lost. There's always a hope. Rise and fight.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to BSL. Today I'm joined by Goose from the beginning this time. I'm a little bit transparent, as you can see. We're working out some green screen stuff, but today we're going to be starting off with JDConan and Oya. Goose, you're invested in this one, right? You're good friends with JDConan. How are you feeling about this?
I am feeling great, Ozzy. I just want to start by saying that I've always felt like you're a pretty transparent person all around. Conan has gone through an interesting transformation recently. He lost a bit of motivation after losing a few tournaments in a row over the past year or so, and then he retired from competitive StarCraft. But now, he's so laid back. He's joining tournaments and playing better than ever, and he's actually super relaxed. Like, he doesn't care too much what happens. He's just playing to have fun, and I think it has served him really, really well.
That's good. I mean, it's very important when you're playing to feel relaxed, to feel comfortable, things like that. So I do think that's super important. And typically you're gonna play better when you're feeling that way. I think this lower bracket's pretty interesting because we got 3 Zerg players in Oya, and I don't know. I think Hawk feels good about his ZVZ when he's in practice.
Yeah,
I don't
for
know how
sure.
much he's been practicing ZVZ. He does a lot of off racing and stuff. So we'll see how he performs. He's gonna have easy first, but I can't help but feel that JDConan, honestly, the way I feel about it is this first series might decide who gets out of this group in the winners group. Oya's always a little bit of a wild card because when Oya's in practice, Oya is incredibly strong, right? But you never know how much he's really playing and practicing, so it's hard to say for sure. I saw him running like games with Zeke like last BSL, and he was actually beating Zeke like 6-2 or something. Like he was having like a big winning record over Zeke, so he can be super strong in this matchup.
Yeah, but it's impossible for us to tell what form, what shape he is in right now, right? Like I said, I know that Conan is all warmed up. He's in the best mood he's ever been in. So I know that he's in shape. But Oya, yeah, you can see, even you can look at the statistics, right? 60% win rate across 300 games. Like that's incredible. You can
very
not
impressive.
count that.
Yeah, super impressive. And yeah, JDConan, I mean, he's also kind of a monster. JDConan, he really believed he was going to win BSL last season.
Yeah.
And he's kind of made me a believer in some of the games that I saw. Like he can be super good. I know that. So if you're saying he's feeling more relaxed and he's like not out of practice or anything like that, then I can't help but be excited for what JDConan might show us here today.
Yeah, even if he loses here, I think that he's gonna take it lightly. He's gonna be proud of the way he plays. We're gonna get amazing games out of it, regardless. So I think there can be there can be no losers here.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, I wish I could relax and enjoy StarCraft that way, but I always envy the people that can. But the guys that can play the game and they can lose and then be like, you know what, I just had fun playing a video game today. Because a lot of us, we've been around for a long time. We want to be competitors and we take it kind of as a half job, half game. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's cool that he's saying that he's going to be able to relax and just going to go with the games. And typically, like I'm saying, he may not care if he loses, but that usually makes you play better.
Yeah, we talked about this yesterday during the cast, right? Like how the mental space of StarCraft is like half the game. Yeah. Like you have to be in a good mood. You have to be confident in your play. Like there's so much about the game about your play that doesn't come from the game directly. And I can speak with confidence that in that regard, Conan is doing great. But it's like you say, when you were this game is so hard, man. The community is so competitive. It's impossible not to feel discouraged after a string of losses.
Yeah, for sure.
So
100% agree. And today's a tough group. Honestly, if you ask me, I think today Group D here, I think is the strongest group of this group stage in BSL. So I think this is as close to a group of death as you get. So really, whoever gets out of this group, I feel like is going to have earned their way out of here.
Oh yes. We were talking about this right before the cast started, right? Zero asked us, like, who do we think is going to make it out of the group? And the both of us were like, that's tough.
Yeah. All right, looks like our players are ready, and we've hopped into the game here. So we're going to get into it. It's going to be JDConan versus Oya on Polestar.
And in the bottom right, a personal friend of mine, a well-renowned Latin American Zerg player, JDConan.
JDConan. And his opponent spawning here in the bottom left, our blue Protoss player, Oya.
Oh, yeah. You know...
From Sweden, yeah?
What? Oh
I said from Sweden, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's hope we're right. Let's hope we're not making fool of ourselves in front of our audience here, Azzy.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is our first time getting some first-person view, at least that I've seen so far. And yeah, the game, it's early stages right now, but it'll be cool to be able to hop into this potentially later. JDConan's super fast player. I mean, a lot of these guys, they're really good. They're all going to be really fast, so some of those first-person views can probably be a little bit dizzying sometime, which is exciting to see, I think.
Yeah. Conan... I try to watch Conan's stream, but sometimes when he gets in the zone, it's impossible. I feel like I am in the passenger seat of a car going 300 miles per hour, and I'm just hanging on for dear life to keep up with the game. Conan is going to get the first scout here on Oya, and I think Oya is also going to go for the... yes, he's going for the trick where he sees the path of the Overlord at 6 o'clock, so both players immediately know where each other spawn right from the get-go.
Yeah, and it's going to be that gate opening as well versus earobSC, so this is going to be kind of nice for Oya, I believe. Yeah, I mean, you're happy as this. You get the early scout as Oya. And this, by the way, what is this? 3 times in a row now we've seen gate expand getting first scout on earobSC and Zerg. Like, this is so annoying, no?
This is the new normal, yes. This is the new normal for Zergs, Azzy. The Zerg race has been under attack.
And this is actually rough for... Yeah, I was going to say, this is really rough for Conan because he doesn't have the second drone that was sent out yet. So this hatchery is going to be really, really late coming down.
Oh, late. Man, we talked about this in Kava's games yesterday. And Zergs are still suffering from it. Yeah, we're going to see his second hatchery going to go down right about now, just about 25 seconds later. That's tough, man. The Zerglings are going to be out on normal time, so this early Zealot is not going to be super problematic. And Conan has very, very good control. So I feel okay for Conan, despite the fact that he's clearly, he's one step behind already.
Yeah, and this probe even still being annoying, delaying this third hatchery coming down even a little bit. As long as he can here. Is going to lose the probe, and we're going to get a little bit of a skirmish here. Oya needs to be careful not to take so much damage on the Zealot, because if that goes down, then your wall starts becoming a pain to defend, and you start risking opening your ramp up. So you got to be really careful about losing one of these Zealots here.
Yeah, Conan doing a good job getting his money's worth for the Zergling control there. Just like knowing, oh wow, he's even being so bold about it too. Oh, that cost him. I'm surprised to see Conan going for these like high variance plays. He's usually, how do I say this? He's decisive, but he often doesn't pay the price. Oh man, yeah. Now he's paid the price. His larva production is already behind schedule, and losing these early lings is not going to work in his favor.
Yeah, that actually really hurts a lot to go earobSC, make these lings, and then lose a bunch without getting the Zealot. You kind of got baited almost by that Zealot being so low from the start, right? And then Oya controlling it really well after that and kind of getting a nice win out of it. So this gets really uncomfortable for JDConan because now that he's lost these lings and the Zealot count continues to build up, he's going to have to make more lings to replace those when this potential push out comes out. And it's going to hurt the eco even more of JDConan, which is, again, slightly slowed from, the late natural and the late third.
Yeah, but this is still anybody's game, right? I mean, I think we're at the stage already where, like, no small advantage goes unpunished. There is a second gateway on the way, right? Which JDConan is not going to see because his Overlord is not quite in position. We're going to see, I think Oya is aware of the situation. Once again, he's reading the state of Conan's production really well. Conan is producing additional Zerglings though, because he sees that the move out of the Zealots. He will be producing more Zerglings, but he's not going to be aware that there's a second gate online. And I am afraid for Conan right now.
Yeah. Yeah, this could be pretty painful. He's gonna have to potentially make Sunkens as well, right? Like, I mean, it's either he's making Sunkens or he's making a ton of Lings, which is gonna eat into his drone count quite a bit.
Yeah,
The Zealots
either
did split
way.
up a little bit weird here, so there's only 3 Zealots split off here, one of them being very low. So actually a little bit of a kind of a mistake slash overextension from Oya. So these Zealots could potentially get cleaned up. Is going to do a little bit of stutter step backwards. One Zealot, it did sneak into the third there. Look at that immediate reaction from JDConan, by the way.
Yes. Conan's control has always been so sharp. Is he gonna lose that drone? Oh, unfortunately he will. I'm surprised to see this lair here that I want to call this a natural, but it's the third base, but it's the second hatch. You know what I mean? Oya, I think he just wanted to get the scouting information at the very least, but boy, did he pay a hefty price for it.
Yeah, losing the Zealots actually does make this a drone got in here. Wait, when did the Zealot get in here? 2 drones are actually going to go down. So, you know what, I take that back. For a second, I was like, you're comfortable here having, killed a few Zealots and push this back, but that's 3 drones down. That doesn't feel good, right? You've made so many Lings and you lost 3 drones, and you didn't even kill all the Zealots, I don't believe, because it looked like, oh yeah, I still had, yeah, he's got quite a few. And we're on that 2-gate, right? So, yeah, it's a little bit rough for Conan right now.
Yeah, if he hadn't lost the additional drones in the main, I would have said that Conan's is in a pretty decent position because, yes, you forced the Zerg to make Zerglings, but then Conan immediately punished the pathing of the Zealots, and he got plenty of Zealot kills. So even with the second gateway, right, the momentum is lost for Oya, but the combination of having to make a load of Lings and losing 3 drones, that's rough. Conan is going to have to play his cards really, really well here. His Spire is up on time, so I'll be interested to see how he handles his Mutas. I do not know if he has enough production to handle this incoming push, though, even if he has the tech.
Yeah, I'm super worried for Conan right now. We see the double Stargate on the way, right? So, and he's gonna even try skipping cannons with this double production. He knows he's leaned on JDConan so much that his eco's really not where he wants it to be. So he's gonna be focused on replacing his eco. And while this is happening, we're gonna be building up a ton of Corsair behind this without the threat of any Mutas or Scourge flying in right now. So I think Oya might actually just end up running over JDConan from here.
There are 2 Sunkens being made, and the drilling is readily available. You can see here, yeah, like Conan, Oya sees the double sunks in the third base. Oh, I keep wanting to say it's the natural, but it's not. I think that Conan is playing completely in the dark, and that he will be seriously surprised when the Corsairs come out. I saw there was 1 pair of Scourge on the map. Did you see where they went, Azzy?
I didn't quite see where they went. The thing is, with Conan, he's got 3 on his main gas. He only has 1 on his nat gas, and there is no third gas. So he's not going to be able to pump enough Muta to counter how many Corsair he's going to run into. The Hydrogen, I think, is only just now, like, finishing up soon. I don't know. This looks rough for Conan. Oya's been playing this really well. The constant aggression, constant leaning on him, and really the tech switch into the 2-gate into the double Stargate, right? Super strong in this situation.
Like early game, he's like taxing Conan's minerals, right? By forcing Conan to sacrifice drone production to make Lings. And now here in the mid game, he's going to be he's going to be taxing JDConan's gas, forcing him to spend the gas on Scourge. Now JDConan is going to realize that, I cannot be here. Very nice pick from JDConan, but it will not be enough. There's plenty of Corsairs left over. Oh, slight miscontrol from JDConan, slowing the Mutas down. This will allow Oya to just micro the Corsairs and take Mutas. Oh, man. He's going to take out 3 Mutas, maybe 4. We have some supporting Scourge from Conan, which delays the push, but doesn't stop it.
Yeah. I mean, but that's already enough value, right? We've killed a bunch of the Mutas. Yeah. We killed 1 Corsair, right, with the Scourge, which was nice and all, but with a double Corsair production, it doesn't really matter. Now we're going to see that Gateway Explosion coming in behind this. We got 8 Corsairs, so we can pretty much cut Corsair here. And we're going to go into Zealot behind this. So the thing is, even though Conan is going to be on that Hydra tech, we've seen it a million times. The Hydras, obviously, they can kind of dissuade the Corsair, but when you got +1 on Sair and you got 8 Corsair, they can half ignore the Hydras and just start mowing down Overlords.
And man, it's breaking my heart to see these drones popping here at 9 minutes, right as the Zealots were crossing the map. Hydras are good units, but there needs to be a critical mass of them for them to be effective. And now they have to make... Now this is a true dilemma, right? Do you fight the Zealots or do you fight the Corsairs? You can't do both. Conan is going Conan has done a good job hiding his overlords now that I think about it. These Corsairs are not quite getting as much value right now. But the reinforcements arrive from the third base, and perhaps... Oh, Conan with the Ling Muta counterattack denying the third. Very well played, even if he paid a hefty price for it, losing all of these drones in the natural. I have to say that I'm actually pretty happy with this outcome for Conan. The biggest threat on the map were the Corsairs, and the Corsairs did not get a ton of value this fight.
I think this, I'll be honest with you, because I feel like this is a disaster for Conan. I mean, Conan took a lot of damage. He took a lot of drone damage. He was supply blocked for a bit. The only silver lining is that he did kill that third, and that was not a cancel on the Nexus, so that's pretty nice. But these Corsairs are still alive. They're still going to continue to be a threat, and you know, Oya's just going to be able to place down this third again, and he can defend it now. And Conan won't be able to do anything about this third, I don't feel like. His supply is so low. You got, you know, this Scourge can't even begin to fight the Corsair. He's going to be replacing drones while Oya's taking this third, and it looks like Conan might actually just try to make a bunch of Hydras and go for it, because I don't think you can really macro out of it from here. It doesn't look like you can. Oh, well, that being said, we made another round of drones, so...
Yeah, he's not going to have, like, you know, the 45 plus drones here to, you know, have non-stop Hydra production. He has enough Hydras, I feel, to handle the Corsairs and protect his overlords, but he doesn't have enough to make a push across the map. That would be a viable option. Oh, look at that. There's so many Corsair out with +1. Like, no amount of Scourge can touch these Corsairs now. So Conan, I think, has to make a really smart... He has to be very precise with where he positions his Hydras, in what decisions he goes. Oh man, these Hydras being out here is pretty scary. These Zealots have +1 and they have movement speed. The Hydras have no upgrades to speak of, and you know, there's obviously no lurkers because we're low on gas. So Conan has to keep his Hydras active somehow, but he cannot be caught out of position. That's tough.
Yeah, it's very tough. I mean, JDConan, he's only just now getting a 6th hatchery online, right? Like, we're getting our 6th hatchery at 11.5 minutes, while Protoss is mining on 3 bases now. It's gonna be pretty rough. That third gas, once it gets online, Oya can start making heavy goon. And Templar, a couple, you know, Corsair go down, but it's still 6, which is still scary. It still prevents a meter transition, but... It's kind of interesting how Oya played this. This was, like, really late Templar, but very, very Zealot pressure heavy, right?
Yeah, you can see. I think Oya's plan was, again, you know, taxing the minerals of Conan early on and then taxing his gas afterwards, and that obviously worked. Conan now, however, he has that critical mass of Hydras where he can be active out on the map, but obviously, you know, High Templars are out. 2 storms can completely demolish this army, and Conan doing a good job of dodging the storms. But oh my god, there was a massive storm there, and another massive storm. Yeah, you can look at the supply difference. You can see Conan's face. He was also very surprised. I think he did what he could with the Hydras that he had, but ultimately, you know, the storms have sealed the deal here for him.
Yeah, and that more or less, I feel like puts the writing on the wall, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Conan's gonna try and play it out from here, but it feels impossible to take a 4th. You're an even eco, you know, even base count with Protoss. We're finally getting our drones up online. Our third gas isn't even mining properly because of the Sunkens, right? Like, and then, yeah, now's the scary part. Your Hydra count just got set back a bunch. The Templar, there's still several Templar out building up energy. And like I said, we're going to try and take this 4th, but Oya spots it immediately. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Oya's doubling supply, right? That kind of... Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Conan will ever touch another of Oya's buildings, to be honest with you. Oya here is moving across the map with his entire army, and like, even if Conan magically had like 12 lurkers here, I don't think he'd be able to hold. Yeah. This is the death push. This is the, you know, the fist of Oya coming straight for Conan's jaw. And yeah, you can see all of the larvae there. There's nothing here.
Yeah, I mean, we get a couple lurkers out and there's no observers, so we get to be alive a little bit longer, but we're also 60 out of 22 supply, so, yeah, GG gonna be called. JDConan looks disappointed. You know, he said he was gonna have fun with it no matter what, but he's still a competitor, so you can't help it.
Of course. I'm sure he's feeling the, you know, the pressure and the heat right now. I guarantee you that later today, he's gonna be like, yeah, I could have played that better. Ha! Yeah. He's gonna be okay.
Yeah.
That first game, though, Makes me think that Oya is indeed in very good shape, despite that initial pathing problem with the Zealots. His decision making afterwards was very solid.
Yeah, we had kind of a unique approach to it as well. This really,
Mhm.
really zealot pressure heavy. Like a lot of foreign Protoss is we like to just kind of sit there. We build up our death ball. We do like little threats with our zealots here and there. Sometimes we do like the +1 zealot Corsair push timing right. But generally, it's like we do that. We get into our storm. We're chilling. We'll come out and fight when we got our death ball. Like this is more like the foreign Protoss way of
Mhm.
playing PvZ. But he did just nonstop pressure, really great harass from beginning to end. Just even with the probe,
Yeah.
right? The probe got a ton of value. The early zealots actually, we snuck that one in. It got a drone kill at the third. It got another one in the main. Got a couple more drones. Like everything was just going great for Oya. Am I here? Hello? Can we hear me? Okay. 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 Oh, I can't hear Goose. Interesting. Okay. Well, I don't want to accidentally talk over Goose. I can't hear him if he's talking. But guys, we're having some slight technical difficulties here. I am here, yes, but I can't hear Goose. Let me try rejoining, maybe. Oh, okay, okay.
So sorry guys, but Goose Discord froze apparently, but we are going to have Hope versus Izu now. And both players are ready, so can you start, Mr. Azzy?
Yes, I will. I can solo cast until we get this sorted out, no problem. All right, so we are ready, it looks like. So yeah, we're gonna get Hawk versus Izu on Polestar. It's gonna be a nice ZVZ here. And yeah, let's hop into it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, spawning here in the bottom left corner, we have our blue Zerg player, Hawk. And his opponent spawning here in the top left is going to be our red Zerg, Izu.
Sorry about that, Ozzy. Thank you for your patience. My computer decided it was a perfect time to explode.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. But yeah, I'm a little bit curious about this match. Like I was saying before, Hawk is a big believer of the only way to really practice for ZVZ is to ladder a bunch. And he almost never ladders, so he will probably tell you that he is not in ZVZ shape right now. And Izu, I have actually never watched him ZVZ before, so I have no idea what to expect from him.
I also have no idea what to expect from this. I mean, I very much respect Hawk's like theoretical knowledge of the matchup. Like he knows exactly how this matchup works mechanically, and Hawk's mechanics are also very solid on their own. But it's like you say, like Hawk doesn't go on a 20 game ladder grind ever anymore. So
yeah,
I mean we have played a couple of ZVZs recently. Like we were exploring some of the options in the matchup. But to call that, dedicated practice for a tournament, that's a bit of a stretch.
Yeah. 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 Well, I don't know how much Hawk really practices for tournaments to begin with. I think he's just kind of a believer of if you're playing StarCraft, you're practicing, so he'll do like TVPs and PVTs and stuff, and that's his way of preparing for a tournament, I guess, when he's playing Zerg. So to each their own,
But definitely not TVT.
Yeah. Okay, so we got 9 pull speed from Hawk here.
That's right.
And this was 12 pull from Izu, right? That's what it looks like.
Yeah, this looks like a 12 pull. judging from the timing here, this is going to be rough for Hawk. The 12 pull timing, it's perfect, right? If when you go 9 pull speed and your Zerglings hatch and you send them even in closed positions, by the time the Zerglings arrive, the 12 pull Zerglings have spawned and are crossing the ramp to defend the natural. So unfortunately for Hawk, he's not going to have an army lead here. He's not going to be able to kill this hatchery. Like he's gonna get some poke damage in there, but that's not going to make a difference.
Yeah, well, so generally I do think it is 12 pull favored. There is a bit of a dance that ends up happening here.
Yes,
where,
for sure.
Ling speed will finish in time. Hawk will have the slightly faster reinforcements, but usually a couple drones are pulled with the Lings to try and help fight this off, which is what we see here from Izu. And basically this is the dance that you see. It's 12 pull favored, but you can slip up and actually end up losing the game. I've seen it plenty of times here, because you are always going to be down about 2 Lings at a lot of the time, and then Ling speed finishes first, right? So it gets a little bit scary.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. Oh.
Almost caught there. He's very close.
Oh, speed finishes. Hawk goes for it, but the drone support is really strong, especially against the Zerglings that have such a tight HP pool. Like, yes, Hawk's reinforcements are crossing the map because they have speed, but this is 12 pull favored, and all things being equal, 12 pull should come out ahead. And it looks like both of these guys are on similar footing, right? Like Hawk got some decent damage on the hatchery. Neither player has made any significant mistake, and as I say that, Hawk immediately loses a free Zergling, but that's alright, because he goes for a counterattack. Izu is forced to turn around, and he turns back around again to attack instead. So a little bit of hesitation from Izu. I think there is enough drone linked to defend this at home for Izu, so even with speed and proper control from Hawk, this push, oh my god, 3 Zerglings live there. Hawk has no sunken in his base to defend with, so this is going to come down to the Spire timing here. The Zerglings from Hawk are going to die in the middle line of Izu. Izu trying to do some damage with the Zerglings, but it's not going to be quite enough. Both players on a very low amount of drones. Hawk now building the creep colony. Izu's lair coming up now. We have to keep an eye on where Hawk is going to send his first few mutas.
Yeah, does Izu just keep making Lings here? I think that's kind of the plan, because his lair timing is so late and he doesn't want to make spores here. So I think he wants to just kind of lean on Hawk a little bit more. We're going to keep an eye on what he wants to do there exactly, because otherwise he has to drop a spore, and that kind of hurts a lot. So he's going to push up here, but Hawk knew this was a possibility, and we saw him making that backup sunken, and it is already complete. So he's going to trade out as best as he can up here on the ramp before retreating to that sunken. And actually just going to trade out fully here and survive. And that's kind of nice, because the less Lings you let in here, the less likely they are to target and kill your drones, right? So there the Spire finishes, and now we're going to have to see that Evo Chamber. We even see eggs canceling, because he realizes he needs money desperately, because those mutas have started. This is actually a little bit scary for Izu, because he's not going to have the money he needs to make the spore coverage the way he wants to.
Yes, I think he might have overinvested in the Lings here. Like, he might have underestimated the presence of these mutas. Because or maybe Hawk has been trading really well this game. These mutas go straight into Izu's base. He's not even he has a very slight window of time to defend with. Izu immediately gonna try and go for the punish, but honestly, with the Lings and the drone drilling around the sunk, I don't think this is oh my god, Hawk a little too late to react here. He has oh man, this is much more damage than I was expecting from Izu. Hawk also, slipping, allowing his control to slip up in Izu's base. He was not expecting this counterattack, I don't think. And now the spores are up. And oh man.
Well, Hawk's dead.
Yeah.
Even loses the Overlord. But that got a little bit chaotic. I mean, that counterattack, like you said, I think Hawk wasn't fully prepared for the amount of Lings that was going to come in. It looked like he wasn't even looking right. And Hawk will actually tell you himself. He's not the fastest player, because he doesn't play a whole lot, and he does think that his weakness is his speed, and I feel like what we just saw there was exactly that, right? Even though he had, theoretically, this is a winning position, because the main didn't even have a spore up yet. It barely even started when the mutas were halfway across the map, but this counterattack from Izu just killed so many drones, and I think that it's going to be pretty hard for Hawk at this point. Izu just going to You just gotta make a bunch of spores, basically, and you just don't die because your eco is so far ahead.
But it's going to be hard for Hawk because like Lings, like Hawk is doing a very good job of maintaining control of the Lings here, but Lings are just significantly faster than the Mutas, so there's always the threat of a counterattack with the Lings, right? I think Hawk was perhaps a little too eager. Yeah, you can see the counterattack. As soon as Izo sees that Hawk's Mutas are out of position, the Lings slip out, and there's really nothing that Hawk can do other than make some Zerglings at home, play around the sunk. These Mutas, oh wow, he's actually retreating all the way with the Mutas. He's not even going to try and control Izu's ramp. I guess that now he's respecting the Ling threat appropriately. Yeah, this is a much more on-brand response. Oh, did a drone die there?
No, zero kills. So that's nice for Hawk. Supply, though, makes it look misleading and makes it look closer than it is. It's actually a lot worse for Hawk than that indicates, just because you have that 2-base mining. There's so many drones mining right now, and the Spire is finally coming down for Izu as well, which is going to put a bit of a timer on Hawk, because once that Spire gets going, that second gas starts mining, then it's only a matter of time before Hawk falls apart. So it looks like what Hawk's plan is, he's been making a lot of drones. I don't know if he's going, okay, he is going back into Muta, so we might get some sort of kind of Muta all-in dive, essentially, before Izu starts getting his own Spire units. Ah, 2 more drones go down.
Yeah, but does Hawk have... He doesn't have enough to break any of these spores, unfortunately. So, like, even if Hawk kills every single Zergling that comes out for the rest of eternity, I mean, he's never going to get a second gas himself. He's never going to catch up to the Muta production that Izu now has available to him. There's a second gas that you were talking about, Azzy. This is looking pretty grim for Hawk.
Yeah, Hawk is on a timer, and Izu so far is covering his bases pretty well. He's got the additional spores. He should be pretty much aware of the situation he's in at this point, so it's just a matter of not dying. Eventually the second gas, comes online with your extra Spire, or with your Spire done, and yeah, it's just a matter of time. Even though you're a bit behind on the Muta count initially, he's been mining you out mining you in gas, for a certain amount of time. You're getting double the mining now, so eventually you overtake him. So we might see those Mutas go for this dive, but Mutas have already started to hatch for Izu, which makes this even more impossible than it already kind of was.
Hawk getting some good poke damage, and that Muta is practically dead. But again, like, time is now on Izu's side, and time does not stop. Like, Hawk is going to, like, what Hawk can do here is try to take, he can try and separate the Muta flock, but it's not gonna happen. He can try and and engage the 2 separate spawn locations for the Mutas. And he's doing that now. You can see, right? He's like attacking Mutas as they spawn. He's trying to prevent the 2 parts of the flock from regrouping. But I mean, eventually, Izu's going to have such a gas lead over Hawk. Oh, very nice control from Hawk there, getting that additional swipe of damage on the Mutas. But look, he's under so much pressure. Like, he cannot look away from these bases for 1 second. Otherwise, the Mutas. They regroup, and well, we have some additional reinforcements coming from Hawk, so that's nice.
It's not a bad effort from Hawk. I mean, you can tell he understands what his win condition is, which is just getting enough value out of this, and he's done a pretty great job so far. Trying to even get his own natural up online while getting the value out of his Mutas. I really like this, but these 2 Lings here, unfortunately, going to deny that for a little bit longer, and at some point you also have to get a little bit worried about Izu just counterattacking, because you are playing without Spore, right? And him just relying on a Spore to defend him. That is kind of a threat here for Hawk, because even if he loses all of his Mutas and he trades out, for like all of the drones and then loses his Mutas, kills a few, that's actually still winning for Izu just because he's got the extra money.
Izu is in such a commanding position. Like, the amount of value that Hawk needs to get here is, it's massive. Like, Hawk needs to like make up for a 1600 resource gap. Like, imagine if Hawk kills 16 Mutas, right? Maybe that would allow him to establish his second base. Maybe. Right now, Hawk doesn't have a full control group of Mutas though. So unfortunately, all of the Mutas were pretty bruised and battered. I don't think there's enough here to fight against Izu. And again, Izu can even throw Mutas away if he wants. Like, he's got twice the gas income of Hawk.
Yeah, Hawk is working towards that natural, but by the time it's online and mining gas, I mean, Izu will have outmined him by so much, and he's already starting to get that muta lead. So, I mean, you can see it again. Like I said, I mean, Hawk understands what his win condition was, but it's trying to force mistakes out of Izu. And Izu, you know, he made a couple. He got a couple catches on the mutas there a couple times, but Hawk needed just a little bit more than that. And you know, taking shots from the spores when he was harassing the natural as well. That all kind of adds up.
Zero also pointing out that Izu already has +1 carapace.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's over. GG called
GG.
by Hawk. Unfortunately, all other things being equal, Ozzy, 12 pull does have a significant advantage over 9 pull speed.
Yeah, there are some win conditions, 9 pull versus 12 pull, but it is a little bit 12 pull favorite, and that's kind of the nature of ZVZ. There's a lot of builds that have little advantages over each other and or disadvantages, whatever, and there's a theoretical way of playing them out a lot of the time, and you know that Hawk knows what those are. Hawk's the kind of guy that he can sit down and tell you this is what you should do in this situation. This is the correct thing in this situation. This is like the theoretical correct navigation. But again, he doesn't play a lot, so he may know all of that. But the execution is a whole different thing. Yeah, execution is one of the hardest things about StarCraft. You can know everything; it's not going to matter if you can't do it.
And people are still having this evergreen argument, right? What matters more, knowledge or mechanics? Like you need both, man.
you need
both. And in that game, right? The thing about ZVZ, what you mentioned, like where there are opportunities for you to establish a foothold. ZVZ is so explosive, right?
It is.
Like, honestly, that game, the balance of power was set the moment Hawk had a delayed reaction to Izu's counterattack in his mineral main line, mineral line, right? So, and that was what, a 1 second negligence from Hawk, but that's all it takes.
Yeah, it is. So yeah, Izu gonna take out Hawk there. Oya gonna take out JDConan. So a couple of our Zerg buddies actually going down to the losers bracket, and they're actually gonna have to play each other. I mean, we got JDConan versus Hawk in the lower bracket. It's gonna be for elimination, so that's pretty sad. And the winners match is gonna be Oya Izu. So I'm gonna be honest with you, with how Oya played last game, it's hard not to feel like Oya is gonna be favored in this one. Yeah, again, I don't know a whole lot about Izu. I've only ever played him in 2v2, honestly. Never really watched much of his 1v1. But Oya just looked so strong last game, so maybe Izu, bit of a ZVP god potentially. Yeah, I'm curious to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, I have to say, I'm also not quite familiar with Izu. Oya was looking super solid last game. I appreciate Izu's vote of confidence here. Sorry, look at his own playstyle description in one word.
Yeah.
Trash. I appreciate the transparency. I mean, you know, ZVP has been historically a pretty comfortable match for Zerg. Recently, there have been some developments in the Korean scene, at the very least, where Zerg really cannot just play standard and, you know, mass Hydras anymore.
We are ready.
But
yeah, let me interrupt here just for a moment here, Goose. The players are loaded into the game, so they're going to be playing on Knockout here. We got Izu versus Oya on Knockout. Let's go.
Spawning in the bottom left, the Protoss who has shed the first blood today, Oya, sending out in... Oh, it's 40 seconds in. That's my mistake. I was going to say, that's a really early probe.
All right, and his opponent here in the bottom right corner is going to be our red Zerg player, Izu. Yeah, this could be... I mean, this scout timing from Oya looks like it's going to be Forge opening, potentially. So we may end up getting a cannon rush if we're going to get that 12 hatch, which we do actually see a fair amount on this map. We do see a lot of Forge expanding. I mean, it's very good defensively because you have that high ground as well, but it is going to be an overpull from Izu. Yeah, so...
Yeah,
it's okay. It's part of it.
So far, nothing out of the ordinary. Both players checking the shorter path on this map.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in ZVT, I have seen the Overlord actually go horizontally instead. It reminds me of the Radion pathing for Overlords, right? Where you send the Overlord across the more dangerous path early on.
Yeah.
Because it's where it's safest. And I think both of these players are going to see each other in the top right here in just about 10-15 seconds. But so far, a Forge opening from Oya, different from the Gateway openings we've seen yesterday and earlier today.
So here's a fun fact for you. You know how I talk about on Attitude that 13-13 doesn't work on horizontal spawn?
Uh-huh.
That also applies on Knockout. And I'm curious if Izu knows that, because we're getting a 13-13 out of Oya. And these Lings actually would be able to make it across the map before that Ken is done, if he knows.
Let's see the timing of these cannons and the timing of the Lings here. Right, I think the Lings have just spawned,
Yeah,
right?
the
And the
Lings
cannon
actually-
hasn't gone down.
No, the cannon's gone down. So the cannon came down way ahead of the Lings, actually, so it's going to be fine either way. Even if it did go straight across. Yeah, there's no threat here for Oya.
So this is just a normal ZVP from then on, huh?
Yeah.
Nothing out of the
Yes.
ordinary. No quick kills here.
It was also a single scout from Oya, so it's going to have a little bit better mining. Which is funny, because Gypsy was just talking about this yesterday, about how you can just send out single scout unless you plan on going cannon rush, and then just accept that you're going to die to a 9 pool. And I don't like that. But that is what Oya did, so I'm pretty sure we sent out single scout and then we went blind 13-13, so I don't know, maybe this is just the correct way to play, and you just accept all 9 pulled deaths if you last scout.
I'm telling you, man, ZVP, PVZ has, there's been some changes recently. There's been some changes at the highest level, and with the trickle down strategy economics of Broodwar, we're starting to see these Korean notions. Gypsy is starting to provide us with those insights now.
Yeah.
But here, this probe has been live for a pretty long time. I don't think it will be able to get much more value though. Izu being quite conservative, keeping the 2 Zerglings by his ramp. It's not like Izu would 973 here either. This map doesn't really encourage that sort of, early bust play.
Yeah,
So-
you know what's funny is, I want to say at a high level, you actually saw a lot of 973s because
this
it's
map?
bad. Yeah, because it's bad. And the Protoss player knows it's bad, so they don't prepare for it at all. They just don't respect the possibility, and they die to it a lot of the time.
God, the reverse psychology, Azzy.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
see-
ladder strats at a high level, boys.
We see a couple of stray zealots crossing the map. One of the zealots is going to go to the third hatch. Did Izu miss that zealot at the bottom? No way, right? Wow, I think he might have. Yeah, so Oya here with some mind games, pressuring Izu. Nah, Izu saw it coming. So unfortunately for Oya, Izu is, oh my god, Izu's going to be able to catch
Nice.
the zealots astray. That is a completely free pick. Let's see if the zealot kills a drone here. It doesn't. So far
No.
this is looking fantastic for Izu.
These are looking really good
Wow.
right now. Getting 2 zealots
Yeah.
here with no losses, potentially just getting 1 drone goes down, but it's still okay. 1 drone for 2 zealots is still great for Izu.
Fantastic value.
The way Izu actually maneuvered around that zealot at his 3rd mineral only was actually really cool, because he did it in a way where it made Oya want to go back to try and get in that pocket, and Izu preemptively kind of read that movement and got a full surround.
Yeah.
So that was really great from Izu to punish that zealot move out from Oya. And now Izu, having cleared those 2 zealots, we're gonna see a goon here as well. So it's like you can drone as much as you want right now. there is no threat of anything coming across the map and punishing you.
Yeah, we're not going to see, a DT slipping by anytime soon. Citadel of Doom just now starting. Like, Izu controls the entire map right now. And he knows that he also has the numbers advantage. Oh no. Okay, I was going to say, is that Zealot just going to get immediately surrounded and pounced on? But no, it doesn't look like it. Izu coming... Wow, Izu moving very forward with these Hydras. Is this some sort of, delayed 973, has he? Oh, he's going to see the Hydras with the Zealot! Wow.
but there's only one cannon here, and this is kind of what I was
Yeah.
talking about. Hydra Busts are going to be pretty strong in a lot of these situations. The second Goon even comes out, which is pretty interesting. But it does get spotted a little bit early, and Oya's going to be able to deflect this with ease, honestly, with kind of the bare minimum, despite being caught off guard. And we're okay. What are we doing? 5-gate Goon, 4-gate, with a Citadel. I don't understand what I'm looking at, but Oya, he's got a lot of goons.
Yeah, I don't really know what the plan with these Hydras was. Like, they don't have range yet, right? Like, they have speed, they don't have range. He's already lost a few, and he continues to push forward.
Thing
Pretty
is,
aggressive play. Oh my
this
God,
is like, this is a disaster for Izu, by the way.
I mean,
Oya's
he's-
about to have like a lot of Zealot production.
hell yeah.
Izu lost a lot of Hydras already, and it looks like Izu is just continuing to make units across the map. And yeah, we're just going to be massing Hydras from here. There is no transition out of this. Oya didn't even go Stargate, so he's going to have a lot of units to try and just run through the Zealot army, or this Hydra army soon.
Yeah, all of Oya's gas is like available to him, right? They're not locked up in Corsairs or like when these gateways finally come online, I'm not sure if Izu's gonna have enough to stop the Protoss train from crossing the map. I mean, he's killing one gateway, which is fine. He's harassing the Forge, which is fine. Or as earobMon put it, it's cute. But you know that's not gonna win you the game. That's not going to give a decisive advantage. And you can see here Oya getting ready to reposition and break through this Hydra line. Because honestly, there's just not a lot of Hydras here. There's plenty of damage coming from the Goons though, and generally Hydras do really well against Goons. And wow, oh no, Oya not fighting with this entire army all at once. Izu immediately punishing, getting a lot more damage than I expected these Hydras to get. And
Yeah.
still, Oya is going to, clear this out. He's going to be able to regroup. Oh, he's even getting a free Overlord. You can see that Oya's production is kicking in now. Izu just lost pretty much his entire army. Oh my god, Ozzy, there's 7 gateways at home.
Yeah, 7-gate production kicking in really early here for Oya, while Izu is kind of stuck playing a little bit of catch-up, right? He got this other round of Hydras out, which is going to be great. Now he's going to try and chase these Goons, but the reinforcing Zealots, we see a lot of units coming from across the bridge right now to meet up with these Goons. This is such an interesting army composition that Oya went for. Izu going to dive forward on top of these Goons, try and clear as much as he is, which is pretty good for him, honestly. Going to get 4 Goons, which is kind of the most he could hope for. That being said, Goose, we are still less than half supply, and all Oya's gonna do is slam units into Izu at this point.
Yeah, I don't know what Izu can do in this position, to be honest with you. Like, there's no room for Sunkens. There's not enough drones for Sunkens either, because we went for this super early Hydra push. So there's just no drones here. Yeah, there's no lurker tech. There's no gas even. I'm trying to find an angle here. When I'm struggling.
Yeah, it's just kind of doomed for Izu, unfortunately, at this point. I mean, like you said, he's trying to make Sunkens, but he doesn't even have the eco for Sunkens, right? So even if Oya didn't even break through here, just the fact that Izu had to make Sunkens would have been enough damage already with his low eco. But we're at 35 supply versus 105, so there is no angle, Goose. It's an alt QQ angle, so GG gonna be called, and Oya gonna win this group in first place very easily, honestly. That was 2 very clean PvZ wins for Oya.
Yeah, he looked so like decisive and confident. Like his play is just clean. Like there are some minor micro mistakes here and there, like the Hydra's getting more value than we expected them to, but those are details. Like the core of his play is still very much solid. I'm still a little surprised at how quickly that game ended. Like I don't really understand what was the plan with the Hydras, right? Because from Izu's perspective, he got pretty much everything he wanted. He got the early Hydras. They were pretty hidden in the high ground. And sure, they were scouted right before the push, but did that really make a difference? Did that give Oya, the time to build additional cannons? Like, not really. And the push failed anyways? What? I don't really know what Izu's plan was there, to be honest with you, Azzy. I don't buy into your reverse psychology with the play 973 because it's bad.
Sure, but but you saw what Oya did, right? Like Oya's build was a direct counter to what Izu was doing. It was a no Stargate mass unit build, which specifically targets these like early Hydra pressure. So it could have been a little bit of that reverse, right? Where we're like, all right, I think they're gonna go Hydras because you know that it's bad on this map, and I'm gonna prepare for that.
Damn.
Like,
Wow. ZVP is getting out of hand.
It is, it is.
I'm gonna have to. How about after this cast, Ozzy, we just spend some time together studying reverse psychology in PvZ?
yeah. We can
Who's
talk
playing
about
next?
that later. Looks like it's gonna be JDConan and Hawk is gonna be next, so we're gonna jump straight into really an important series for you and me specifically because we like both these guys. So it's one of those things where you're sad and happy at the same time, no matter what the result is. At least for me.
Yeah, and like, when I first met Conan, 2 or 3 years ago, like, he was super excited to learn that I was friends with Hawk, right? So I kind of I kind of developed a relationship with both of them at the same time. So like, we are us few Zerg players. We stand together, Ozzy. Conan knows very well how Hawk plays. Like, Conan studies Hawk to improve. I get Hawk to watch Conan's replays all the time as well. So these guys know each other. They like each other. And look, they even have the exact same win rate. You see that? 54%. Despite how much I like my boy JDConan, I would say that this is Hawk favored. Hawk understands the mechanical theory, down to a T. And Conan has a good grasp, right? I mean, he's a strong player overall, but not to the same degree that Hawk does.
Yeah, well, we were actually going to talking about it ourselves yesterday or the day before, I think, about how a lot of the South American players as well, like, they don't have that kind of like like nurturing community like we do kind of here in NA, as far as like getting together and talking about the games and studying replays and just studying strategy and stuff. Like you said, it's like kind of like a sport down there, right? Where it's like they'll play, but they're not going to get together and like watch it if it's already happened, right? Like they're not going to go back and look at replays or past games and study together like we do. So I think that is kind of a disadvantage for a lot of those players, that they don't have that community that we have here. So I think because of that, it is like Hawk, has all that information, whereas JDConan, he's just mechanically good, and he has his own understanding of the game, I think, that he's kind of built up himself. At least that's kind of my assumption, and he's figured it out pretty well. So yeah, it's interesting to kind of see those two different styles mix, like we do so often with the South American players.
You know where I see Conan possibly having an edge, Ozzy? In perfectly mirror build orders? Because I think that Conan is a much younger whippersnapper. He's a pretty fast player. Like mechanically, he's really solid. So if all other factors being equal, I think that Conan could eke out an edge if he could leverage, his speed and his mechanics over Hawk. But I mean, we'll have to see. There's no way to predict if this is gonna happen or not.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that, though. If it is mirrored, I actually would favor JDConan. Hawk theoretically probably has the correct answers, but JDConan is just going to be a mechanically stronger player than Hawk. His multitasking, his speed is going to be, superior to Hawk. So I do think that's where he would ink out his advantages. I like looking at the last BSL matches. It makes Hawk look like a god that he just dropped 0 games.
2-0. 2-0. 2-0.
Yeah.
I mean, Hawk is good. Hawk is, dare I say it, he is underrated. Like we were talking earlier about how he doesn't really participate in ladder all that much. Like he doesn't grind, so maybe he flies a little bit under the radar. But he's been a solid player for how long? I wonder. 10 years, I think.
Hawk, forever, I guess. I don't know. Since he came out of the womb, I assume.
Because Conan picked up Broodwar during the pandemic, like 2020, 2021, and he got to S rank by like 2022. So like his rise to S rank was, like on rocket ships.
Yeah. Well, I like JDConan's confidence still, and this BSL he still picked himself to be the winner. Whereas Hawk, I like that Hawk added the extra dots when he said DeWalt, like as if it's just why are we all here,
Yes. Aww.
That's the most Hawk answer.
Have you seen JDConan's message to fans?
Yeah, it's super cheesy.
Oh, get out of here, Ozzy. It's heartfelt. It's honest. He's my boy.
Yeah,
know
no,
what?
I mean, I do know from having very little conversation with JDConan, but I've talked with him some doing like interviews and stuff, and I have realized JDConan is actually just like a super nice guy. He's like he seems like a genuinely good guy, so that's why I feel comfortable flaming him when he lags, because I think he's such a good person.
I see, Ozzy. You're a predator. Like, I feel comfortable preying on this guy. I know exactly how fast he runs. No, but it is true. Conan is a super nice guy. Super happy to be in the community. Like, he appreciates competing in his competitors. He never flames anyone. I think he might flame Strudel every now and then. Or maybe
Yeah.
Terror, not Strudel, sorry, Terror. But they're
okay.
they're close buddies in real life. So it's all in good banter and in good faith.
Oh, then it doesn't count. Yeah, that doesn't count.
Then it doesn't count. Okay.
By the way, Goose, do you have a way to contact Conan directly? Because he's not answering anywhere.
Speaking of Conan, I have a way to contact him directly. Let me poke his belly button. Give me one moment.
Okay. Yeah, sorry guys for the little bit of delay. It does seem like JDConan is, we're gonna say, slightly MIA. Hawk is in the lobby and they're just trying to get hold of him to get him in here, so apologies for that. But yeah. Still excited for this game. All right, looks like Conan is showing up now, so here we go. Maybe a little surprised at how fast Boy is cleaning up the Zergs today. So yeah, we're gonna get a best of 3 between Hawk and JDConan here, going momentarily. The first map is gonna be on Knockout again. It's ZVZ too, so I don't know how much map really matters in ZVZ. I feel like I feel like 2-player maps is like balanced ZVZ, and 4-player maps can kind of be iffy because it is total RNG on whether or not you get first scout. And honestly, if you get first scout and the other one misses, that is a massive advantage.
Yeah, you're right about that. In ZVZ, 2-player maps, they're pretty balanced. Both players know exactly what's going to happen. It looks like Conan has awakened from his slumber, and he is ready to fight for his life against Hawk. Spawning in the top left corner here, the red American Zerg, a classic Zerg player, Hawk.
And in the top right corner, our blue Zerg player, JDConan. Man, I was so confused because on the top right corner, it's red Hawk, blue Conan, and the scoreboard, it's red Conan, blue Hawk. So I almost corrected you, and I was like, wait, no, I'm wrong.
There we go. Yes. Well, it looks like both players are going to not spawn vertically, but scout vertically. I wonder if they'll adjust their trajectory halfway through. I don't think they should. I don't think they will.
Yeah, I'd imagine not, right? Once you're halfway across, you might as well keep committing at that point. You'd feel awful if you changed trajectory and then he actually was down there.
This is like a blatant 12 hatch or something. Yeah. So
Right,
far,
neither player. Oh, never mind.
Oh,
That was kind of a later 9 pull, so it threw me off a little bit. So it is going to be a 9 pull. It's going to be 9 pull, 8 gas from JDConan. Or was it over gas? I guess it's kind of like over gas.
Yes, that was an overgas. Yes.
Yeah.
I was about to say, like, so far, there's no divergence between the two players, but of course, I immediately jinxed it, right? We see, Hawk going for the 12 pull himself, huh?
But this is 12 pull gas, not 12 pull expand, right? Or is that normal? I'm completely drawing a blank here. It's normal? Okay, never mind. Don't mind me. I'm a ZVZ expert, trust me, guys.
You see, that's what the first two Z's in Zero's name stand for. They stand for ZVZ.
Yeah, yeah. Well, Zero is like kind of a ZVZ specialist from what I've seen. I feel like that is his best matchup. So, all right, so we're gonna get Overgas, kind of versus 12 pool. So I don't know that I've seen this matchup very often. Would you rather be 9 pool versus 12 pool or Overgas versus 12 pool?
I'd rather be Overgas. Overgas has a significantly more stable economy. Like 9 pool is such an aggressive build. Like you have to get value out of your Zerglings. You have to be careful and you have to be aggressive at the same time. It is extremely like APM demanding. Overgas is I don't want to say forgiving because ZVZ is not forgiving in any way, shape, or form.
Oh, gotta be careful.
Look at that. Yeah, Conan taking some free hits there. Fortunately, not losing a Zergling. But man,
this build from JDConan is gonna have like a super fast Spire, right? Because this was layer before speed off of Overgas. That's about as fast as it gets, I imagine, right?
Yeah, pretty much. And you can see that he sacrifices the potential to pressure this hatchery right now, right?
Yep.
So Conan is betting. Like Conan's bet here is there. Oh, we got some infighting there. We got a misbehaving Zergling. Oh wow, Conan's still committing. Oh, Conan has speed now.
This is risky, no? This is
Yes,
so risky
yes.
feeling.
But like this is on brand for Conan, right? I think he has come to the same conclusion that you and I did, Ozzy, where he's going to bet on his control this game. So you know he has Zergling speed. He's already at Hawk's natural. He's gonna try and get every pick that he can. I don't know which Zergling died there. I don't think it really matters.
Yeah,
But
it was a Conan
Conan-
Ling, so slight advantage there for him in that sense. Hawk has made a lot of Lings, and there is a potential kind of Ling flood that's going to hit around the meta timing, which is going to be kind of when JDConan's going to be his most vulnerable. But I don't know if Hawk identified that this was Overgassed yet, because he pulled the drones because he couldn't tell if it was 9 pull or not, right? And he was like prepared for a proper defense, but he might be able to tell based on the kind of lack of pressure that JDConan was able to put on. What's the Spire? So his is halfway done. This is fine, right? Like,
This is fine.
Hawk can get Scourge out in time, so this feels great for Hawk, I feel like.
Even if Conan sends his mutas across the map immediately, right? As you point out, Hawk has so many Lings, he can easily just like counter pressure with the Lings.
Well, yeah.
Oh, there's no speed for Hawk.
Yeah, there's no Ling speed for Hawk, so there is definitely, I feel like, some kind of opportunity potentially for JDConan to outmaneuver Hawk.
Yeah.
We even saw we saw like a creep trick as well from JDConan to get that extra muta out a little bit faster.
Oh my god, we see a critical Zergling engagement from Conan. It looks like Hawk is barely going to be able to hold on there, pulling the drones right on the last second. Conan doing a very good job of denying this gas from Hawk, right? As long as he can, because this is the big advantage for Hawk. Hawk is going to have a much stronger economy, but Conan's mutas are already at the scene. They're already dealing damage, and Hawk's Spire is definitely done. He's definitely morphing. Those are either going to be Scourge or Muta. Oh, Hawk saving that drone barely. 4 mutas versus 4 mutas. Conan has very good control though. It's hard to tell who's going to win the air battle, but Conan bringing his
Conan favored.
Is it?
Yeah. So I feel like Hawk, even though he had the initial extra mutas and it should have been favored for him, there was like that slight control advantage, and that's kind of what we were talking about. I loved this lack of Ling speed to get our mutas out, right? To have the same count. But it's kind of what we talked about. JDConan just showing superior fighting, right, over Hawk.
Oh, and the Scourge connect, equalizing the air, and suddenly Hawk is back in control, but Hawk has taken the damage there, right? He definitely lost a couple of drones. Oh, no, he just transferred them to the natural. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, he did lose a couple still, but if he can stabilize, it's great for Hawk. But again, this is really tight defense from Hawk. I mean, every drone loss is going to be big. There's going to be a couple of swipes here. Doesn't get the kill, but he doesn't have the mutas to fight off JDConan. The Scourge hatching now to help deflect this.
And
those
man,
mutas
Hawk
4 and 5.
Yeah, Hawk having to resort to the link pressure despite having no speed. Conan, wow, Conan actually identifies that is indeed a threat. Conan finding a severe angle here, getting several drone kills. And I wonder, yeah, we were talking about Conan's control. Conan is going to be able to get away scot-free. And not only that, but he's also taking a free Scourge with him. Hawk's Zerglings are inside of Conan's base, but Conan has a very strong SimCity. I'm not convinced there is enough DPS here to kill the Spire ultimately, but it's going to be close. The Spire is going up to 40 health, 30. Oh my god! Huge play from Hawk, denying the Spire from Conan. These mutas are all that's left for Conan in the air. That is a significant amount of mutas. That's 8 mutas still. But Hawk, oh man. Wow, this is so exciting. This is such an explosive back and forth.
Yeah, so the Spire is dead and JDConan has to rebuild this, but I mean, Hawk is so far behind on the air. I don't know that it's enough. He's going to go for the Scourge and kind of misses the first swipe. Gets that one off, but there's still one Scourge left. A lot of the Scourge connecting with each other even. But 2 of the mutas go down, but it's still an advantage for JDConan with the extra muta coming out from Hawk. JDConan is still up 1, so Hawk cannot fight this yet. Scourge coming out, so we're going to have to get connections to make this happen, and they do connect.
Oh my god! And I think it's going to come down to Conan's better control here. Man, this is such a tight match. Oh my god, Conan getting the massive drone damage with the bouncing glaives. I think that's going to seal the deal. Even if Hawk has a superior production right now, like his economy's dead. And, oh my god, Conan is going to lose every single muta. Wait.
I mean, Conan's at 10 supply.
What? Forced to build a spore. What is happening, guys?
Wait, this is actually so close. So like Hawk now has major air superiority. He's so uncomfortable because he lost so many drones, but Conan had to build static defense as well. Rebuilding his Spire even as another drone lost, and our mining is kind of jacked up from this SimCity that we got going, so he's trying to fix that. But JDConan, even though it looked good for him with those kills, he's actually not okay either, and Hawk can drone himself. He sees the Spire building. He can actually maybe get an eye on the larva here. He's going to see just one start morphing, so I think as Hawk, you actually feel like you can drone right now. I think Hawk's like really far ahead, no?
I think so, right? There's no way for Conan to put any pressure on Hawk.
Yeah, exactly.
And Hawk has the 2 gases available to him. Does Hawk have enough to produce mutas? He's not gathering gas. He can't gather gas, right? He needs to establish like a solid mineral base first. I think the game is going to stabilize for the next couple of minutes. And that absolutely gives Hawk the advantage.
Yeah, I 100% agree. This is kind of like when Zerg makes a bunch of Lings and kills all the Zealots, right? Where it's like, because he killed all of the army, he still has a lot of units left over.
Yeah.
And he can just rely on that production, like the leftover production for defense while he's droning. And I think that's kind of what the situation we're seeing. So Hawk getting into a relatively decent economy here.
Nice.
Picks off that Scourge. Like JDConan, he's so starved for information that he's basically sacking 2 Scourge just to see exactly what the game state is.
That's like a third of his army, honestly.
I know.
Sorry, it's a fifth of his army. But yeah, wow, this is such a close game. I think
it's over though. Like
it's in Hawk's favor, absolutely. But I was not sure what was happening for a solid like 30 seconds there.
Yeah. Yeah, Hawk's in really great shape now. JDConan, okay, he is activating a superpower, which is turning latency up, which makes him a little bit stronger.
I knew you were gonna mention it. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be enough, Conan. Muchacho. My beloved Conan.
Yeah, I mean, we got 6 on gas for Hawk right now. He's double the mining, and he's got more units right now. And JDConan going to try to work towards a natural, but this is very similar to the situation we saw with Hawk earlier, right? Where it's like by the time he catches up on gas, Hawk's going to have been double mining for so long that he can just kind of overwhelm JDConan.
Yeah, wow, Conan actually decides against building the natural, it looks like? No, he just wanted to produce 1 more muta before he built the hatch. Yeah, Conan is permanently behind this game, right? I don't think there's a maneuver for Conan here where he can make a huge comeback. Like, Hawk has a huge standing army, or I guess flying army. Hawk is going to be able to gather information with the Zerglings as well, with pretty much, paying no price for it. Hawk is in a commanding position. You can already see in the supply differential, right? There is a massive supply lead for Hawk. And again, there's nothing that Conan can do about it. I don't blame Conan for playing it out. right? I mean, if he believes he can take the better Muta fight later on, it's good practice, right? Why not? But
Yeah.
as far as the results are concerned for this group, I think this particular game is going to go in Hawk's favor. There's
Oh,
not
for
much,
sure.
not much to be said there.
Now that the chaos has kind of like died down a little bit, I want to talk about what Hawk did that I actually really liked, that I think was a really cool adjustment. When he identified this was Overgas, he didn't go for spores or anything. He actually cut Ling speed so that he could have that one additional Muta, right? Which actually unironically saved him in this game. If he was down that one Muta, I
Yeah.
think he actually just snowballs and loses. So that is such a subtle thing that is a massive difference in this game.
Yeah, you see, that is playing to Hawk's strength, right?
Yes.
Understanding exactly like what he's up against, knowing exactly how to spend every single larva. There's basically no room for error. And yeah, now we have a whole, like an entire control group of mutas for Hawk. He's gonna be producing nothing but Scourge, and like Conan is going to have to, Conan's gonna have to double his APM to stand a chance here. But even then, it's not going to be enough.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah, now Hawk is gonna come for the kill. Conan is going to see, Conan is going to see the shadow created by the Scourge flock, and he's gonna GG right away.
Yeah. He's gonna come out here and fight this a little bit, then suddenly 14 Scourge come in, so we have to run away. And it's gonna be microing against them, but while he's microing, the mutas are also gonna be hitting him as well. So even though the Scourge didn't connect for a long time, they do eventually connect. Although we're fighting on top of this spore, we actually didn't kill. Oh my god, we ran into the Scourge too.
What is
these
happening?
mutas from Hawk? These mutas from Hawk. Okay, he's got more reinforcing to keep him alive here.
So there's still a fight to be fought here in the air, right? But again, Conan
Yeah.
has the better control. Oh my god, half of the Hawk's mutas were not engaging there for a little bit. But it doesn't matter, because the mutas are so bruised and battered. Oh my god, this game keeps going back and forth. I cannot believe how brittle, like, this relative stability was. Like, these Muta battles have been absolutely brutal. And, like, normally, a single spore does not pose a threat to a group of 12 Mutas, especially when those Mutas are supported by 14 Scourge. But somehow, Conan was able to leverage that spore colony and win the air battle. But is that enough, right? We're still looking at the supply difference.
Yeah. It's a cool defense. Like, it was a very... I mean, it was a good defense from JDConan considering the situation, but kind of the nature of the matchup is once you're behind, it's such a hard matchup to come back in once you get this kind of a deficit. So even though, again, the fight was good, the micro against the Scourge was fantastic, using the spore and everything, it's just a numbers game at this point, and Hawk is going to finally be able to get on top of this, clean this up. Missing a few shots a few times, but that's okay.
That's okay.
GG going to be called, and Hawk is going to start us off with a 1-0 lead in a 15-minute ZVZ, one of the longest ZVZs in StarCraft history.
That was extremely entertaining. That was a fantastic game. Dude, we were talking about how, I mentioned earlier that Conan, comes to Hawk for aid and he studies Hawk's replays. And man, you can see how these players play differently, right? How their strengths are different. Like, Conan has really good control, but Hawk knows the theory. And seeing both of these come into play, both of these circumstances playing a role in that game, wow. What a treat.
Yeah, that actually is, like, really cool. I was even thinking that too, like, at the end of the game, it kind of hit me. I was like, this game is a perfect display of exactly what we were talking about how Conan is mechanically superior, and Hawk is very well educated on what to do in response to the situation. So, yeah, full display of exactly what we were talking about from both these players. And you can see that even though they're both kind of on opposite sides of the spectrum, as far as, like, their StarCraft skills, they're meeting pretty much in the middle, and that could have easily gone either way.
Yes, if during that first explosive Muta battle on Hawk's side of the map, right? If either player has one less Muta, that fight goes completely different. It literally comes down to, like, a single larva. It was so tense. That was a treat. And as Conan in that game, I wouldn't feel bad about the game at all.
Yeah, we were one Ling speed away from death. Was Hawk in that game. So it looks like our next map is going to be Neo Sylphid. Okay, that's interesting. 3-player map ZVZ. I don't see that very, very often. So you're kind of 50-50 on whether or not you get first scout on your opponent.
Yeah, it pretty much plays out like a 4-player map, right?
Mhm.
Well, ultimately, it comes down to which of the players gets to see each other first. So let's go into the game and see who sees each other first. Spawning as the blue Zerg on the left side of the map. My favorite Muchacho Zerg player, JDConan from Bolivia.
Bias is that. And his opponent here on the right side, our red Zerg player playing for America, we have Hawk. And
Playing for
unfortunately
Murica.
Murica. We have Hawk going the wrong direction and Conan going the right direction. So this is going to be a stark advantage here for JDConan.
Indeed, and Conan here is that using the superpower earlier on in the game,
Yeah.
setting the latency too high.
Look, we really saw it coming to play with that defense. I mean, high latency,
Honestly.
no problem, looked completely flawless in his control. Hawk didn't control the Scourge one single bit, couldn't be bothered. Was controlling his Mina though.
Man, has he? No joke. Those air engagements with like Mira Scourge are incredibly difficult to control.
Oh, I
Because-
know. Yeah.
Yeah. So like like you said, like Hawk himself knows that he's not like the fastest Zerg player. So he relies on good execution, but not on super crisp execution, right? And this is looking like a 12 hatch from Hawk.
11 hatch, actually.
11
11
hatch.
hatch. Yeah.
Wow.
11 hatch 10 pool, is that what we go for?
Like this is such a man. Oh, and the drone gets. Oh, okay. I thought he had tried to build the spawning pool, but the drone was stuck. No. Hawk is going to drone behind the 11 pool.
Okay.
Not having scouting information though is going to cost him dearly, and going for a hatch first build immediately, like automatically leaves you vulnerable, right? Oh, but Conan is actually going to expand himself, so both players choosing to take a what am I trying
This
to
was
say here?
12 pool, right? 12 pool from JDConan versus 11 hatch from Hawk, so this would be
Yeah.
slightly Hawk favored.
Yep.
Yeah, so this is a good opening for Hawk here.
Yeah, so Hawk has the he's going to have the better econ. That's going to kick in a couple of minutes. But Conan is going to have the information, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And honestly, I think that if these players could switch seats, they might, because Hawk definitely knows how to leverage information.
Yeah,
I want to
that's true.
see. I wonder how Conan knows how Conan feels now that he knows, right? What Hawk's build is. Hawk-
But I feel like as Conan, you actually feel pretty good about this. So Hawk, who's going to be feeling uncomfortable with zero information, is going to be making a bunch of
Well,
lings
that's
here
actually true.
initially, whereas JDConan can be like, okay, well, I can do a few more drones before I start my lings. Yeah. Of course, there is also the fear of, getting overrun by lings if you over drone too much, but he's allowed to at least get a couple drones out additionally before these lings come out from Hawk. But that is going to be 8 lings initially, so JDConan looks like he might even want to make a quick sunken. Hawk, who doesn't know what his opponent is doing, is using these lings defensively, which gives JDConan that extra bit of breathing room, because it could have been a scary moment if these lings came straight across the map.
Oh yeah. That would have been like a desperate, ling drone defense. Not desperate, but really intense ling drone defense for Conan. But ultimately, both players have chosen to slow the game down a little bit, right? We're probably going to get like a very decent mid-game oriented ZVZ. Sunken going down for Conan. I think Conan's Spire should be coming down
It'll
right
be a
about
little
now.
bit faster. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm a little bit worried for Hawk in the sense that he's kind of losing his advantage because he made all these lings and he's mixing drones in as well. So he doesn't have kill pressure or the eco that he would normally have because of the lack of information, right? So even though Hawk, I feel like, had the superior opening, because he didn't get the scout, he actually is kind of getting the worst end of the deal. He's going to be up a couple drones, and he does have all these additional lings. So he's still slightly ahead for sure, but I guess the Spire timing is so close that it's pretty negligible, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. And like Hawk, like there's no way for Hawk to turn these early lings into an advantage, right? Like he paid the price for these lings, but he's getting no. Well, that's the price he pays for having no information, right?
Yep, exactly.
Like this is something that Hawk always says about ZVZ. Like the rule number one of ZVZ is, do not die to ling all-ins.
Sure.
Yeah, so
you'd be surprised. That's rule number one for almost every matchup against Zerg.
I guess you're right. I guess you're right.
Wow, a free drone here for JDConan.
Man, that
Kind of
control
gifted to him on a.
touch.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty big thing. We're mining 3 on gas here is JDConan, and Hawk also was as well. Yeah, so it's gonna be pretty even. Honestly, it's a pretty even game state. Hawk just has more lings. That's basically. Oh my god, we get another drone.
Drone. Wow, these pickpocketing lings are something else, man. They're so slippery. They're so fast. Wow, excellent control from Conan here, getting tremendous value out of his lings, right? Like Conan made a lot less lings, and he's getting tremendous value for them, whereas Hawk has made 2 times, maybe 3 times the amount of lings, and they haven't really fulfilled their purpose of defending him. Hawk does have one more muta in this fight than Conan does, I believe, but of course, as observers, it's easy to tell, but in the heat of the moment, you can't. You can't really
Conan's got to be careful. He's fighting. He's down 1 muta, but he's posturing super aggressively. And if Hawk knew that, he could have punished here a little bit. But he's at least going to get the Overlord, which will give him another slight advantage here. JDConan, he's going to have to build that Overlord, and he doesn't have the minerals already to really be spending all of his gas. So this is kind of a nice little advantage here for Hawk. Oh, one of the Scourge does connect against Hawk there, though.
Yeah. So, man, once again, we're going back to these super explosive, like low muta count battles that decide the fate of the game. That Overlord advantage for Hawk is actually pretty significant during this battle. Let's see if Hawk can. Hawk will lose the Overlord. I guess that's okay. You can look at the supply, right? The build order advantage has indeed waned a little bit. Hawk does have enough to play safe here. So I think that Conan is not going to be able to run any more like pickpocketing lings, and the game is going to come. Oh, come on, Hawk! There you go. And the game is going to come down to these air battles like once again, right? No more gimmicks, just straight up muta versus muta, Scourge versus Scourge.
Well, Hawk's just sending it, so this could be a game decider moment right here. Immediately eats a bunch of Scourge shots though, which is not good for Hawk. And JDConan going to show us potentially that he is, really good at cutting the Scourge back. No connections yet made. And I think, oh man, another Scourge from JDConan connects, and yeah, he just comes out ahead on this fight. The reinforcements from Hawk coming out, but so are the reinforcements from JDConan. And I feel like this is an overextension from Hawk, as muta's all going to get cleaned up, and this actually might just snowball into a win. Look how many mutas are left over from JDConan. Look how evenly bruised they are as well. The damage splitting from Hawk, not ideal. So, man, JDConan just taking a big lead in the air here.
Yeah, you can see how making these early links cost Hawk, right? Like there's so many resources spent in those links that did not pay for themselves, and now Hawk, like he's going to see this and he's going to know like there's no escaping this. Yeah, 2 mutalisks immediately die. The last one dies. Hawk is going to GG. Yep, and GG is called.
All right, JDConan going to tie this series up 1-1. So we're going to go to Game 3, the decider match between these 2 players to see who is knocked out of BSL and who gets one more series to see if they can continue on. Oof.
Man, Conan finding value with his lings. Conan finding value with his mutas. Like, it feels like every time these players interact, Conan comes out, one step ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Dude, this is close. I don't know who's gonna win.
It's very, very close, and I honestly couldn't tell you either. I mean, yeah, it was a great build order for Hawk. I liked his position in that sense, but the scouting information, unfortunately not going in his favor. So even though he had the build order, slightly in his favor, it was canceled out. And then JDConan, I feel like in this fight, if you were to break it down, JDConan just consistently has more Scourge connecting than Hawk does almost every single fight.
And it really comes down to the speed of like managing your army, man. because Scourge are super fast, Meteor are super fast, and you have loads of them. Like,
Yeah.
imagine if Bio could fly, right? It's like controlling these armies is so difficult. And Conan really showing that, you know, his control is superior. Oh, I I I don't know. I don't know how Hawk is gonna feel after this. Hawk, if you're watching this in the future, I hope you're feeling great. You're playing really well. Obviously, you know, getting 2 drones stolen from you doesn't feel good, but you know that already. You're gonna do a much better job the next game.
Yeah, losing the second drone and killing off like 3 lings or 4 lings, whatever you ended up killing, it's like kind of okay because you can still replace that drone, you know, at the cost of, you know, instead of making more lings. But the fact that he lost that 1 drone previously for free, like, makes it extra painful, right? Like losing the second drone to go along with it is where it really hurts.
Yeah, every larva matters here. And I cannot believe I respect Conan's confidence to take 4 lings, you know, scouting like 2 control groups of lings on standby and deciding to go for the drone snipe. That's wow, those are some killer instincts there.
Yeah, and seeing someone do that to someone as good as Hawk, right? Like it kind of reminds me a little bit of when you do no wall TVZs and you have the lings like poking in constantly to pick off the SCVs on the outside, and like how annoying that is. It's kind of like that, but it was ZVZ and it was against Hawk, right? So yeah, pretty impressive. A lot of confidence from JDConan to go for stuff like that.
Like that's something you would normally do to like skill check your opponent, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
And like, can you imagine boasting about skill checking Hawk? That sounds insane. So the last game is going to be a 4-player map, Polestar, and I really wish we do not get this Overlord imbalance, right? I wish both players were able to scout each other in a reasonable manner.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the way I feel about ZVZ, really the way I feel about mirror matchups in general, I think TBT is the most balanced matchup. I think ZVZ is the most dynamic, and probably unbalanced, to be honest with you. And PvP is the least fun. Period. All right, looks like our players are ready, so we're gonna get into Game 3, the decider game between JDConan and Hawk on Polestar.
The top right here, we have a proud Texan representing NA. We have Hawk.
And here in the bottom right corner, his opponent just tied the series up 1-1. We have our blue Zerg JDConan.
We can see that this time around, Azzy, it looks like Hawk is going to have the scouting advantage. Wait a second. Conan is also scouting towards the top. Huh.
Yeah.
So
what's
normally...
interesting.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was gonna say it's interesting because in the 3 games we got to see all 3 different dynamics. We got to see neither one of them scout each other first. We got to see one of them get first scout, and now they're both gonna scout each other. So we're gonna get to see all 3 different possibilities basically, but between these 2. So that's kind of neat.
That's fantastic. You know, whenever I see ZVZ being played in a tournament, I always dread it because it's it's explosive. Hold on, is this Conan gonna do an extractor trick here? Is he gonna cancel? Is he gonna cancel the extractor? No, he's just gonna.
We're gonna overgas. We're gonna overgas again. Yeah.
Is that? Okay. Sorry. So the reason I'm hesitating here is usually a Zerg, right? You send your Overlord in the same direction as your natural when you're planning to go for a 12 hatch, because that minimizes the scouting surface area, right? Your look. What's the word I'm looking for? Your presence here on the map. So I was kind of expecting Conan to go for a 12 hatch instead, but it looks like no, he's just gonna send the drone up top and go for an overgas anyways. Huh. Okay.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we had, I guess 12 pull from Hawk. I really should be paying attention. This is literally like the most important ZVZ is. Thing about ZVZ is like the first 2 minutes, and I can never stay focused for that long. It's crazy.
Especially with me yapping in your ear, Ozzy. I don't blame you.
Yeah, so it does look like a 12 pull, but we're not sending a drone to take the... Oh, we're hiding it, but we're hiding it in the direction of the Overlord, even though we crossed his Overlord? I'm so
What is-
confused about why we did that.
What is going on?
We saw the Overlord scout coming from this direction.
There it is.
What do we... I'm so confused,
don't-
Hawk.
I am at a loss for words.
We just wanted him to see it as soon as possible. Is that the deal? Like, was that the game plan? This will really confuse JDConan.
Maybe that's the name of the game, Ozzy. It's that reverse psychology again. Maybe Hawk is doing this because it's bad, and he wants Conan to hit himself in his confusion. I don't know.
The only thing I can think of to justify it is that Hawk thought JDConan would swing towards his natural to check the hatchery timing after they saw each other's Overlord. That's the only thing I can think about why you would have done it this way.
But
That's the best I got.
I think that's true, right? Like I get it. You must be right, but like who would do that, right? Normally,
Maybe Hawk
I
would
don't
do
know.
it. And that was the thought process.
Oh. So Hawk's lair is going to be much later than Conan's. Conan's spire is already going down before Hawk's lair even began. Yeah, we're going to be seeing, there it is. We're going to be seeing a spire. Okay.
Yeah.
I forget we built another hatchery at the bottom here. I was gonna say, I got confused. Okay, never mind.
If you make the hatchery like below your main hatchery, doesn't that make your mining slightly better as well, or no?
I don't know if it makes it better. Oh, better is a strong word here, as it definitely changes the pathing. I
Yeah.
don't know if it's significant enough to warrant like serious consideration. Like, there's only one patch down there that would significantly change, which is the last patch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's that one.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's any reason you would ever not want it like there, though. But at least right next to your hatchery. I mean, I guess JDConan also felt the same way, right? That's part of why I was asking, because JDConan, by all rights, could have done it as well, and he decided not to. So maybe it just...
Could it be that Hawk is maximizing the travel time for the mutas, or minimizing, I should say? He wants the mutas to spawn closer to Conan, but his spire is later than Conan's, so.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I got nothing.
I don't know.
We can ask him later. If we don't get to talk to him, yeah, we'll see him in a call later and we can figure out what he was thinking. But right now, I don't know. Maybe I just don't know enough about ZVZ, but it is what it is. And I feel I'm a little bit worried for Hog in the sense that it kind of stretches out the amount of space you're trying to protect as well. Because of exactly this, right? Like, if these mutas and Scourge get on top of your eggs, away from your other eggs, it actually kind of makes those even stronger.
ZZZero is
You
the
see a
best.
hatchery coming down actually at the natural here for Hawk. And look at this. This is kind of what I meant, right? Like, so now the eggs are going to be hatching right as everything's parked over here. Wow, we actually dodged the Scourge, though. But is it going to be enough? The Scourge connected anyway. And Hawk. 2 more Scourge coming in. Going to kill that muta immediately.
Oh, no!
Yeah,
Hawk
Hawk's
lost
dead.
everything here. Conan absolutely has the control to keep these mutas alive against the Reinforcing Scourge. And as I say that, of course, he loses the muta, but it doesn't matter. GG is called by Hawk. I demand a post-series interview. Zero, sponsor a flight for me. I'm gonna kick Hawk's door down. I'm gonna ask him what happened.
Well, Goose, you were correct. The mutas did, in fact, spawn closer to JDConan. Don't know that was exactly what Hawk was planning on, but unfortunately for him, that is going to be a 2-1 victory for JDConan, which moves Conan on to the knockout stage, or at least the next round to get into the tiebreakers, and Hawk is actually going to be knocked out of BSL. And again, that just really is a testament to how powerful this group is. When the losers match is JDConan versus Hawk, you know you are in a strong group.
Yeah, that's something that I was mentioning yesterday as well. Like, you can tell that we're reaching like the stage of the tournament where the wheat has been separated from the chaff. Yes?
Yeah. Something like that.
Something like... It's true, it's a saying. Come on, I'll look it up for
I
you
believe you.
after-
I
after
just
this
yeah,
stream.
I believe you. I believe you. I just I just hadn't heard it. That's all.
And even then,
Yeah, so we're gonna take a short break here, guys. Around 5-ish minutes. I need to get some water and stuff, so we're gonna take a short break before we get into the next game, and we'll see you guys here shortly.
That's a lurker line ahead. No.
I think he's going for it, Mazur. I think Nomad is going for it, and I think Zero is welcoming it. Mazur, I don't know if this is enough for Zero. Nomad's going for it. He spills blood in the water. He's fully committed.
At the same time, there's a purple line of army moving through the map from Zero.
Oh my
after
God.
reinforcements of the Zealots.
That's a lot of Zealots.
And a lot of lurkers.
That's a lot of lurkers, Mazur.
Do you need medical attention?
I am okay. There's more of us down there.
On my way.
Gosu for 5 months. Zero Gosu BSL hype 0 Gosu.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Oh no, I am invisible. Let's change that. And I believe I'm now exist. Anyways, the next match coming up here is StRyKeR versus Razoi. It's a ZVT. I'm really excited for it. I know Razoi, I don't want to say in person a couple of months ago, but Razoi, I know for a fact, has he has an attitude that's very similar to JDConan's. Like, he's here to play and do his best. Hey, I exist now. And he's just happy to participate. With that being said, Razoi is a very competent Terran. And earlier this week, he was just practicing with Hawk, right? And Hawk was happy to put up a challenge, and the games were close. Mm-hmm. So I have high expectations of Razoi. With that being said, StRyKeR is, I think, the strongest in a Zerg so far. Definitely up there with Hawk. What do you think? Lay it on me, Azzy. Lay it on me.
In a Zerg, for me, it's probably Crossy, and I think StRyKeR would be up there number 2. I think they're very, very close though, but I just think maybe I respect Crossy too much. I hold Crossy in really high regards, but that being said, StRyKeR is absolutely a beast.
Yeah.
You know, no offense to Razoi. Love Razoi, hang out with him quite a bit in call as well. One of the nicest guys I know, by the way. One of the very few nice Polish people actually on the planet.
Oh my god. Zero, come on. Skip it. You can get him out of here, Zero.
But all that being said, I can't help but feel that StRyKeR is super heavily favored. Razoi is very good in standard games. The more standard a game, I think, the better he plays. He doesn't do like the best in like weird situations or that kind of thing. So I do think this is actually a decent matchup for Razoi. But I think StRyKeR is just so good. It's going to be an extremely tough wall to overcome. But looks like our players are ready, so we're going to hop into this game. It's going to be our best of one here between StRyKeR and Razoi.
Spawning as the blue Polish Terran. On Polestar, we have Razoi.
And his opponent here in the bottom right corner, we have our red Zerg player, StRyKeR.
Yeah, I agree with you, Azzy. This is definitely StRyKeR favored. I think StRyKeR practices the game in a very different way. Like, StRyKeR has been super competitive for a really long time. Razoi is very laid back, and he kind of happens to be really good. So, I mean, I like Razoi. I wished, I come into this game with realistic expectations. I wish to see him do well. I'll be really happy for him if he can get some excellent plays against StRyKeR. Those would be delightful to see. But of course, StRyKeR definitely the strongest of the two in this series. Game series. It's a best of one.
Yeah. That being said, it's not like I'm not going to count Razoi out completely. Like I said, StRyKeR has a playstyle that definitely suits Razoi much more. And Razoi can be very good. I'm pretty sure he's hit S on more than one occasion. I've seen him take a lot of games off of S-rank players, so I know he can be a very strong player in the right conditions. And he's actually been trying a new build recently.
Really?
So we get to see him. Yeah, I'm curious if we're going to see him pull it out. Where basically he goes for vultures with mines very, very early while doing his bio, his normal bio plays. So I'm curious if we're going to see more of that, because I've seen him do it like 5 or 6 times here recently, and he seems to really be kind of favoring that play.
I see. I haven't kept up with the Razoi stream. Like I said, I know he was practicing with Hawk, but I didn't realize he was practicing like a specific... I didn't realize he had this ace up his sleeve, right? That'll be interesting to see, especially because Razoi, being from Poland, he also hangs out with Wolfix. And as we know, Wolfix does not like to play bio. He always finds an alternative way to play the matchup, right? So thinking about this early vulture into bio transition from Razoi, it could catch StRyKeR off guard. I don't think it's anything that StRyKeR hasn't seen before, but it might be something that StRyKeR hasn't played against recently, right? So maybe that's the muscle that Razoi has, can leverage to his advantage this game. We'll see.
It's just having the mindset like that. It's great for map control and like for denying lane run buys and things like that. And they also typically are going to get value against ultras as well. So it's kind of like it's an early transition preparing for the late game is kind of what it feels like.
Right, right. Especially according to Jinjin's videos, right, in some of the Korean discussion occurring right now, Terrans are losing, I don't want to say they're losing faith, but they're starting to realize that playing SK Terran, perfectly standard, is not sustainable over the long term. And there have been some suggestions of accelerating to a Mac transition much earlier than usual, which ties perfectly with what what you were saying. Razoi gets the SAV up the ramp. He's going to be able. I hope he is able to keep the SAV alive, because that Zergling is on its tail. Razoi doing a good job keeping the vision on the Zerg's base. Razoi going for an early Marine move out. StRyKeR has a Zergling in position to scout this, though. Yeah, you can see the caliber of StRyKeR here. He sees this move out. He's not going to be caught off guard at all.
Yeah, the SCV does go down, but you've kind of got the information you need anyway.
Yeah.
I like these little stabs here with the Marines, because it's going to do one of two things. Either Zerg is going to make more Lings, or they're going to make a Sunken. And in either case, it does damage the eco from Zerg just a little bit, and it's really at no cost to Terran. So these are always good pushes to go for, as long as you have that SCV to keep an eye on how many Lings have been made. Worst case would be, of course, that you walk across the map and they've got 12 Lings or something, and you'll just die or lose your Marines for free. It's that can be a nightmare. So I like this poke from Razoi. I think it's very, very good to do.
Yes, absolutely. It keeps Zerg honest. Right? It's this was an innovation by Royal, or Royal was the one that really brought this into the mainstream. But going for these, keeping Zerg honest with these early Marine moveouts is very, very valuable. Wow, StRyKeR gets to see the first medic being produced by Razoi, because this is an academy build. The excellent timing from the Zergling scouting there as well. So StRyKeR knows exactly what is happening. That's fine. Oh man, he could have trapped that with a little bit better control. That second medic might have gone down very quickly, which would have been disastrous for Razoi. But as things are, Razoi scouts the main and natural. He's getting ready to push. And here it comes. StRyKeR has full vision of this timing. StRyKER is going to be able to build the sunken colonies in response if he deems necessary.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a later push timing for
yes
a 2-Rax. So I don't think he's looking to commit to a bust here, because the Muta timing should be pretty good with this, because it's about typically if you're doing 2-Rax a CAD push, you're looking at about 450 is when you want to move out. So we're pretty well past that time. So this is more just posturing than an actual pressure from Razoi here.
Yep, but by 5 minutes, the creeps have to be building. They have to be building. And I mean, StRyKER, again, he knows exactly what's coming his way. He's under no pressure, right? He didn't even need to build the second Sun to deal with this. Very nice. Mutas are out on the map. Marines are out on the map. And now we come into, the stage of the game that often makes or breaks this matchup. The Mutas have to get value. The Mutas have to position themselves properly. They have to keep track of the buy ball. Very nice initial pick from StRyKER. Already forcing, I think that's the third stim we've seen on the entire group so far for Razoi. So those medics, they will not have the ideal amount of energy. StRyKER once again getting another free pick. Oh, with the surrounding Zerglings, this is... Wow, this was extremely well played by StRyKER. It could have gone much worse for Razoi, but it's still a solid advantage for StRyKER. Oh my god, and even as these Marines run away, he continues to kill. This Muta control is so on point. Wow. Oh my god, even getting 2 additional. Oh, Ozzy.
Yeah, this is a total disaster for Razoi. He's going to get completely cleaned up here. There's literally 0 Marines. His medics are going to go down. The additional racks are just now coming. The factory's coming. This could not be worse for Razoi right now. He's lost his entire bioball. He's lost all of his map pressure. And StRyKER can do whatever he wants. Third gas is already up and mining. And it doesn't get much worse for Terran here.
I think, I know it's an idiom to say it couldn't be any worse, but I think you were literally correct. That was the best, that was the best possible outcome for the Zerg there. Even getting the medics, a little bit of a whiff there, but it doesn't matter. He ends up getting the Marine anyways. StRyKER felt so confident after their engagement that he's transferring drones from his natural to his third. He knows he owns the map, right?
And the worst part is that StRyKER did this with the bare minimum of mutas.
Yes.
This wasn't some 11 stack or something. he did it with like 7 or 8-ish mutas, or maybe even less than 8. And he droned up like crazy. He's adding mutas now to like finally build his flock, but the fact that he got to clear with so little and then drone as early as he did while going in a hive, StRyKeR's going to be so powerful going into this mid game ahead of Razoi.
Ozzy, StRyKeR was already ahead in supply.
Yeah.
At this stage of the game, oh man, that's really. This is gonna be rough for Razoi. He's going to have. Well, I mean, there's still opportunity for Razoi to make an impact, right? There's still like potential dropship play. There's potential like really good vessel play. I'm not saying that that's gonna make Razoi win the game, but he could gain, a foothold and develop the game further. But right now, time is on StRyKeR's side. Like Hive is already well on the way. Oh my god, he's losing even more Marines. Razoi doing a good job of bringing the floating factory to protect the Marines. Was it Razoi recently that was talking about how useful floating buildings are even against Zerg? Or was that you, Ozzy?
I don't think it was me. I didn't hear Razoi talk about it, but I mean there definitely are a lot of uses. Even like using them to cover the mineral line is actually really strong. Does at least finally get a muta pick there, which is really nice. So Razoi basically is kind of stuck here until his vessels are out, which should be relatively soon. I mean, he didn't have like a terrible factory coming, considering it was like 7 minutes or something, which is actually pretty decent. So he's at least gonna have that going for him. The part that I'm scared of is by the time he gets across the map with it, I don't feel like there's any chance to be breaking StRyKeR, and StRyKER's gonna be able to kind of easily transition into the 4th. I mean, look how late he's being allowed to make these lurkers, right? Like look at that drone economy at his 3rd even. Like he is so healthy right now in this game already.
It feels like StRyKeR started researching Consume before making the first lurker. That's how far ahead he is in tempo this game. Like, this Hive is so nice. Oh, he's actually gonna move forward with the lurkers, feeling pretty confident. Razoi spots the lurkers, acknowledges the threat. Oh man. Ooh. Controlling this army as Terran is extremely difficult. The combination of mutas and lurkers in the battle is very intimidating. It's a lot of damage in an area in an instant. So Razoi, correctly assessing the threat, moving back, regrouping with his science vessels. But as you were saying, like by the time Razoi is able to move out, like StRyKeR already has, defensive Scourge. StRyKeR already has defensive lurkers and offensive lurkers. StRyKER's mutas are still alive and kicking. So every aspect of the game here is in StRyKER's favor.
Yeah, you know what I would have liked to have seen out of Razoi, is when you're in a game state like this and they took the natural 3rd. One of the better plays you can go for is 2 vessels into 2 dropship and actually try to drop into the main, and you can start getting some really good value potentially from that. I think this is a really good comeback mechanic, but Razoi, he's just going to keep making the vessels and try to grind it out this way, and I think this is kind of, truthfully, this is kind of the worst way of making a comeback. I think plays like this are really great if it's even or you're ahead, especially. You can like grind them out and tempo them, but when you're behind, trying to just grind it out with vessel value is really, really difficult.
Yeah, it's similar to like, making queens in ZVP and winning by accumulating broodling value.
Right.
I mean, it's gonna take so long, which is why in a normal standard game, like accumulating value with vessels absolutely wins you the game. But here, like Razoi needs to make something happen. Razoi definitely needs to go for, a high variance, like high risk, high reward play. Dropships are perfect for that, right? Mm-hmm. So I would like to keep an eye on Razoi's. Oh no, I was going to say I want to keep an eye on his reinforcement path from the starports to see if he made some dropships after the fact. But I just saw the vessels crossing the map, and no, he's sticking to his game plan of making vessels. And the vessels have a lot of energy, but there's like 6 lurkers defending.
That's the thing is, like, we're never going to be able to irradiate through the amount of lurkers that he has. So we're just basically going to be slowly killing a lurker at a time, right, for 100 gas at a time. Maybe get some defilers or something, but StRyKER's already he's already on that 4th gas mining at 12 minutes. which does not bode well for Terran. I mean, the Lurkers are out. He's probably got all those upgrades at this point for the researchers, right? We're going to be looking for that Plague is what this is looking for. Might actually get one. Didn't quite go up. Okay, we'll just get the one vessel because it's going to die. So that's a nice little win for Razoi. But, I mean, Zerg's at 110 supply here, and he's going to be working towards that Ultralisk tech pretty soon. He's just getting his upgrades and biding his time, right, while on this 4 gas. So it's always just kind of a matter of time when Zerg is on those 4 gas if you're not getting crazy value before they just start to overrun you.
Oh my god, Razoi!
earobSC tipped €5.
You can see the desperation. He knows what the situation is. He's trying to make something happen because he knows it's not going well.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's just not the high risk, high reward play we're looking for, man. Yeah,
that's the high risk, no reward play.
Oh, the huge Plague as well. Oh my god, and Razoi doesn't react on time. He's gonna lose his entire force to the Lurkers. Ouch. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god, and the mines don't even kill the Zerglings. Did you see that? Did you see that injustice?
Yeah, that's killed more vultures than lings, man.
Yes. Really, every engagement, every aspect of the game going in StRyKeR's favor. And
there's our dropships now, and there's not actually anything here to defend, just the 2 Scourge, and they're not in position, so they should get unloaded. Now, StRyKeR is going to react quickly. We heard instantly the consumes go down, right?
Yes.
But this is going to get some damage, and this is kind of what I was talking about, right? You see how difficult and annoying this is for Zerg. While this is happening, we're going for a bust. There's only 3 Lurkers here. Actually, while he's distracted with this drop, again, you see that getting pretty good value. Killed a few of the Lurkers as they were coming up to reinforce, and this is where it's annoying for Zerg. You stop the gas mining, now you run around in circles in this base, you're running away from clouds and just picking off things that separate. StRyKeR has got into his ultra production right now, so Razoi's doing about as good as you could hope for despite this opening. Nice irradiates on these ultras before the fight is happening. They don't have their armor upgrade either, actually, so they're gonna get mowed down. And Razoi definitely finding some value. We're still not in a great spot, but these are the plays that he's got to be making to try and make a comeback.
If that drop at the bottom left had occurred 30 seconds earlier, I would say that was like fantastic for Razoi.
Yeah.
But
it was
now,
right as ultras are coming out, right? So
yes, that would have hurt so much. But don't get me wrong, that definitely hurt. But he needs to have like 3 or 4 more of those same caliber plays to make a dent in StRyKeR's position.
So we see a little bit of kind of the mine effect. There were so many medics. Oh my god.
Holy cow.
There's almost more medics than bio, like Marine Firebat there at that point. But we saw the mine get a Defiler, which is great value. So you're not going to take any damage from these lings. And yeah, I mean, this is nice from Razoi so far. He's on 4 bases. Would like to see a 3rd starport and maybe even going into BC transition once you got that 3rd and 4th gas up online. But look at these mines, like they're stopping these link counterattacks. This is what I was talking about.
Yeah, Razoi able to stabilize and like deal damage while he could. Now the ultras have, plenty of armor, and we have vultures defending. And needless to say, they don't do a great job. The Zerglings have cleared the mines as well. I have to say, oh my god. Yeah, Razoi, come on, man. Razoi going for a Hail Mary push on this bottom left. That dropship play was fantastic, but it didn't deny the 4th gas, right? It merely delayed it. So Razoi knows that, as Father would say, if a Zerg has 4 gases and goes unpunished, like, the game ends, right? So he knows he has to make a play happen here. Oh my god. He brings his entire army here. He has to break this base because there's nothing else on the map. And I wonder if he's going to be able to make something happen.
Yeah, he's getting these irradiates off on... Oh my god, StRyKeR targeted every single one of the weakened vessels from the Plague earlier. You see him going for these irradiates because he's trying to get another drop off. We do have that drop that's going into the main bottom left here in the meantime. There is a Defiler here, but it's actually walking away as the drop gets here. Counterattack at 12 o'clock as well, so a lot going on. Do we get a scan here before the swarm? There is a scan, but not going to pounce on it. The ultras and things coming in here. There's a fight here happening in the front too. There's only 1 Lurker here actually, which could be broken. Razoi's floating 2k minerals right now. We're going to break through this Defiler, or this Lurker. We do have the Nidus Canal kicking in, but it's only a single ultra making it through.
Yeah, but
I think Razoi has... Yeah. He has potential here. He did clear out these ultras finally over this space. We're gonna go for an eraser trick.
Oh,
he does have Uro.
Man, Razoi going, Razoi with the right mindset, but the execution falling a little bit short, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Like when he went for that dropship play, like the idea with the dropships, right, is that you're forcing the defending lurkers to reposition, which is when you bust the natural, right? But Razoi had already lost that entire forest to the plague previously, so the follow-up was far weaker than it should have been. And StRyKER's +5 armor on the ultras is going to finish like imminently. And Razoi doesn't yet have, a 4th Yaz up and running. So I think that the next tempo of this game is going to swing it heavily in StRyKER's favor, especially after plaguing 5 of the vessels with a single plague.
Yeah, we're getting to that stage here that we see so often in this matchup, which is where the constant Ling ultras are going to be flooding across the map, and you're kind of just getting grinded down while Zerg can freely take the map. We see StRyKER double expanding now on the other side of the map while he's doing this, so he's got to that stabilization, those upgrades, that tech that he really wants. And this is the stage of the game now where it kind of starts swinging back in Zerg's total control here, where, yeah, we're just defending. The mines are getting great value, which is nice and all, but it's not going to be enough here to keep all this back. And again, you're just defending, right? You're not stopping Zerg from growing.
Yeah, you can see a StRyKER taking another 2 bases at the 6 o'clock, right? The 5 o'clock and the 6 o'clock. Like, I wonder if Razoi will ever get to see that those bases were being taken. Because now that ultras are out with full upgrades, the pressure is going to be on his side of the map for the rest of the game.
I'll tell you when he might see those bases, is when you hear the scans go down right before he GG's.
Yes. Oh, and we see yet another hero Mutalisk.
There's the scans.
There they are.
The GG.
Honestly,
right on cue.
I mean, Razoi did a pretty good job. Honestly, I'm happy with the way he played.
Yeah.
If he played, 10% crisper, right? If he was a little bit quicker with the dropship play, I think the game could have been a completely different stage.
Absolutely.
Right?
If I'm Razoi in this game, like, if I were to talk to Razoi, I would just say, man, I'd be like, look, the opening was a disaster for you, and you still created some potential windows to actually come back. I mean, like, he didn't do it the way that I was thinking that he could, with the 2 vessel and a dropship, but he did still identify dropship was a play, and he got some pretty good value out of it. If it was a little bit sooner, it could have been a little bit better, right? Because it was like after Ultra started and everything, but he started to really open some stuff up, and you can kind of see the mines were getting good value. I told you he likes going for that now, right? And so there's a lot of potential there for Razoi. It's hard to play that style. Like, you have to be so fast, you have to be so efficient. You saw him start floating 3K. It's hard. And StRyKER is somebody that is so good, you have to play pretty much flawless if you're going to be able to take a game like that from him.
Yeah, especially when you begin the game a step behind, right? Like, you're just waiting for your opponent to make a mistake so you can catch up to them. And honestly, looking at that game, it really didn't feel like StRyKER made any mistakes.
Yeah, not really. I feel like his response to how he got that lead in the beginning was perfect.
Yeah,
he's one of those Zergs, and I always feel this way when you play against those really good Zerg players. It's not like if I play a TVP and the Protoss is like 300 MMR above me, I still feel like I got to play the game, or like when it's TVSD, I still got to play the game. When I play a Zerg that is that much better than me, it feels like I'm getting bullied by like my dad or something when I was a little kid. Like,
yeah, like imagine, right? Imagine being bullied by the bare minimum amount of mutas, right? I think StRyKER actually moved out onto the map with 5 mutas, and he started getting kills with 5 mutas, and then 2 more arrived, and that was enough to wipe your entire army as Terran. Like, that is so intimidating. That's really hard to do too, right? I mean, StRyKER played that extremely well. This is why everyone complains about mutas. This is why people struggle to play against the likes of Jimin. Right,
yeah.
You give mutas to people with extremely good control, and you can really make wonders happen with 5-7 mutas.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have Artosis and Aether coming up, and look at these 2 guys in their suits. I mean, this is Aether looking fancy as heck.
Wow, look at these fine Terran gentlemen, Ozzy. Wow, I have to say, Aether is a good friend of ours. And I can speak to Aether sweating this entire week in preparation for this match.
Yeah, I'm really watching this match closely. That they have a little bit of history hitting each other on ladder and stuff. They've always been like good mannered and stuff. But Artosis did say he lost to him recently, and he got pretty triggered by it. I don't remember where he played him exactly, if it was in a qualifiers or something. But he did say when he was looking at the group stage here for BSL, and he saw his group, he said he had the hardest group. But he said Aether basically never beats me, or almost never beats me, or something like that. I don't remember what it was, but
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
Aether
really.
he is an up and comer. We met him in CPL basically not that long ago, and he was like a 1600 Terran, and he joined our group, and he is a grinder, and he's good at listening, he's good at learning, and that guy has gotten really good really fast. So I am super interested to see how this series goes.
Yeah, I think we cannot overstate what you just mentioned here, Ozzy. Really, Aether's rise in MMR is similar to JDConan's. Maybe even faster. Like Aether has experience, had some StarCraft and Warcraft experience prior to like last year, but he really went from like a C rank player to like a low S, like at least high A Terran over the course of like a year.
Yeah,
Aether, I think, has the most discipline.
Yeah. All right, guys, looks like we are ready here, so we're going to hop into the game. We got Artosis versus Aether. Game, or is it best of one? Yeah, let's go.
It's best of one. Spawning as the red Heron in the bottom left. We all know him, we all love him. It's the red Artosis hat.
And his opponent here. And here in the top left, we have our blue Terran. Representing NAKR, we have Aether.
Now, as part of his preparation for this match, Ozzy, Aether actually went through Artosis' replays in the TVT matchup. And he did like some statistical analysis again of the kinds of builds that Artosis struggles against. Now, I don't want to spoil anything, right? I'm not going to predict anything, but for those of you watching, Aether was seriously considering going for a 13cc in this best of one against the Artosis, because apparently that hits a nerve of Artosis that makes him lose control. But the problem is that's just not Aether's playstyle in this matchup.
Yeah, it's not really. He really doesn't play like that. The thing about Aether is, if I were to describe Aether as a player, his first several minutes are always incredibly crisp. One of the things that makes him so hard to play against is he's really good at just being optimized and playing really, really clean early games. And even Sterling, right, who is a super good TVT player, Sterling, who doesn't have the best, early games per se, like as far as like down to the seconds. Someone like Aether actually has taken several games off of him by taking advantage of those early game skills that Aether has. So what I'm going to be keeping an eye on here is, does Aether get early advantages with his just kind of mechanical gameplay and execution? Because I feel like as the game goes on, Artie does have a pretty strong late game. And Aether, while he's still decent late game, I just feel like it's going to be favored for Artie in those stages.
Yeah, and I'm happy you mentioned Sterling. Sterling, as part of the NAKR, I think Sterling is very similar to Hawk in that he really understands the state of the game, and despite not having like a formal education, if you will, his intuition for what to do next, especially in TVT, is so sharp. And Aether has discussed TVT with Sterling, which Artosis has beaten twice recently. So I don't know if this Sterling relationship is going to be a factor here. I would like to see how the engagements go in the earlier part of the game, as you mentioned. Whoa. So Aether's SAV getting here much earlier than Artosis, right? Artosis has not yet scouted Aether, has he?
No, I wasn't paying attention to the scout patterns or scout timing, but yeah, it looks like it was a first scout here from Aether.
What? Nice! Wow, Aether with the crisp SCV. He just killed the Marine on his way to work.
Yeah, it's interesting. This should never have been a winning fight for Artie's Marine, but I think our Marine was like slightly out of range or didn't fire right away. Something went a little bit wrong there for Aether, but in the end, it's just going to trade out evenly, which is completely fine. So these players are going to be nice and even. No real advantage going to be shown here just yet. They both made one Marine into... Was it one Marine or did Artie make two, actually? I think Artie made a second Marine, yeah. So he did make a second Marine. So unless he wants to push across with these Vultures as Artosis, then this extra Marine will be a very slight disadvantage, but it won't be much. Here comes a fast second factory, and I think we're going to see... Yeah, there's the add-on from Artosis, so he's not going to push across with these two Vultures, so he's not going to risk losing anything in that regard.
Nice. Yeah, I think it's going to be... The pressure is on Aether to make something happen, like to move the plot forward, I think.
This is interesting from Artosis. This is he went add-on and then a very quick armory, so we're going to go tank Goliath very, very early here for Artosis, whereas it looks like Aether might be leaning a bit more towards Vultures, but there's no add-on for him, so there's not going to be any mines out, so Aether might find a small window here, actually, because Artosis is going to be down a Vulture, and we can maybe delay this third for a little bit, or at least get a decent trade here. Okay, the third, the third, I meant the natural, but it does finish in time. So Aether not going to get much out of this. He's going to go... He's actually going to lose the trade overall. He's going to lose all three of these Vultures now. Oh, but another Vulture comes in.
Yes, he has the reinforcements arriving, and ooh, very nice try by Aether to keep the Vultures alive. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, there's a single Vulture alive for him, but, you know, we are playing on Artosis' side of the map, so Defender's Advantage playing a key role in that engagement, and Aether does not get the value that he was hoping to get.
Yeah, there was a slight mistake by Aether, which is that he didn't kill the Marine right away, so the Marine DPS actually got... he got a lot of value out of that single Marine, which they do actually add up pretty quickly if you're not fighting them when you're doing the Vulture versus Vulture. And Artosis has actually continued making Vultures non-stop, so this quick armory and add-on, I don't fully understand what I'm looking at. Oh, late target there from Aether as well, but it's going to be an even trade, 1-for-1 again. We do have mines out for Artie very quickly. So are we not going Goliath? Was it just a safety armory in case it was Wraith? Okay, there's two Goliath coming out now.
Yeah, this is something you and I were talking about Aether. No, about Aether, and I talked to Aether as well. I think that Aether has a serious chance of beating Artie in this best of one.
Absolutely.
My only concern is that he allows the nerves to get the best of him. And seeing these little engagements, right, where the Vulture takes half a second longer to target the right Marine, or the Vulture takes a little bit longer to, you know, attack the right Vulture. I fear that it's the nerves getting to Aether. What do you think, Kazi?
Yeah, it's possible. Aether has taken this very, very seriously, and that is kind of like a side effect, right? When you take it very seriously, yes, you're going to practice more, you're going to focus more, but it also does indicate that you might get a little bit more nervous, right? Now, Aether also, because he is like an up-and-comer, he doesn't have as much experience in a lot of tournament settings, so he may be getting slightly nervous. We're going to keep an eye on exactly what his gameplay is, but so far, I mean, the game's been going fine. He hasn't taken any bad exchanges, right? It's just been even so far the whole way.
Yeah, it's been missed opportunities, but no, like, mistakes, right?
Yeah.
So we see the Goliaths and the Vultures starting to move out. Wow, mines finish just before this army is able to go into the high ground. Aether has... You can look at the mini-map, right? Aether has complete vision over what is happening. Unfortunately for him, the mines are not...
The natural. Vulture run by, yeah. Goes into the natural here. Gonna get through in here, and we're gonna get some SCV kills. We're gonna keep an eye on exactly how much. We're looking at 3, 4 so far. So yeah, just targeting down as many SCVs as they can. That is 4 Vultures that got forfeited, but they did at least lay their mines. And in the meantime, this Goliath actually a little bit overextended. Oh, but the tanks! Oh my god. Okay, that could have been horrible if that last mine connected.
Could have been a game-ending mistake.
But there's a lot of Vultures here with his Goliath, and honestly, these tanks very soften up. Artosis realizing that kills down that backside tank, gonna focus this down, and already taking a huge advantage here over this position. No tanks on the field for Artosis, just going pure Vulture Goliath, which is an interesting combination. And he is just pushing his way into the natural. We're gonna get these mines down. There's no academy for Aether, or if there is, he's only got the one Comsat. And this base is having to be abandoned. He's taking a lot of damage. We see the Comsat starting on the natural now, but yeah, this is going fantastic for Artosis.
Excellently done by Artosis. I think Artosis like recognized the mine damage on the tanks, and he immediately pounced on Aether's army. That was such a good call. And now, yeah, I was going to say that throughout the entire game, Aether had a slight supply advantage, probably due to build order differences. But now, like the supply difference that we see is entirely due to RT's decisive decision making. Artosis' aggressive posture and the way he was able to identify an opportunity and seize it at the right time.
Yeah, part of why Aether had this big supply advantage is because he was heavy on Vulture, so a lot of times in TVT it can be a little bit deceiving when someone's doing a lot more Vulture than the other player, because Goliath, for instance, Goliath tank just fight really, really well compared to Vultures in straight-up fights. But now we see Artosis getting into pretty heavy Vulture production with tanks finally coming out behind it. He's also got great map positioning. I mean, there's a lot of mines in between, and he's got this high ground. Even though he doesn't have tanks yet, it's still going to be very slow pushing here from Aether. Artosis is a little bit slow to respond though, so does lose a few units here, so that's something. But, oh, that tank took a mine shot actually, so if we target it, it will go down in just one shot here. So that was Artosis' only tank. And Aether did take a third behind this, whereas Artosis went for a starport before his third, so there is potential for Aether to get a little bit of an eco advantage here now.
Yeah, once again, the pressure is on Aether to move the plot forward. He has a significant amount of tanks. It would have been much better if those first two... Yeah.
Sorry, where is Artosis' tanks? Okay, finally we have some tanks. He's getting pushed back so much and bleeding off so many units. This is actually not great for Artosis. Aether now has a pretty superior positioning on this kind of halfway across the map here. But sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. What were you saying?
No, you're right. I was going to say that like Artie had conquered so much of the map, right? Like Artie controlled all of this high ground in between the two players, and then like suddenly like Aether was able to push him back, and now they're like back to even in terms of map control.
I would say it's slightly Aether favored right now. Right now he's cutting off the 9 o'clock base, which if Aether secures 9, it automatically puts a lot of pressure on Artosis. Because it's very hard to break those positions. And our mines as well from Aether, great coverage so far. We can see if there's anything moving out the right side of the map, and we have decent mine coverage on the center as well, so Scan comes down for a different mine, but yeah, so Artie's going to secure his third. Aether's third is already mining. He's also already mining that gas, so that's something that's going pretty well in his favor. And can we get a quick check on the factory count? I'm kind of curious what we're looking at. So we got 2, 4, 5, working on 6 right now for Aether. And Artosis, in the meantime, only on 4, so production definitely heavily in Aether's favor as well right now.
Yeah, so Aether with a commanding position on the map, and superior production, and an earlier third base. Like, yeah, I think there's a window. There will be a window of opportunity for Aether to, again, move the plot forward. But of course, I mean, Artie is a super solid TVT player as well. I would dare to say that TVT is Artie's best matchup.
I think so.
Yeah, so like, sure, Artie may be playing a little bit from behind here, but he's not out of the game by any means. Especially in this matchup. This matchup has the most like comeback mechanics and dynamics out of all the matchups in the game. And we see Artie with a big group of vultures moving around the map, pretty much undetected.
Yeah.
Yes. And oh, this is going to be huge. Okay, Aether does reply with his own vultures, but still, this is so many vultures from Artie. He will win the vulture wars here and deny mining from the third base. Excellently done by Artie once again, identifying an opportunity and seizing it immediately.
Yeah, this is pretty decent damage from Artosis. Aether did a good job of pulling very quickly, and by sending those vultures, even though they traded poorly, they at least took the fire from the SCVs, so we only lost like 2 SCVs in total. So that's at least really good damage mitigation from Aether. And to what you were saying earlier, this is an extremely balanced matchup. So even though I feel like it's still Aether favored right now, this could easily be like a 45-minute game. Like if you look at the map split, it's favored for Aether, but Artosis still has full access to the right side of the map, right? So this could drag on for quite a bit. Aether's going to look to try and strangle him just a little bit here. But Artosis is going to push forward and be able to pick out those tanks. Are we on? We're not on +2 already. There's no way. Yeah, we're not even +1. Okay. So that's actually a potential huge advantage for Aether, by the way. If he starts that +2 and he's +2 way ahead of Artosis, that is a massive breakpoint, especially when you're containing a Terran player. We do have our sci-fi, but it looks like we're not spinning right now.
Yeah, and you can see Artie here. Like Artie, I think Artie has acknowledged that, you know, he's fully contained. Artie not gonna go for another sneaky run by for now. Aether comfortably able to reestablish control over this particular high ground, despite losing the tank battle a moment ago. Like Artie, I don't really know what's in Artie's best interest to do right now, because he can't really position aggressively on the map. He's is he just gonna go ahead and take the 6 o'clock here, has he? His camera's over there. He has an SCV ready to go. And
yeah, he's taking the 6, but Aether's doing a good job of kind of spreading his contain out properly. These are going to be drop ships coming from Artosis, which is another kind of counter to when you're getting contained here. At least it tries to open the map up. But Aether also got his own drop ship almost at exactly the same time. And I think we're going to vulture drop each other simultaneously. Aether will get a heads up much further ahead of time than Artosis will. So there is a chance that he has more opportunity to respond better, quicker.
Oh, for sure. And now both dropships flying over their targets finally. Artosis doesn't seem to be reacting to this drop at all. What? Yeah. It flew over the barracks and the third and the main? Okay, so Aether's drop is going to be very successful, whereas Artie's... Oh no, the vultures are firing on the Goliath, dealing pretty much no damage. It looks like both players are now worried about defending their own base more so than, you know, executing the attack on the opponent's base. Artie reacts pretty well, saves a lot of SCVs. Now the tanks have finally come back to defend, so this harassment is over. But oh my god. Imagine, if you will, a universe where a Goliath goes there to defend the SCVs. Oh man, I'm gonna have those 2 mines in Artie's main mineral line, like in the back of my head for the rest of the game.
This is such a big advantage for Aether, by the way. He got a much better exchange there than Artosis did, and the map control is really good. Artosis is going for middle, but this is exactly where Aether's bulk of his army is, so he's gonna be able to hold this back easily right now. Aether also mining his third way ahead of Artosis. We're starting to see it reflected in the supply. He's got about a 30 supply lead. And again, the positioning, much better for Aether, and the +2 going to be much faster for Aether.
Man, this is starting to become very, very tense. Like, Aether is very quickly approaching max supply, right? He's at 184. He's supply blocked for a little bit. He has a massive tank count with +2. Whereas Artie has tanks, but Artie also has 50 supply of headroom available to fill. So Aether... Oh my god.
Identifying where Artosis was coming. This is so good by Aether to have his army already shifting over here to block this push out from Artosis. And if Aether just keeps doing exactly what he's doing right here, Artosis will starve out because he is stuck on these 4 bases. He has no access to the rest of the map right now. And Aether has complete control over the map. I'd love to see him take that 9 o'clock right now and kind of start mining that while we're doing all of this.
Yeah, it looks like Artosis conceded the tank and the upgrade advantage to get an earlier vessel. Correct me if I'm wrong, Azzy. And I don't think it's paid off for him thus far.
Oh, Aether actually going to push very aggressively through here. Identified that this is a pretty weak siege line, so he's going to push through here. And if he gets position on the high ground and denies 6 o'clock, then it really puts a timer on Artosis. He's going to try to desperately get some tanks over here, but it's only a couple tanks. He does have pretty good range, and these tanks were pretty softened up. So he's going to defend it for now, but this position is scary close to this base.
The 6 o'clock base is hanging on by the skin of its teeth. Like, it is mining, it is up and running, but for how long, right? Oh, already being able to sneak out a dropship to the top right. Very nice.
Yeah, but there's 3 dropships coming here for Aether, and there's not much in position right now. We see the tanks coming back quickly. 3 dropships is not a death drop or doom drop by any means, and actually, okay, so it's not going to work out. This one tank there looks like it was a fair amount of vultures as well. Vultures and drops, not the best. We're actually going to drop our tanks here and kind of donate them a little bit to Artosis, so this is not a great trade from Aether overall. These 3 drops really didn't get any value. Meanwhile, this drop did at least get a few SCV kills, And like you said, we delayed the top right corner base a little bit longer. Aether is taking that 9 o'clock base now, though. I like to see that.
Yes, like a few mistakes from Aether, but nothing game-ending. Artosis, though, continuously finding angles, right, from which to get some value. I'd be interested to see, like, I think that Aether has established himself as the king of this section of the map, and right as I say that, Artosis moves in to break it. There's plenty of tanks here from Aether already siege, but man, Artie's reinforcements coming in clutch. I don't think that Aether will reinforce this. We can see on the minimap that he has a large group of units coming down, but yeah, by the time they get there, like, Artosis will have already established control of the 6 o'clock base.
Yeah. It's gonna open up potentially the bottom right a little bit more from Artosis, and this is kind of a side effect of what happened earlier, where Aether he felt like he could break through and he overpushed a little bit. I have fallen trapped to this so many times, where he pushed forward, but the ground that he gained actually didn't gain him anything, right? And what ended up happening is he bled off a lot of tanks, and that made this contain much weaker. And because of that, Artosis is actually starting to get a little bit of access to this side of the map, which will help the game go on. But he's not looking, so a lot of these tanks go down for free. That is a nice moment there for Aether. And I'm getting a little bit worried for Artosis. He's kind of like scrapping and slowly clawing his way out. But again, it's still very much in Aether's favor. We see a lot of dropships now for Aether, and this is a great kind of follow-up to the stage of the game when you got this tempo advantage like this and this positioning advantage. Just getting a lot of dropships full of army all the time, so you can kind of reinforce any pushes that Artie is going for, right, defensively, or to counteract any drops that Artie's going for himself.
Yeah, I was going to say that, you know, you can see that both players are pretty much arriving at their final form in this matchup, right? Both players about to reach the 200 supply mark. But the big difference here is that they're...
He's going for this drop in the corner here, so he wants to get a bunch of tanks and Goliath here on the corner to try and secure this to make it way harder for Aether to break. So we're going to see these dropships go up there to try and intercept exactly that.
Yeah,
but
sorry, trying to make No. There's no equivalent for the 9 o'clock for RT, right? The 9 o'clock base for Aether, like, remains productive and unthreatened, moisturized and in its lane. This drop from Aether completely clears up Artie's.
Yep.
And you can see, like, Aether continues to be on 200 supply, right? Whereas Artie, like, has just scrambled back and rebuild the lost units. So the pressure is on Artie because that 9 o'clock base is going access to that additional gas, right? This matchup is all about access to gas and territory. Aether has had that territory, the 9 o'clock, for a really long time. And sure, Artie delayed the top right from Aether, but I mean, TVTs go a really long time anyways, and I don't think that in the end it was enough. I'm interested to see what Aether is going to accomplish with these 5 dropships, because he's dropping tanks behind the mineral line, and Artie's not responding at all. Wow, 6 SEV kills immediately, and 2 more on top. Excellently done by Aether, denying even more resources from Aether. But of course, you know, dropping that many dropships requires supply, and Artie takes advantage of that and decides to push where he thinks Aether is weakest. And Aether is indeed spread a little too thin to hold this push. Artie's gonna be able to push towards the 9 o'clock base. If Aether is not quick enough, he's going to lose the control of this high ground. And excellent targeting from Aether, but it just won't be enough. There's so much from Artie. Artie, once again, showing how decisive he is with these pushes. I think he really caught Aether off guard here. And sure, we have dropships, but they don't attack ground. And we can see that Aether's supply is spread throughout the map. And I don't know if Aether is going to be able to reposition in time to stop losing his natural and some factors in his main.
Yeah, well, so this is a nice push from Artosis. It's going to put a lot of pressure on Aether, but this is also kind of like do or die for Artosis a little bit. These dropships are empty, but it is still kind of crappy to lose those. But this positioning's fine because this isn't super scary yet, but it starts getting scary if Artosis can continue to reinforce this and start cutting you off from your bases. That's where it starts to really get scary for Aether. So if you can clear this quickly, I'd love to see him kind of like scan, see this is not that strong, and drop it and clear this ASAP, because Artosis is desperate right now. He is only mining on these 4 bases total now. 2 of them are completely mined out, so he is on a timer and he has to make something happen. So Aether needs to not let him breathe. this is really Artie's only chance of getting back into it, because he's about to be on only one base mining, actually. That third getting very low as well.
Honestly, I think that Artie is, like, this position that Artie is holding is the highest value position for Aether. Right? It cuts off all of his reinforcements. It's right in the middle of all of his bases. So, like you say, if Artie can maintain that position, then there is still a game to be played for him. But it doesn't look like he's terribly concerned with reinforcing that position, right? I think he's happy with the amount of tanks that he's got right there, and he went ahead and denied 9 o'clock instead. Yeah, Aether is going to come out of his shell and, yeah, clear out this contain. And you see the dropships immediately drop like their reinforcements.
It was a nice play from Artosis, but so far not enough. We're going to see what these drops are going to go for. If it's going to be a Doom drop into the main, or yeah, he's going to reinforce this high ground here. So this is actually going to be another good trade for Artosis, and this is pretty nice grinding here from Artosis to find a way back into the game. It's still not quite good enough, right? Because you still see that he's a bit blocked off, but this does gain him access to a base that has been... What are the minerals at, actually? How much did Aether manage to mine here? Yeah, so not even a third of it, right? So it's still pretty healthy. But you know, that bottom right third is being denied. Artosis is just going to be on 2 base mining right now, so still comfortable for Aether, but it's not as comfortable as it was just like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah. No, I agree that, you know, this is still very much a game in Aether's favor, but Artie's quick and decisive actions have really given him a lifeline this game. I'm quite impressed. Maybe I should start watching his streams again. Maybe he does this all the time. I don't know.
Yeah, that was a desperation call from Artosis, to be honest. He had to make something happen. He had to break through a siege line, and he got through to an area that at least it made Aether trade poorly for a little bit and gave him a little bit of breathing room. We're gonna see a big Doom drop here onto this bottom right army. This is gonna be Artosis. I love this drop, by the way. This opens up 3 bases. This gives him access to this, and it gives him the bottom right main and natural. So this is a really, really smart clear from Artosis with this like huge army, because this opens up a lot of expansion timing. And if you look at it now, with those bases secured, we are actually at an even map split where Aether mined not a lot of 9 o'clock, and you can start to see why I was putting emphasis on mining 9. Because imagine we mined most of that, then we were just straight up ahead of base in total, right?
And I was going to say that there's an opportunity cost associated with dropping the bottom right. The question is, can Aether make use of that? And it doesn't quite look like it. In fact, Artosis is going to extend the value of this drop even further by denying the mining from the top right. Aether also not in a position to respond in time or in kind. So this is just Artosis finding value where I wouldn't normally expect him to. And oh my god, are these tanks just going to sit there and Aether is going to be unable to deal with them right now?
He's got PCs that he can actually clear it with, so this was kind of a nice drop from Artosis, but it was also super risky, because if it got cleared very easily, then you actually just gave up access to that bottom right. And you see Aether moving tanks down there, very smart by Aether, to realize, hey, you gave me access here again, so I'm going to take this back, because even if you kill top right, if I get to deny 3 bases by being here, then I'm completely okay with that.
Oh man, that CC is under fire, and the better cruisers have not been sent to deal with that drop.
Oh yeah.
Aether deciding to repair it instead. Oh, but well, let's see if Aether can... Oh, I see. Aether has decided to put pressure on the tanks, forcing them to concede some ground. Oh no! You cannot lose the... Oh, he just lost the better cruiser for nothing! Even though he is denying mining from the bottom right again. Right, so while this battle is happening, already gaining ground on this high ground, Aether is...
This is kind of troll from Artosis. He's gonna clear it, kind of, but he lost so much here. I mean... Yeah. It's okay, I guess. I mean, he's got to do something right because of everything that's in bottom right now. Like, you see what I mean? This is what I'm talking about. Like, yeah, you denied this base, but look at this bottom right army from Aether. You can't take these 3 bases anymore. I think Artosis is in a lot of trouble now, Goose.
Yeah, he lost a significant amount of his army. Like, the little army that he has put to good use, but I think this is like the 3rd time that Artosis moves into Aether. And, you know, in TVT, man, like, you know how good tanks are in every single matchup. But in TVT, against upgraded tanks, like, there's no time to react. Like, you make one mistake.
I know. Yeah. I kind of get why Artosis went to break that siege line. Like, he has to get some ground to get access to these bases. So I called it troll, but I don't really know what other options he has either, to be fair. Like, once we did this drop in top right, it just made it where he's kind of desperate to get these, like, try to get back to this access to these bottom right bases, right? Yeah, I think that just going for this drop where, like, sounds nice, and I understand why you would go for it. I would do the same thing. It's easy for me as the observer to look at it and be like, well, actually, he should have done this, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but now, like, Artie's permanently... Not permanently. Ozzy is playing off of, what, 1.5 mineral lines? Like, the 6 o'clock has to be running out very, very soon. The 9 o'clock was already partially mined out. So, like, Artie has no resources at his disposal, right? Whereas Aether is comfortably mining from 3, 4, soon to be 5 bases.
Yeah.
Yeah, so even if Artie...
He's going to manage to kind of break through mid here a little bit. The BC is going to come to reinforce, but it's going to be after almost all the tanks are dead, so the BC's got to be a little bit careful. The Goliath count's not super high, so it's not that scary yet for these BCs, so he's going to be able to retreat some, but these tanks are going to be able to push through, and this is nice ground gain from Artosis, but the issue just comes down to where can he take expansions, right?
Yeah. Like, okay, you know, he's going to push into Aether's territory. He might get a couple of battlecruiser skills. That's all well and good. Wait a second. Is he going to
taking a
deny
lot
the
of free
top
damage on these
100?
BCs, and yeah, he's going to be able to deny this natural, it looks like.
Wow.
Which is, again, this is great offense from Artosis. We just need to see... He needs bases, right? Like, denying bases is great as well, but he's going to need some of his own to go on top of it. This BC actually going to clear all those Goliaths, but... I mean, he's going to deny these 2 bases.
But for how long?
Yeah, I mean, Aether's not mining a lot of himself either. He's got the top right third, which is going to get dropped. I mean, this is really about the most Artosis could possibly hope for. And Aether, maybe a little bit scrambling, maybe a little bit of a... kind of the nerves getting to him or something. We you know, those BCs were moving through a lot of Goliath. He is going to be able to clear this up with these tanks and Goliath reinforcing, so that's really nice. Going to catch these drop ships as well, but the Goliath get unloaded. This game's getting a little bit crazy, actually. Artosis is now going to be denying these bases as well. This is crazy.
Dude, Artie is like imposing so much presence that he has no right to. There's no reason Artie should be able to like move across the map the way he does and deny so much of the map when Aether has been the absolute king of the top half of the map for 30 minutes. But still, I really worry for Artie. I wonder how long-lived this victory will be, because he's like soon he's gonna be mining off of 1 base, and Aether is still mining from the top right third. He'll be able to mine at 3 o'clock as well. Like Aether at least has options.
Artosis is out mining Aether right now, I'm pretty sure, just because of the lack of SCVs on those bases, right? And these BCs aren't going to be able to clear this up. They're pretty soft, so that's 2 more BCs going down for free. Aether, we gotta stop throwing BCs away, man. The value's in their Yamato cannons, right? And we're throwing them away without using it. So Artosis still mining 9 o'clock, pretty healthy. 6 o'clock has a fair amount of resources on it, but he's got like 1 SCV mining it. Yeah, Aether needs to just kind of like slow down and breathe a little bit, but I don't know if Artosis is going to let him. He's now taking a 25 supply lead, and he's going to push back up here again. I think he hasn't recognized that 3 o'clock is mining, and that could be the saving grace for Aether right now. Gonna catch a lot of these tanks too. This is so painful for Aether. Artosis is making a comeback here, Goose.
Oh, from where? What? There was nothing. Like, I'm really impressed with Artosis' judgment calls here. Like, you could frame it as like desperation move after desperation move, but honestly, like at the higher levels of StarCraft, like you have to take some risks, right? You have to have stretch goals for your army, and I think that Artie has consistently identified these opportunities where, oh no, please don't lose the command center, thank you, where he can take a risk with high reward. And he has reaped the rewards of every risk that he's taken so far. This is very surprising. I am shocked to see that.
Aether in range, but he doesn't have vision right now.
Oh,
I would actually like to see Yamato's on the Goliath here. I think
Goliath.
that's what we're doing.
Let's
So we
go.
are going. And he went for the 2 healthy ones as well. Very, very smart from him. So now he can finally clear these tanks.
Yeah, but like this bought Artie so much time.
Mm-hmm.
And now you can see Artie moving into position to secure the bottom right quadrant. And I don't know if Aether has the economy to contest this. Like Aether recognizes this is coming and he repositions the tanks. But I mean,
Ooh.
oh no. I mean, this was an interesting idea from Artie to push into this, but he should have brought the top army as well. And yeah, I think this could have been much cleaner for Artie, but this was still a very good play.
Yeah, it's still good enough, but yeah, it could have been a little bit better. That game's access at 3 o'clock now is going to be able to deny that. And Aether, this game has become an absolute scrap now. We're reaching the point where I have no idea who's winning anymore. Artosis hasn't been able to gain access to that bottom right base still, so that's a really nice thing for Aether. Aether did regain the top right quadrant, so theoretically, positional, I like it for Aether, but he's going to be contesting this high ground, and I don't really like that call as much. That being said, Aether obviously way better than me because he's going to clear it, no problem.
Yeah, one thing about Aether's position that I'm not a huge fan of is that I think he's been quite careless with his battle cruisers.
Yeah, that's kind of the only thing that I if I were to nitpick something that Aether's done, it would be the BCs kind of being a bit what's the word? I don't know. We haven't been babysitting them as much as we should though.
Yeah, like because right now, had Aether been a little more careful with his BCs, he could have like 6-7 BCs flying together as a unit right now.
Yeah.
That is a materially different threat to just 2 floating battle cruisers.
Oh, absolutely. Yamato tanks are like the ultimate composition a lot of times, right, in this matchup. And because we lost so many BCs, we've lost a lot of Yamato value as well, right? And they're very expensive. It's 400 minerals per BC, so it's not like that's cheap by any means.
Yeah, especially when we start to get into like this state of the game where, you know, half the map is mined out, the other half, like the game is slowing down, and energy becomes so valuable, right? Because imagine as Aether, right? You have been your base is denied somehow for a really long time. You could have been accumulating energy and regaining some foothold in this game that way, but that doesn't appear to be the case. Let's see if Aether can use these battle cruisers a little more responsibly and start accumulating value. But like you said, I don't really know who has an advantage here, if anyone does have an advantage.
Yeah, it's close, but I still would call this Aether advantage for sure. You know, even though like supply and bank and stuff looks fine for both players, it's about position, right? And right now we just have access to more as Aether, and we have the potential value here from the BCs. We're going to see it here. Both Goliath go down. Love that from Aether. And so now these tanks are going to have to retreat. I hope these tanks are on A move and not... Okay.
And once again, you know, Artie's going to move up into the high ground against Aether, losing... Okay, actually, he did not lose those 2 additional tanks. I was going to say that losing that entire tank squadron would have been very painful. But no, Artie being quite diligent here. Artie has 5 ships, but is there anything in them?
Yeah, I'm sure there is. I thought he was going to drop the bottom right to try and clear that, but he wants to go up here with him. Not sure. Maybe he wanted to just play to deny the top again. But he... Again, I keep saying it because it's just really important. He has got to get access to this bottom right or he's going to be mining out soon. Whereas, you know, Aether, light on SCVs. But, I mean, we're getting there. He's replacing his SCVs. He's mining pretty good on 2 bases right now, whereas Artosis is only mining 1 base at the moment.
Oh, and Aether going to catch these dropships.
Oh,
yeah, this was painful for Artie, losing 1 dropship immediately. These dropships will reposition, you know, very quickly, but I don't think they're going to make a huge difference. Like, Aether has presence of his own on his own bases. He's going to be able to at least delay long enough for the battle cruisers to retreat and defend. But wait a second, Artie taking the scenic route around the top right here. Wow, Artie taking Aether's army for a walk. But where to? I don't know. I don't know.
That's kind of the thing. There's not really anywhere for these dropships to go. It looks like he's going to go for the production, which is kind of the only thing I was thinking we could maybe go for. One of the dropships going to go down, though, so... I mean, this is annoying It's only one tank. Okay, this really isn't that scary. It's annoying to deal with, right? You do have to respect it, but if you look at the map right now, dealing with this is fine because Artie is not threatening any other position or any other expansions as well.
And you can see that Artie is committing to this push. He has like most of his army at the 9 o'clock moving up into Aether's main. Just as you said, Aether forced to lift his production and reposition. This sucks for Aether, but I don't know if it's like a game-ending advantage for Artosis. Like, this is definitely good, but I mean, there's not much happening.
Aether's going to play to deny this mining base here, which is going to be Artie's last mining. Aether won't be... He's going to be mining, but he won't be able to produce, right? So we're going to have someone that can produce but not mining, and someone that can produce but... or can't produce but they're mining, right? I mean, this is actually a little bit scary for Aether because he can't make any units for a while. And if Artosis is able to actually defend this and clear this, it can swing back in his favor again.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to this engagement in the bottom right, to be honest with you, or at least not for the game to end. Sorry, but for the momentum of the next few minutes of the game. Oh, nice defensive matrix on the battle cruiser. That's a huge presence.
This actually like is the game. If Aether can't, if Artosis can't defend this, then he actually has to GG out. The game is actually over. So this is a massive moment in this game, and it looks like these tanks getting up here. Not really too many missed shots going down for Aether either. A lot of those tanks get cleared up. This BC with D-Matrix tanking indefinitely, and he's gonna kill it, but he can't actually clear the tanks in mine here. And now Artosis is completely done mining. Aether has rebuilt production in the bottom right, in the top right, so he's actually good to go. He's on 3 base mining, got a 4th base on the way. Production is being rebuilt up here, and I think Aether's done it. I don't really know what more Artosis can do. He really has to try to break this. This is a lot of army, actually. He's going to get a decent flank set up, so he might be able to break this. And are we leaving? We have to mine Artosis.
I think Artie has to like regroup his army, right? Because he has units in the top left dealing damage to idle buildings. But, he's actually going to go for a completely different direction. He's going to try and push for the top right quadrant instead. Wow, okay. Aether is already positioned there. Like,
wow, there's no way. Yeah, there's no way he can break through there.
I mean, he might deny 3 o'clock, I guess.
Yeah, but Aether's done it, man. The only thing that Artosis can really do here, I think, is to break this position, and it doesn't look very breakable to me. We're getting turrets up, we got all these additional tanks, we got tanks in the high ground, we got some tanks in the low ground, and he's gonna deny this base, which is, a small victory, but it's still 3 base mining Aether versus a 0 base mining Artosis.
Yeah, you can start to see already in the just in the resources tab, right? Like everything else being equal, like Aether has access to so much, like so many resources, and Artie doesn't. And I don't think Artie has enough to break the bottom right. And even if he did, it would cost him so much to break that by the time he was finished, like securing bottom right, Aether would be back up to 200 supply, right? I mean, he's got the entire top right quadrant to his name.
Yeah, and this only gets worse for Artosis as this goes on. Like, it doesn't get better for him at all. It only gets worse. Aether, he is floating that 2k minerals. These are those moments where it's like your heart starts going a little bit, where it's like, I've won the game, but you kind of forget to make some units,
Yes. All right, this has to be it. Like, Artie has to know this is it. Oh, yeah,
It's going to drop on top of these tanks, but even if he clears this, right, you still have to deny all these bases in the top right. He just has no way of gaining access to mining.
He doesn't.
And he's going to clear it, but...
At what price?
I mean, we can't kill 3 bases with this. That's the thing. Like, you have to kill all 3 bases and then still find a way to start mining, right?
yes, exactly. Yeah, I think Artie's just playing out the rest of the game with the left. Oh my god, he's so desperate. Oh my god, Ozzy. I've never seen hungrier SCVs. GG. Right. Well played, called by Artie. Aether. Wow. I'm so proud of
Aether's face. You see Aether's face at the end. He's super wide-eyed, like, what? Like, good for Aether, man. He played that really, really well. I feel like Artosis, he kind of had a tempo disadvantage from a lot of the beginning, and he did a good job of finding openings to make it way more of a scrap. Like Aether was in such
Yeah.
good position so many times, and Artosis made this game unbelievably close considering how over the game looked at multiple points in this game.
I cannot believe how close of a game that was. Like I was kind of I'm so glad to see that Aether's preparation paid off. And you can see you mentioned at the start of the game that like Artosis felt very comfortable in the later stages of the game, right? And we saw that in that game, already continuously finding angles from which to find value. But Aether, dude, that denial on the bottom right quadrant was clean. It was absolutely the right call. And it was well executed.
Yeah.
What a treat.
Yeah, that battle over the bottom right was actually so important, and you know, no shame on Artosis. You know, he is a much better player than me, and again, it's easy as the observer, but I could kind of, that bottom right quadrant was incredibly important, and it felt like Aether understood how much more important it was than Artosis. Right, when Artosis dropped there, I was like, oh, this is beautiful. He's gonna force a perfect split map, and this is super playable. But then he wanted to reload and go top right against Aether, and it may have been because he felt pressure because Aether had those bases already, and he just maybe felt like he was too far behind in tempo to try and take those bases and play it out from there. But in the end, hard to say exactly what the right call would have been.
Yeah.
But Aether, you know, pulled it out. It was a scrap. It got very close, but Aether's reward is he has to play against one of the best NA Zergs now, and that's not really a reward that anybody wants.
I was going to say that doesn't sound quite like a reward. It sounds like, you know, second stage boss battle. Speaking of which, I think that these guys are ready to play, so let's jump into the game. Oh, this is the latency test. Forgive me. I don't know if Aether has prepared anything specific for TVZ. Wait, I'm lying. I just spent the whole week practicing with him. Yes, he does. He specifically has analyzed the properties of the maps he's going to be playing on. Aether himself has stated that he feels like StRyKeR would beat him in a long drawn out game. So Aether is preferring to go for a more aggressive opening. And of course, modern TVZ, let me know if you agree with me or not, Ozzy. Modern TVZ is becoming like really early game oriented, especially for Terrans. Like 8 racks is super popular, 10 racks is becoming popular. And I think that Aether wants to lean into that direction and see if he can eke out an advantage that way.
Yeah, I haven't seen much of his
TVZ?
much of his TVZ lately, so I don't know how much has changed. I know before, and when I say before, I mean like 3 months ago. 3 months ago, he wasn't super confident. But I do agree with you. We see a lot of like 8 racks into 1-1-1 and things like that right now is becoming a lot more meta, because a lot of the pros and just a lot of players in general, we feel like SK Terran, it's just not quite doing it for us anymore. So yeah, you're seeing a lot more aggression, like you're seeing a lot of early game oriented builds, a lot of tempo builds especially, and a lot of builds that throw Zerg off of their normal gameplay of getting into like the mutas and the harass at a proper timing, and we're trying to avoid that stage essentially.
Yeah, it's like, you know, you perform best at a high stress task when you practiced. Like when you practice a specific build and you play it out exactly, like if the real game is as similar to your practice, right? Like you practice deliberately or consciously so that you can execute unconsciously, right? So throwing people off of their comfort zone is really, really valuable.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I respect that mindset from Aether. And again, listen, to be fair, stamina is also a concern. Aether just played that was 40 minutes, 45 minutes?
Yeah, I agree that stamina is a thing for sure. But I'll be honest with you, if I'm in Aether's shoes, actually, let me get to that in just a moment. It looks like our players are loaded into the game, so we're going to hop into it. We have the winners match here. It's going to be StRyKeR versus Aether on Knockout.
The Artosis Slayer himself, NAKR, Aether, spawning as the blue Terran on the top left.
And his opponent here in the bottom right corner, one of the best North American Zergs we have StRyKeR.
Yeah. I look forward to seeing what Aether has decided to do, because again, like Aether does his due diligence, he studies the maps and the players he's going to play, but I feel like he hesitates a little bit when it comes to oh no, you can already see on the map, you can already see Aether's SCV going to position. Aether has prepared a spicy, aggressive build against StRyKeR. And not only that, but he has studied the Overlord scouting patterns. So I would be very surprised to see if this Overlord finds the barracks in any way.
You know what's funny about that is I also studied StRyKeR Overlord patterns before, and I did a build based on it because I was like, okay, he never reverse scouts. When I watched like 10 replays, and then I played him and he reverse scouted. So I don't trust anything that I study about StRyKeR anymore ever since that. But yeah, this is a BBS that is meant to look like an 8-Rax. Is that what I'm looking at here?
I think it's just a BBS straight up, Azzy.
Well, really no, because it's 8-Rax center, and then the second Rax is really far away, like tucked in a very odd spot. So I'm pretty sure this is meant to look like an 8-Rax. So this is gonna get scouted. StRyKeR will see the 1 Rax. He's gonna be like, okay, this is an 8-Rax, so he'll try to defend it, and then additional Marines are gonna come in. I think that is actually the game plan here from Aether.
Yeah, so StRyKeR sees the barracks. This is going to come down to StRyKeR's judgment call. He has to see the amount of Marines that will be coming his way. And it looks like the drone will be seeing the reinforcing Marine crossing over the bridge right now. Oh, that's the SCV. Whew. I thought that was a Marine already.
But yeah, here's the problem. StRyKeR is an intelligent person. He's going to scout anyway, and he's going to see the SCV count. So he's going to know this has to be 2 Racks based on the SCV count. So I think this is a cool play from Aether. But StRyKeR just not going to be having it. He's going to get that scout off.
Still, getting a drone there and not losing a Marine is so far working... Oh, no. Working in his favor, taking a little bit of damage. So far, nothing egregious has occurred. But, you know, Aether's going to try
to defend this, actually. And that's 2 drones going down. 3rd drone going down.
Yeah, this is not looking so good right now. Yeah, we have Zerglings spawning now, but like the bunker is right up against that hatchery, and it's far from the ramp, so it's not easy to immediately surround it. Yeah, there's not going to be enough for StRyKeR to stop this bunker from going up. The bunker finishes. Oh, Aether with perfect Marine micro damage. Wow.
So this hatchery is going down. StRyKeR, he's going to pull drones against this. I don't know if that's going to work, because there's going to be a lot of Marines here. Those Marines, though, do get separated, take a lot of damage. 3 of these Marines very, very low. I'd like to see those maybe cycle into the bunker. And StRyKeR actually a little bit flustered here. He pulled drones and he went back. He didn't mind that whole time. And now he's going to abandon this base, but there's such a high Marine count in Goose. I think he's just going to be able to push up the ramp into this.
Aether in a commanding position this game. That Marine micro against the Zerglings was so smooth, so well done. And
Goose,
yeah, like
I think he's dead, man. I think Aether's taking the win here. There's good pullback away from the drill line. All these drones and lings going down, and Aether gonna take 1st place in his group. Oh my god.
I am so happy for Aether. Wow. But I have to say, StRyKeR was caught completely off guard. And again, you know, these early TVZ builds, man, it's really tough to know exactly what's happening. It's tough to know what the right reaction is. And you have to study. And like Aether is the kind of guy who sits down and studies. I have to say, I mean, you saw Aether practicing. You saw him like up and playing at 3 in the morning. And it's all paying off for him now. Wow. Wow.
So
what?
I did see Aether doing this build last night. He was running drills with PBJT, and I just realized why we were confused, because I was only watching from PB's point of view, and even Hawk was like coaching PB through it. He's like, you need to do this, you need to do this, and then PB was like, is this a BBS? And Hawk was like, no, this is 8 Racks. I just realized Hawk misread it, because the 2nd Rax was probably hidden the same way he did against StRyKeR, so the reinforcements completely throws Zerg off. This is such a cool build that Aether's done because it looks like an 8-Rax at first. And Zerg pulls all their drones to defend it like it's an 8-Rax. And then all of a sudden, extra Marines start showing up a little bit later. So
Yeah.
really, really interesting build from Aether. And pulling out, I have to say, the biggest upset of BSL so far, taking out Artosis and then StRyKeR.
Yeah,
Insane.
right? And like, this is the beginning of Aether's career, right? This is like his 8th and 9th like BSL games. If you look at his profile, this is a fantastic record to set for yourself into the biggest foreigner tournament there is. Aether making it out of his group, out of the group of death. Right?
He takes first in the group of death. It's crazy, man.
Wow.
So Aether, Oya going to be our ones that go directly to the round of 8. And now we have Razoi, Artosis, Izu, Conan, StRyKeR fighting for just the tiebreaker round. And man, tiebreaker round is looking terrifying, by the way. You have Ultra, and now we have JDConan versus StRyKeR in the elimination match. One of those players get knocked out of BSL here this early. That's crazy.
Yeah, this is just like this is round of 32. And we're already seeing some major upsets. Wow. I'm at a loss for words. I did not expect this at all. At all. I fully expected StRyKeR to make it out of his group. StRyKeR is a super solid Zerg player.
Yeah,
I think, dare I say it, I think that StRyKeR could beat Conan, despite all of the affection and respect that I have for Conan. I recognize that Conan has great mechanics, but StRyKeR is, StRyKeR is scary, man. StRyKeR is a solid player. He's scary. Losing to Aether may seem like he's losing to the new player on the tournament. That's strange. But no, man, that says nothing about StRyKeR, and that says a lot about Aether as the newcomer.
Like, it's just a few months ago we were teaching Aether how to get out of C rank, man. Like, this is so crazy. And now he's taking out StRyKeR and BSL. Like, that's so wild. So I'm so happy for Aether. He's a teammate, so my bias is obviously showing through again. But yeah, I'm super happy for Aether. It's so crazy to me. We got StRyKeR versus JDConan losers. So our next match is going to be another TVT. It's going to be between Razoi and Artosis. And if we don't mind, I would like a short little break here just to kind of drink some water, rest my voice a little bit, because I am losing my voice quite a bit here.
Oh yeah, we just watched a long and difficult TVT and then an explosive TVZ.
All right, so we'll be back here in a few minutes, guys.
That's a lurker line ahead.
I think he's going for it, Mazur. I think Nomad is going for it, and I think Zero is welcoming it. Mazur, I don't know if this is enough for Zero. Nomad's going for it. He spilled blood in the water. He's fully committed.
At the same time, there's a purple line of army moving through the map. Zero.
Oh my
After
God.
reinforcements of the Zealots.
That's a lot of Zealots!
And a lot of lurkers.
That's a lot of lurkers, Mazur!
Do you need medical attention?
They're okay. There's more of us down there.
On my way.
right, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. We will see Ozzy quickly disappear into the ether to transcend his mortal form, and he will return to our plane of existence in the form of Sterling. We're going to see Ozzy's cocoon, open up, and out from it will come one of the best in the West, if I dare say so myself, Sterling.
Goose, you have a magical way with words, and I'm so happy to be here co-casting with you on this beautiful Sunday afternoon.
Yep. I'm happy to have you by my side, especially for this upcoming TVT, man.
Goose, today's been so fun. I've just been chilling, watching BSL. The games have been amazing. High tension, high drama games. I loved the Artosis Aether TVT. That was just incredible on Polestar. That was such a fun game to watch. So here we've got Artosis just jumping back into another TVT, playing with Razoi.
Yep.
I recently learned it's pronounced Razoi with a V.
No.
And so I'm, yeah.
You can't say this to me. No. He's my boy. I've been calling him Razoi all day.
Me too, because that's how it's spelled. But yeah, I'm excited for this match. These are two, I feel like, very evenly matched Terrans, and we'll see if Artosis if he still has energy to play, because that was a long game he played with Aether. Long game.
Oh yes. Razoi also played a pretty long game against StRyKeR, but that was a couple of series ago. He has had time to sit back and stretch. Whereas Artosis is he's still got his blood may still be boiling. Yeah, I think Razoi feels pretty comfortable TVT. He definitely enjoys it, I can tell you that much. But so does Artosis.
Yep. I think of Razoi as someone who's pretty well rounded, all the matchups. Yeah. And he's also what I consider an honorable player. We saw against StRyKeR, he came and just played
straight
standard, as straight up as you can. Which okay, should we do intros?
All right. And looks like these players cannot wait any longer. They are ready to go. Let's jump into the game. I was not expecting Artosis here to show up as the blue Terran in the bottom left with a laser-focused green screen behind him, earning his space on the stream. He is unmistakable.
What a legend. Absolute legend. And a second legend, in the top right, we've got the red Terran, Razoi. Yeah, evenly matched players. Both are very, very good. Both are very straight-up macro players that play, pretty solid. Mm-hmm. Now, I know Razoi does have some range to his play. He's got some aggressive options. He's not just a macro bot. Honestly, neither is Artosis. Artosis has a bag of tricks up his sleeve that he doesn't always come out on the ladder, but he definitely's got some builds. So excited to see how this goes. Knockout is a pretty tricky TVT map. It's a lot narrower than it looks, and it can be very, very awkward to split, and it can often lead to very funky map splits where each player is controlling different parts of the map, and it's a little chaotic. So we got Razoi, CC first, great build. Love to see it. He's going to be happy to see cross map as well.
Artosis has a bit of a history playing against 13cc. I think Artosis might get a little upset when he finally comes across Razovi's corner and sees what's happening.
Yeah, he's not going to be thrilled, particularly with cross map.
Oh yeah.
So I'll discuss 13cc a little bit because I'm a Terran. It is in my wheelhouse. It's a great build. Gets you a little eco advantage if your opponent builds their barracks in their main. just because you get your command center up so much faster. You can pump out a few extra SCVs. So the biggest vulnerability is a forward racks or a center racks, like either an 8 racks or an 11 racks. If it's forward, you can put on quite a bit of pressure. The racks in the main, like, doesn't give you a lot of options to attack CC first. You can proxy a second factory on the map. You can proxy a starport and do a fast vulture drop. But outside of those options, you can't really attack it and kill it on reaction. So Artosis is probably gonna end up doing something like an expand into mines and just relying on having a faster barracks float and spider mine vision to have some compensation for being down a couple SCVs.
That's the opportunity cost with like highly economic builds, right? You open yourself up to aggression in the early game, but the dividends across the mid and later game are like well worth the risk. And Razoi just happens to spawn in the best possible position to do this, right?
Yes, getting cross map is really, really nice.
That was an excellent choice by Razoi, choosing to spawn cross map. Artie's first vulture is going to be out on the map. Is it going to be similar to TVP, where like this vulture's purpose is not to deal damage per se, but just to keep an eye on things and, you know, produce vision, lay mines?
Yep, absolutely. So the vulture does a couple of things. It forces Razoi to build 2 marines and put them in his bunker, because without the vulture threat, Razoi could just make 1 marine. And yeah. Then the next thing will be planting those mines.
Nice. Yeah, so Artie knows what's happening. I don't think he got as big of a reaction as I'd hoped it would have generated, but that's okay, you know. Dream Artosis is very different from competition Artosis.
He's locked in, man. He is locked in. And it is. You know, I watched some Artosis stream, and I've also seen him play in quite a few LANs and tournaments, and he really has a gear he can turn on when the competition is higher. And he plays very, very well. And so to that point, he's doing a very nice response to this CC first, that he's got 3 vultures, so he'll have 9 mines to put around the map. And I expect him to go into 2 factory armory, just so he can be safe against Wraith. He doesn't get tangled up in mass vulture war. And then we'll see probably some tank Goliath vulture, and kind of move into a standard game, which this is a very textbook kind of standard theory response to command center first. Yeah, so Razoi, go ahead, please.
That's something that Artosis like prides himself on, right? Like he studies the pros like for a living almost, right? So I wouldn't expect anything less from Artosis, like to know the proper textbook response.
Yeah, he has great game knowledge, and we're seeing it here. This is very, very nice. So I don't know how much info Artosis has about Razoi's follow-up. I think he's seen probably this quantity of vultures, so he knows it's like at least 3 factory, but maybe 4, maybe 5. And so that's why we see him building that wall at his nat. And he's getting his scanners up, so he's going to make a little robust army of tank Goliath, a couple of vultures, and we'll probably see him move out and try to take a 3rd, probably on like 3 factories. He could also go up to 5. We will see.
And this mine placement from Artie has been like impeccable. He has kept, if you looked at the minimap, he has kept track of this vulture move out from beginning to end. He knows exactly how many vultures there are. He knows exactly where they are as well. So, like you said, this is absolutely the right approach for Artie, right? If you can't compete with the early economy, you compete with tech and information.
Yep, absolutely, Goose. I'm glad you mentioned that, because the mine placement is nearly perfect from Artosis. Like he spread them out very nicely, and he also floated his racks to Razovi's natural, so he's watching the nat gas, which gives him quite a bit of info. If you don't see that nat gas, it's always going to be a metric ton of vultures. So yeah, he's done a good job. Like, he's gathering info so he can make good decisions and responses, which in this case is going to be like, get those scanners up and make a little army and push out and take a third.
So what is Rasovy's plan here, right? Like, he got away with it. He built the 13cc, he got the cause spawn, and he's sitting pretty. What is next on Rasovy's agenda here?
So most likely, he's just gonna try to take a couple bases. Like, he's given himself, like, at least temporarily, full map control with this vulture advantage. So he's got excellent mines himself and map vision himself. And so now he's gonna need to clear these mines that are blocking his expos and start taking a couple bases himself. And this is gonna move into a pretty standard TVT position, I think. So as I say that, this is like pretty, I would say, a little unorthodox from Artosis to be pushing it across the map, because he has not cleared the mines from either of his expansions. So I'm a little bit curious to see what he's got cooking, what he's got planned with this push, because he really does need to get something done if he's not going to be taking a third.
I think there was an interesting opportunity because he had 6 tanks and Razoi did not. But I think that he might have taken him a little too long. A nice targeting from Razoi, hitting that middle tank. Yeah, the splash damage was great.
Just incredible targeting and positioning. Like, he knew where Artosis was coming from. He put a bunch of tanks up there, and then he just blasted half of Artie's army. And now it's like the game just kind of flipped from maybe a 5.5, 4.5 advantage to like an 8-2 advantage, because Artosis doesn't have a third. He's on a ton of factories. He made a bunch of army, and then he just lost like half of it.
Whiffed.
It's gonna be tough.
Really unfortunate.
It's gonna be tough. But if anybody can come back, I think it's Artosis. I mean, we saw him like almost make a miraculous comeback against Aether, and halfway through that game, I thought he had no chance, and he gave himself plenty of opportunity in that game. So he's tenacious. I'm excited to see what he's going to try to do to come back in this game.
I would say that in general, it's never a good idea to underestimate your opponent, right? And like, Artie has a reputation, yes, but he's also a really solid player. And as we saw in that last game, he was continuously finding angles. Okay, that's much better. No! You can see his reaction as well. He knows that was just like, you know, he made the one mistake, he acknowledged it, he scanned it, and then he once again made a mistake. That's unfortunate. I wonder
it's frustrating, but he has to forgive himself. He has to. You know, you got to forgive yourself and clear your mental algorithm and say, all right, I made this mistake, but I'm going to reset myself and just get back into my standard thought processes and cycles of, you know, being focused, making the decisions I need to make, doing my macro cycles. We'll see if he can do that, but it's tough. Broodwar's a frustrating game.
Razoi is human too, man. He's bound to make a mistake sometime, and Artie likes these long, drawn-out TVTs. So if he takes a step back and he reassembles his mindset, I'm sure there will be opportunities for him to make up for that mistake, no doubt. Speaking of which, he has pretty swiftly taken the mineral only in the 6 o'clock. I was expecting those bases to come online much later than they have, considering his position. So yeah, Artie's not looking terrible here by any stretch of the imagination.
He's not looking terrible. I mean, it's a pretty, like, if you look at the minimap, it's a pretty symmetrical position. Both players have taken the same bases. Artosis is ahead 20 supply. It'd be nice if we could see like SCV counts. I think the main advantage Razoi has right now is probably factory count, because it looks like he's on 7, and Artosis maybe is on 6, maybe 5. Okay, 5 going up to 7. But things are stabilizing. Things are,
Yes.
you know, getting pretty even.
Yes, both players are soon going to be in a stage where, like, you know, there's a 10 supply difference, and it's going to be impossible for you to find it. But yeah, this game is going to slow down a little. We're going to transition into the much later, later stages of TVT. There's no upgrades for Artie at the moment. So I don't. Can we take a quick look at Rasovy's upgrades by any chance? Oh, +1 just finished for Artie. Okay. As we were looking for Razoi units to check for the upgrades, +1 finished for Artosis. So there's not going to be a significant imbalance there either. We have the two armies going to encounter in the middle of the map, though. Okay, no harm, no foul.
Just a friendly little encounter, you know. Just the scout is seeing the main army, relaying that information right back to Razoi, and he's going to get some tanks in position on his high ground so that his natural doesn't get busted. Typically in these types of symmetrical TVT states, I think the player who's more active with their units tends to get into favorable positions and situations. And here that's Artosis. Razoi has been a little bit passive and he hasn't been making a lot of moves. He's feeling comfortable just to like macro build units, see what happens.
Yeah, for sure.
Artosis is out there moving around, making things happen. So I'm starting to like lean a little Artosis favored in this game, which I thought was like an 8-2 favor for Razoi.
Yeah. This is something that like Hawk continuously talks about as well, where like the higher the caliber of the player, the more like reasonable risks they take, right? Like if you want to find an opportunity, to gain an advantage, you have to take a risk. I mean, it doesn't mean you have to go all in. Oh, Razoi here going to be sieging on the low ground with a very large amount of tanks, but he did not target Artosis' tanks, and now Artosis has the high ground with the vultures laying mines on top of these tanks, and I'm really scared for Razoi. He could lose a lot. Oh my god!
Major mind connection. That was very well done from Artosis.
Exactly what I was afraid of, Sterling.
Goose already did such a good job laying those mines right up next to the tanks. And it's actually not super easy to do because he's probably used like 3 or 4 different mine commands on different vultures to lay like those mines horizontally, like diagonally next to the tank line. But those were excellent mines, and Artosis just fended off a much stronger, much more expensive army with mostly vulture.
Yeah, so like these are the kinds. This is exactly what you were saying, right? The player who's more active tends to come out on top, and that was a very straightforward interaction to start. Like Artosis is trying to find an angle for which to pressure Razoi. He happens to catch Razoi like in a slightly awkward position, and with Razoi actually trying to regain some map control by pushing down the ramp that he controls. But Artosis' siege line is right there, and Razoi getting immediately punished for it with reinforcing tanks from Artie. I think Razoi is going to have to concede this high ground as well.
Incredible play from Artosis. I mean, honestly, he's been, after the opening, which was tough for him, he's been one step ahead everywhere. I mean, he made this huge contain.
Ooh.
He got ahead of the counterplay by containing on the top left high ground. And the contain is held up. Now he's just going to bust in. This is power overwhelming from Mr. Artosis. Very impressive stuff.
Wow. I love to see how decisive these moves are. It's so cool. And success is not guaranteed here at all, right? And it's easy to picture Artie as the guy from the Invisible Man Productions video. But he's so much more than that. Like, Artie is constantly finding... Razoi straight up GG's!
GG is called. A respectful GG timing from Razoi. And just excellent game from Artosis. I mean, really, really excellent game. Well played.
Wow. Really, like, the moment Artie reached, 200 supply, he immediately started finding angles that he could push, right? Taking an incredible fight in the top left mineral only, and then immediately punishing Razoi for conceding the high ground at the mineral, at his mineral only. And then at the very end there, we could see that Artie was also sending units towards the 12 o'clock, which was cut off from the rest of from the rest of Razovi's presence on the map. Like, wow, yeah, Artosis is just throwing punch after punch after punch. Wow, that was cool.
That's honestly great description of the game, and gotta say, I'm kind of impressed with Artosis, who just came off like a pretty tough loss, and he came back and played an outstanding TVT from a slight deficit in the opening. I mean, he was pretty far. He had to deal with this cross map CC first. He lost a bunch of his army, but he just corrected his mindset and played an excellent TVT. Well played.
Yeah, very well played. And Razoi too. That was a perfectly reasonable game from Razoi. I think he might have gotten a little too comfortable with his position, right?
Yes, Goose. I think you nailed it. That's exactly what happened. I mean, he knew he was at an advantage, and then he kind of he stopped doing stuff. He sort of just built units, huddled at home, and kind of expected the game to win itself instead of going out there and fighting and yeah. And the one time he tried, he decided to explore the map a little bit with the tanks. Oh, he fell right into Artosis' trap. Oof. It's tough to bust those siege lines.
Yes, I was going to tell you. Isn't Polestar known for having really complicated siege lines? Do you want to take a look at them? Let's go into the game.
Yes, let's get into it. Polestar's such a fun thing. Here we go. In the bottom left, we've got Razoi.
And spawning in the top left, as the Blue Terran, the man, the myth, the Muppet, Artosis. Fantastic display of skill today from Artosis.
Indeed, and he's back on Polestar, and he's ready for a little revenge. He's ready to show the world he can play Polestar. He knows how to play Polestar. This is a very sharp TVT map, especially with vertical spawns like this, where there's that contested high ground in the middle that is so important. I'm kind of curious, Goose. Do you think Razoi is going to go CC first again?
Honestly, I think he'd be open to. Yes, he would be open to it. He must be feeling pretty good about that last game, even if he lost. That was a fully developed TVT, right? It's not like he made a crucial mistake in the early game and then he stumbled and fumbled for the rest of the game. No, he started off strong. He held on tight. The game developed, and there was a decisive moment. And
yes.
So
he did. Yeah. He played a very solid macro game, and I think Razoi is a fantastic player, and I think he will realize, okay, I just got a little bit complacent. I got a little bit passive.
Yes.
And he'll be able to right the ship. I think he's the type of player who will recognize that and be able to make some adjustments. So we see both players building their barracks in their mains, standard stuff, and we're seeing a gas from both players. So we'll be seeing factory openings, at least one factory, could see two factories. I think if we see a two-fac player, it's probably more likely to be Razoi. I have been two-facted by Artosis before. He's killed me with it, but it's not really his forte.
I think that Razoi is also more open to wackier builds and higher risk builds. Like I said previously, Razoi is pretty laid back. He's happy to play the game, and he's happy to try something risky, right?
And whereas Artosis, fantastic mindset.
Yes. Whereas Artosis is very strict about which games he plays and how he plays them. I mean, it clearly works for him, right? You can see, he's in BSL in the group of death, and he's showing tremendous games. But when it comes to for going for these types of plays, I think Razoi is more open-minded to them.
I would say the foreign scene as a whole is very, very open-minded to creative and unorthodox builds and strategies. We've seen so much chaos in the early stages of BSL this season. Some of the groups have just been crazy, and it's very fun to watch, very entertaining. We've seen the whole range of plays. So it looks like this game, a couple of command centers going down after the factory. So pretty standard stuff. I'm guessing there's 2 Marines apiece. Maybe Razoi just has 1 Marine. Maybe they both have 1 Marine.
Yeah, I think that like these initial 4 minutes have been pretty symmetrical, huh? No,
and this is a situation both of these players are going to feel very, very comfortable. Like, as a Terran player, when you're always like happy and comfortable to be in this position because you've played this 500 times or more. And we see 2 vultures apiece. Artosis is going for a shop after 2 vaults. And Razoi looks like he's going for a 3rd vulture. So the first point of tension is going to be when Razoi goes with 3 vultures, maybe with 4, and checks at Artosis' front. And there will be a little window where he can look to do some trading if he wants to, before there's a tank out.
Could that be the reason that Artie decided to build the 2nd Marine then? Like acknowledging that's a possibility? And having that extra little bit of DPS to help defend?
Yep, that could be part of his calculus. Also just hitting the barracks. Like 2 Marine right now in the Korean scene seems like the meta. It kind of goes back and forth. Usually 2 Marine is more popular. Occasionally 1 Marine becomes popular, but lately 2 Marine's been pretty standard. So Artosis didn't build a tank. He went back into vultures, and we saw a 2 factory with a spinning machine shop.
Right.
So there's a couple things this could be. It's most likely mines. I think Artosis is a fan of the spider mine into Goliath openers. It could also be speed with 2 factories where you do some sneaky vulture shenanigans. Okay, we've got spider mines on the map.
Yeah. At the moment he said sneaky and shenanigans, like, no, that doesn't sound like Artosis.
not his general style.
Yeah. Possibility, yes, but not in this particular game, not from Artie.
Good call, Goose. Good call. So we see the barracks is floating around, gathering a little info. Artosis sees a tank, and he'll probably make a tank himself. He's got Vulture, Spider Mines, Goliath. Very, very safe opening. This is one of the safest ways you can play TVT. And it's going to get Artosis into a game state where he's comfortable, he's safe, and he's kind of in his comfort zone.
Yeah. In his lane, moisturized, thriving, macroing, pumping units out of factories. Wonderful. Yeah, both players playing quite conservatively here, huh?
And Razoi as well. He's identified that there are spider mines on the field. You can figure that out in TVT before you see them by just clicking on vultures, and you can see that vultures have mines upgraded before they're deployed. So he's sending out his Marines to clear the mines, and just macroing up tank vulture. So there's like
a lot of punishment, huh?
Yeah, it's gonna go down, which is kind of annoying because you lose vision and you can't build factories for a little while. There's a window here where Artosis gets a nice map control because the Vulture Goliath army beats Vulture Tank in low numbers. And then there will be another window where Razoi has a little bit of an edge with a higher tank count.
Let's see.
So we'll see how this plays out.
So there's going to be a bit of an ebb and flow in map control coming up soon, huh?
There is, and it's going to be pretty important how this game plays out because like whoever controls that high ground space in between the two players has like a really nice advantage, like a long-term advantage. We saw that in Artosis against Aether, where Aether controlled that space. So Artosis is doing some pretty interesting movement around the right side of the map, and he's going to be he checks the nap, and he's going to check 6 and just make sure Rasovy's not getting too greedy with his expansions. And we're going to see like who gets their tanks controlling this high ground space first. So far, both players are playing like fairly conservatively, which is standard. It's pretty correct. And both players are
StRyKeR is sub Gosu for 13 months.
Adding factories. Looks like we got 5 for Artosis and 4 for Razoi.
Yeah, already controlling that high ground outside the natural. Like nothing decisive, but I mean he controls that area, and it's not going to be easy for Razoi to deal with it anytime soon. So good on Artie.
He's up there.
Hold on. Well, yeah, I was gonna say hold on. There's a squad of vultures that's running around the map, running around this army, and I wonder. Yeah, Artie immediately blocks his natural, tries to defend it. Unfortunately for Razoi, RT is on top of it as well, intercepting the death squad. So good idea from Razoi. I think it's another one of those low risk, potentially high reward moves. Didn't pan out for him this time, but that's fine. Doesn't mean it was a wrong decision.
Absolutely. We've seen those checks from both players.
Yes.
Here we see some vultures trading out. This isn't super consequential, I think Artosis is happy with that trade. But Razoi shouldn't be too upset, but he's under a little pressure. There's 5 tanks up there on this high ground, man. I don't know if Razoi's feeling too good about that. He may not even know there's tanks up there, but so we got 5 tanks for Artosis, and there's at least a dozen for Razoi. So he's got a little window here, but it's a short window, because if Artosis gets a critical mass of tanks on the high ground, which is 7, it's going to be unbreakable.
Right.
So we're going to need to see Razoi get moving. So he's going up to his 3rd, getting some units on the high ground. Looks like he might be planning to take that base. But he's not really making anything aggressive happen.
Yeah.
Which is a little scary. I think I would like to see him take a lot of his units and run them around the right side of the map, up through mid, and get on the other side of this contain, so that he has some activity himself.
The siege lines are the lifeblood of this matchup, and you can see Artie is actively working on developing a very a forward but secure siege line right on this high ground. And Razoi, again, I feel like he's acting a little too comfortable, and the game isn't over yet, right? The supplies are pretty similar, their tech and their armies are pretty similar, but this position from Artie is, it's clearly superior. And wow, Artie you can see that Artie is actively trying to increase the amount of ground that he controls, daring to step into Razovi's almost rally point. Wow. Yeah, there's a clear difference in initiative here.
Yeah, really, really aggro tank positioning from Artosis. And Razoi, he has a much higher tank count, and he has a very strong army. And he's trying to get a little activity going with the vultures. But we're gonna need to see him make some moves here to equalize this position. Because as time passes, if he doesn't, make an actual a move here, he's just gonna get further and further behind.
Yeah, his current position does not scale, right? Whereas Artie's siege line, it's already paying dividends. It's already making it uncomfortable for Razoi to move his army around, and it will continue to yield dividends for Artie. So Artie already eking out a meaningful advantage that the effects of which we will see in a couple of minutes as Razoi begins to try and break out of his spawn location. But wow, look at the macro from Artie. There's an entire group of vultures that just arrived at the reinforcement point there.
And you can see it reflected in it. He's up 20 supply, so he's he's in a great position. Now, from Rasowy's standpoint, like, okay, things are tough, but it's Polestar, so he's always going to be able to find a place to bust. Like, and he's decided, all right, I'm never going to bust, like, straight into that tank line, but there's the center. There's also the right side of the map. So he's avoiding conflict right now. He's ceding some ground. But he's confident that if he takes the game later, he'll be able to find a weakness in Artosis's siege line to take advantage of.
At the end of the day, like, these siege lines, they do have a beginning and an end, right? And it's a matter of like repositioning and finding where these siege lines begin and end. And right now, Razoi correctly identified that like this is where the siege line ends. But Artie is in a pretty reasonable position to like not lose control. Yeah, you can see that he's unsieging some of the tanks. He's going to reposition them further up. Yes. Like, you know, defending the end of his own siege line.
I appreciate that you mentioned the new siege line that Artosis is building, and both this game and the previous game, Artosis has been really, really positionally aware, and he's been like at the right place at the right time to keep his opponent like contained. So he's really got Rasowy's number so far this series in just being one step ahead and controlling the important space just at the right time.
Yeah, and this, you know, we're gonna see the effects of this as soon as these resources in the main of the NAT start running out for Razoi, right? Like we'll be coming up to that point fairly soon. We're 14.5 minutes in. Those bases are gonna be pretty dry by the 18-minute mark. Oh, Rasovy's actually taking the 6 o'clock position. That's nice for him. Beyond that, though, where does he go next, right? I think he has to begin thinking about that, especially because he's already reaching the supply limit, right? He's up to 994 supply. He's got a lot of factories, like, and pumping.
A terrific unit composition as well. Like, he's super tank heavy, so his army value is very, very high. So that from the looking at the game from an economy standpoint, both players are going to have lots of resources. They're going to max out, make all the production that they want, because they're both on 4 bases. What Razoi needs to do eventually is take the mid-right base. And Artosis' job is to make that as difficult as possible. So here we see both players jockeying for position on the right-hand side of the map. Artosis has a siege line. Rasoi's pushing into it, and if he can take this space, then he's basically earned himself a full half of the map, as far as resources are concerned.
Yeah, Razoi there, managing to get the tanks up the ledge onto the high ground. Very nice. You can see the tanks are they are right there, right? If they move one tank's width or one tank's size down, they would be fighting against the high ground. So, well done by Razoi, identifying that's the key position and being able to, just like Indiana Jones, picking up his hat as he escapes. Being able to get those tanks right in position at the last moment. So, good for him. But now both players are maxed out. Both players are not going to sit back anymore. And I think that we're going to see Artie start looking for these, low risk, potentially high reward plays. And yeah, I think Artie's gonna have the initiative here.
And he started dropship production, so that's going to be his next phase of his game. So here he's pushing in to punish. Razoi didn't leave many siege tanks controlling this space. This is probably going to be kind of a wash. I think these tanks are going to trade pretty evenly. Yeah, both players are trading out a bunch of tank supply. Artosis got the first siege. Razoi had more tanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just trading, and I think Artosis is probably happy with this.
These are trench wars, Sterling. He gained 15 yards of territory, and he's happy with it. You can see both players investing 40 supply of units to gain the slightest of advantages. And that's just how this matchup goes.
And I will say, fantastic reaction from Razoi, because if he didn't react quickly, repositioning units from mid, that could be nearly a fatal position for him. But he got a bunch of tanks over. So Artosis dropping the bottom right. He's taking a play out of Aether's book. And he's going to be just annoying with these drop ships bottom left, harassing this 5 o'clock expansion.
Honestly, the mark of a great player. See how quickly he picked up on the value of this movement, right?
It's like, hey, I hated this. I just hated this. So let's try it ourselves. So Razoi is sending enough units to cover, and Artosis playing very nimbly, picks up.
I think this is a bit of an overcommitment from Razoi, don't you think?
Well, he knows how important it is. I mean, he just saw a few units there deny 3 bases for 15 minutes, so he's like, all right, I'm going to take this seriously. Artosis seizing the moment, barreling down toward the choke point and the rally point with a bunch of tanks and a bunch of Goliaths. So he's just closing in, man.
Yeah, this is the opportunity cost, right? Your army cannot be in 2 places at once. I think he recognized that Razoi sent a lot of tanks to the bottom right, and he once again decided to look for an opportunity, and I think he found it. Yeah, I don't really know how valuable that push was. It was scary for a moment, but I mean, Razovi's defensive lines are right there. Razoi going to break the siege line here. That was contesting the control over 3 o'clock, and he's just straight up. Just look at Razoi. He's immediately taking 3 o'clock base.
This feels like the first move that Razoi has really done this game.
Yeah.
This is his first aggressive choice, and you love to see it. I mean, he's asking some questions to Artosis rather than just defending himself.
Yes. I love seeing the pressure of the map being on Artosis' side. It makes the match, the game, a much more dynamic. It's much more back and forth. Like I think like Razoi has been playing the stereotypical boxer who does nothing but defend for 12 rounds in a row.
That's precisely right. And it takes a lot of confidence to play that way. I mean, he's comfortable being the reactive player, which is generally difficult. Ooh, Artosis going for a powerful move, trying to bust the 7 o'clock base. And I mean, once this base gets sieged up, you kind of just don't get those minerals for the rest of the game. I mean, it's very hard to retake that position because you're pushing up a high ground.
Yeah, and you have that, like, all of that, well, I was going to say the terrain, but it shows you the space behind the space station. So you have that void of the map where you can't put any units, where you can't build anything. It makes it really hard to regain control of that zone. Very nice by Artie, finding that angle.
Absolutely. We see, so, nice siege lines by both players. Artosis is going to, looks like he's going to use some D-Matrix and try to secure the top right of the map and get his top right triangle of bases up. Razoi is mining mid right, so he identified that's an important base. He needs to mine that base to maintain equality. And yeah, Artie's busting through, just slowly, steadily regaining his portion of the map.
Yeah, now that both players have full supply and a bank, they're both feeling confident enough to go for plays. It's cool to see. It's cool to see. It's actually really cool to see the siege lines change on the minimap. It really feels like you're watching like this super large scale game of tic-tac-toe. or like Connect 5. Like you can just see the structures, expanding and changing on the map. And yeah, there's a lot of action on the right side of the map. Right? Of course, disregarding Artie's recent move of denying that 7 o'clock third base from Razoi, which is great. both players are now shifting their attention towards the top right. And I think this is working out pretty well for Razoi, right? I mean, throughout this, he's mining the 3 block. What's happening?
This is incredible for Razoi. Look at this position he's taken top right. I mean, he is denying several bases from Artosis with not that many units. And I would love to see him ferry a couple SCVs up there to start building turrets, maybe even a factory. But this is a game changer. That being said, Artosis is going to have counterplay. He's got report dropship production, so he's going to have like a pretty large dropship army that he can use to either threaten Rasoi's main or retake top right. We also see 4 armories from Artosis, so he is going to be a well upgraded Terran.
And Razoi has dropships of his own. Wow, Artie. I don't know if he's sacrificing those SCVs on purpose to free up supply. I think like it's a little bit early for him to do that. But Artie coming with the big army movement in the middle of the map now. He has the supporting dropships. He has the supporting like control groups of tanks. And yeah, he's going to begin by attacking the backbone of this top right position, right, which is the high ground here. And both armies are going to run into each other. Razoi has the slightly earlier siege, but the science vessel with the defensive matrix is going to make a tremendous difference. And I think that this... Oh yeah, I was going to say, I think the battle is over, but no, tanks just take a really long time to reload. Razoi, though...
It's a fair battle. It was like a very fair tanks versus tanks. They both traded about equal. Very fair stuff.
Wait, Zero's pointing out something interesting. Like, what happened to Rasovi's SCVs at this 6 o'clock? The 6 o'clock has gone by completely unnoticed, completely unharassed, and yet it is a ghost town.
So I can't fully explain this because you do want to be mining these spaces. I think there's an argument to overmine mid-right.
Oh, you're right.
Oversaturated is okay, but you do want to have some SCVs mining the other patches. But it's not super critical. As you can see, both players are maxed and both players have plenty of resources. Basically, the punishment for undersaturating those bases happens if Artosis ever mines those bases. And that's a pretty rare thing for the game state to get to that point.
Pretty unlikely.
So what is Artosis going to do? Because he doesn't have access to top right, so he needs to get some serious counterplay going. He's got 9 dropships loaded up, headed down to Rasoi's main.
Wow.
Looks like he's got a plan.
This may be the biggest play of the games yet. Yeah, this is the reverse, tank dropping position that we've seen in the previous TVTs. The dropships are going to come in super quick. Razoi is on top of this, so he does see this coming, but I don't know if he's going to be... I don't know if he's going to siege on time to deal with this. And oh my god, Artosis not aiming at the tanks.
Incredible defense from Razoi. I mean, that's about as clean a hold as you can expect to have against 9 dropships in TVT flying into your main. That was excellently played by Razoi, and I mean, it was a good move from Artosis, but unfortunately, it just didn't get the job done.
Yeah, it didn't quite land as he expected it to. Pun unintended. Yeah, Artie is mining off of like 1.5 bases, right? No, he's got 9 o'clock mining still. How many resources are left there? Not a whole lot. Yeah, 300. He will soon be mining off of 12 o'clock only, whereas Razoi is feeling pretty comfortable with this entire bottom right quadrant.
He is. I mean, he's got so many fresh patches still to mine, and as long as he's got control of top right, he's in such a good position that he can be very passive, very patient, and just use his scanners, see what's coming, and react to it. Both players have displayed some really, really nice gameplay here. Like, Artosis played phenomenally for the first 15 minutes, and Razoi, he just kept pushing the game later and later, and then he started making moves and very quickly took over the game.
Yeah.
So his patience and it really, really paid off. You said like playing Connect 5. Well, he's got 4 in a row. He just needs like one more piece and this game's over.
Yeah, the pressure is on Artie to make something happen. And he's going to go for a big drop here, breaking the 3 o'clock position that Razoi had. This time, Razoi didn't quite have his army like at the ready, so this drop was a success. But still, like it doesn't give Artie a decisive advantage either. Like, okay, he's going to have the high ground now. Is that enough to deny the 3 o'clock base? Maybe, but the 3 o'clock has been mining, has been oversaturated for such a long time that even if Razoi loses control of this 3 o'clock base, he's like, there's still plenty of game to be played for him. And wow, Artie actually decided to go much further than I expected. He's trying to siege the bottom right quadrant, but that's so far from Artie's position on the map that Razovi's tanks are already there, they are already sieged, and he's able to defend pretty effortlessly, including the 3 o'clock as well. This did not accomplish much for Artie, unfortunately.
It did not, and Artosis recognized he needed to get something done. He needed to like add a little bit of chaos, break some position, and he tried to, but Razoi had, he had forces in position, so he sacrificed a little bit of ground with those 6 tanks and Goliaths that got dropped on, but then he held the important line of controlling the mid-right base, that lower right base.
Yeah, and Artie continues to have this top right denied. Now, the first batter cruisers from Artie are showing up to clean up shop, so he can start mining again. And, Razoi is obviously going to see this. He knows exactly what the state of the game is going to be.
I gotta say, such a blunder from Razoi to never bring SCV's top right and start massing turrets and like a little production up here. That's a big missed opportunity that could end up costing him the game. Like if Artosis stabilizes and gets these top right bases, he actually will be in a favorable position for resources because he's denying mining from Razoi's 3rd base.
Yeah, let's not forget that Razoi has not been mining the gas from his 3rd base. So he had a really strong position top right, a decisively strong position, but like you said, he failed to support it, right? That's okay. It's okay. It's a long game. We're 30 minutes in. Both players have bank. Razoi has +1/+1 on his batter cruisers. Artie had 4 armories up and running, so oh my god. Yeah, Artie has a 3/3 in the BCs. I don't think Razoi is going to recognize that. I really don't want him to fight right now. Like I know he needs to do something. Okay, this is good. But like just maintaining a strong position, threatening and making the top right quadrant uncomfortable might be enough for now while he catches up on upgrades.
He does need to catch up on upgrades, and I think he will. He'll probably have time. Like Artosis he's in housekeeping mode, trying to establish these top right bases. And we're going to see a little bit of peace here for a little while. And, I'll just take a moment to say, Goose, I appreciate you. I'm so blessed and grateful to be here casting BSL with you. Shout out to you. Shout out to Zero. Shout out to Ozzy DeHockey, who's casting earlier today. It's fun to be here, enjoying a nice long TBT on a beautiful Sunday.
Yeah. Dude, there's the BSL is the product of a lot of hard work from quite a few people, and it's awesome to see that there's plenty of people interested in these plays. It's awesome to see Artie making these big moves, right? Keeping these games interesting and worth watching. Dude,
if it doesn't work once, try again. Artosis is busting the main, which is kind of annoying for Razoi. It's not going to be a game changer. Our Red Terran has all the resources he needs to rebuild depots. Artosis is yeah. Go ahead.
Annoying, but hardly game changing really. The armories are still spinning.
Yeah, he's gonna kill those armories, maybe delay the upgrades on these BCs, which are only 1-1, so he's gonna have to be careful with those BCs.
Oh no. I think this is a mistake from Razoi. I think he does not recognize the upgrade difference in play here.
This feels like a mistake to me. Seems like an overreaction to losing the main. It's stressful to lose your main, but it's something you can deal with. But that ended up being a pretty inefficient trade. Like he was fighting BC against Goliath BC, and he wasn't using Yamato. So it's just going to be an inefficient trade.
And not only that, but Artie's going to come in and steal his half-eaten lunch too. Wow, taking the 7 o'clock third base from Razoi. That's strong. Oh man, I think this is the biggest swing in power, in the power dynamics of this game that we have seen in like 15 minutes.
Yeah, like Artosis is, he's keeping up, just keeping some initiative. You know, we had like a little period of peace with not a lot of confrontation, and then Artosis like said, "All right, I'm gonna go drop your main. Like if you're building BCs and your supplies all tied up, maybe you won't have a dropship army to defend your main."
And yeah, it looks like this game is going to drag on for a quite good little bit longer, right? Artie is going to make tremendous progress in clearing the bottom left. But Razoi has also, like, just look at the mini map, right? Razoi has like a solid position in the bottom right. So there's plenty of game to be played here. Razoi with those 5 starports, like mass battlecruiser production. But it's gonna be difficult for him to make it fit, right? Because he's already at like basically max supply.
He is. I'm a little concerned about 6 o'clock because he hasn't mined much of this base, and we see Artosis is very happy to start mining Rasoi's bases.
What a bully!
This could be an issue. I mean, Artosis seems to have like a higher base count and better upgrades on his BCs. Like he started preparing for that transition very, very early in this game. Like he had those 4 armories running, and now he's reaping the benefits of having a stronger army.
It's interesting to see RT playing these activities the way he's playing them. Like for a really long time, it looked like Razoi had higher supply, and Razoi had like the advantage of the bottom right quadrant. But the moment both players reach this not stalemate, but this critical point of having max supply, max technology, Artie really seems to like take the initiative, the way Razoi is doing right here, and get tremendous value out of it. These battlecruisers from Razoi are wow, they are an unstoppable force. There is nothing nearby to contest their presence in any way. Artie,
this game is such a slugfest.
Yes, going for a counterattack.
So Razoi really needs to bring his tanks north a little bit so he can protect his BC from the Goliath rally. Like, I think if Razoi can cut off the corridor between Artosis' factories and the top right bases, then his BCs can just go to work and Yamato grind. But if Artosis is able to macro Goliath and keep that corridor open, these BCs will be repelled.
And we're seeing here, oh my god, so many battlecruisers for Razoi. This is cool to see. And sure, that's a lot of turrets, but turrets alone are not enough to repel this. I'm interested to see what Artie plans to do to counteract this. He doesn't seem to have many battlecruisers out, ready to respond. He doesn't seem to have a lot of Goliaths out on the field as well. This is a power move from Razoi. Finally, we see dropships coming. They must be fully loaded, right? But by the time the dropships arrive, hopefully they're loaded. Maybe they have Marines.
I mean, he could be recognizing that he needs to burn the supply of these empty dropships, but more likely is they're loaded and he's going for a doom drop. Good work.
Yes. Oh, but they are full of Goliaths. Okay.
Okay, Artosis, is he making something happen? There are a lot of tanks at that third base, so these Goliath may eventually be cleaned up, but Razoi, he's making moves, he's taking top right.
Yeah, like, Goliaths are good, they should up and down, but when it comes to, like, clearing a position, Battlecruiser's doing a much better job, and you can see that, like, the Battlecruiser squadron on the top right has effectively wiped Artie from the top right corner of the map. Whereas these Goliaths, they're still working their way up into the space, and maybe they might get a starport. No, the Battlecruisers are home.
Goose, this game is such a slugfest. Both players are just taking turns, just dealing critical damage to each other. It feels like a game where the player who makes the last mistake will end up losing. I mean, it's just been back and forth.
And you can see here, like, ooh, very nice. Very nice. Oh no, I was going to say, okay, we can't afford to lose all the Battlecruisers, Razoi. Like, you can look at the supply tab, right? And Razoi has, like, he has spent his entire bank on Battlecruisers. And sure, he denied top right, but you can't afford to rebuild that right now, and he's losing a lot of it.
Artosis is very good at playing against BCs. Like his Goliath activity and his building a ton of turrets to soften up the BCs. He's doing the appropriate things. And I think Razoi is feeling the hurt a little bit from not mining 6 o'clock earlier in the game. Because he's broke. He's out of minerals. And there's a bunch of fresh patches down there.
Oh, Artie finishes off the CC on time? Maybe? Ooh.
Can he repair it, though? That CC's on a clock, man.
I don't think he will, unfortunately. That's painful.
That is painful. It brings him down to 3 scanners and 2 mining bases. Artosis is currently on 0 mining bases, but he's got a bit of a bank, and, he can just float a couple command centers top right and retake those. Supplies are so close.
Now, this Battlecruiser force from Razoi is definitely the biggest threat on the map. You can see Artie just, all he has to do is buy himself time because he cannot take it on right now. There's 10 Battlecruisers for Artie, and there's only 7 for Razoi. He lost more Battlecruisers than I thought. He's got more Battlecruisers at home, but the Battlecruisers at home are not pressuring Artie right now. Oh my god, one EMP?
Oh
my god, that's enormous.
Absolutely massive. He almost had room for a second one. Now we're seeing BC's fight. Okay, 2 Yamato kills a BC. Very clean cloning from Artosis. Gets his Yamatos out. He's target firing. This is a very efficient trade. I mean, Artosis has fewer BCs on the map, but he's got them all together, and they're fighting together.
Wow, that was a huge loss for Razoi. That was
an
enormous EMP from Artie.
Goose, there's room for Artosis to make a mistake here because he might be feeling overconfident. He just crushed the BC war, but Razoi has a bunch of BCs left over. So if Artosis isn't careful, he can counter throw.
All right, let's see what Razoi does. Okay. Finding value, that's always good and dandy. Oh, wow, Artosis deciding. I think he's recognizing the risk. And he's understanding that, Razoi has been mining the bottom right for a really long time. Artie did not mine top right for as long. So he's gonna chill out, regroup, and what, is he pushing towards the bottom right with Goliath Battlecruiser? I think he is.
Those Goliath are like sharks from Jaws, man. Those things are scary. Goliath BC shreds BC, so Razoi needs to be quite careful with those BCs not to get caught out.
As you mentioned, I like this position for Artie. He's being aggressive, he's being dominant, but he's not overcommitting, right? He's not overstepping his line here, his position on the map. And I like this for him.
And he's recognizing that he's out mining Razoi. Like if all these patches get mined out, he's gonna have mined more. So he's feeling comfortable to be patient, not force the issue, and kind of avoid having one decisive engagement that decides the game.
Yeah, I think that the next movement we see from either player, oh nice, is going to be decisive here, because is Razoi, wait, I was going to say, is Razoi actually considering taking 6 o'clock again? Can he even do that?
It looks like he is, and that would be a great move. Those are really important minerals down there. Artosis has a more mobile army, but Razoi's got so many BCs. Yeah, this game may come down to Yamato grinding, which Yamato's a pretty tricky spell. It's very easy to overdo it and click 12 Yamatos on one unit. Oh, here we're gonna see some BC warfare, man. Battle cruiser StarCraft. Okay, very clean. Artosis gets 2 Yamato off. Razoi gets 1.
This is some box art TVT.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, this is so tense. So many battle cruisers for Razoi, Jesus.
And he is mining. His saturation is very, very low, so Razoi can't really replace this army. Ooh, he's going into fight. He's going into fight.
Retreats. Ah, interesting.
Very interesting. He's waiting for a couple macro Goliaths to trickle in. We see Yamatos go down for both sides. This could be the decisive engagement of the game. Artosis losing so many BCs. Really nice Yamatos from Razoi, our red Terran, who spawned bottom left, but has nothing remaining down there.
My fists are balling, my toes are curling. This was so tense for Razoi, and I think he has a decisive advantage. Like, he has a window of opportunity here that I don't think will ever open up again, if he misses it.
Complete air control. I'm curious if he's going to bring tanks to support these BCs. I think his lost condition here is Goliath coming, and like a big Goliath BC flank. He's keeping his tanks at home to protect his bases, but God, there's just so many BCs. It might just be too many. He's taking out these bases, Goose.
Yeah, honestly, I think that the mobility of these BCs is just enough for him to feel comfortable, like coming in, snapping the space, and flying out. Yeah, these Goliaths are not going to catch up to him, sadly. Wow. What a turn of events. But
that fight was just incredible. I mean, Razoi managed to kill so many BCs. He landed Yamato very, very well, and God, that was a game changer.
Is Artie intercepting these BCs? Is this enough?
He's got an ambush. That's a lot of Goliath. That's a lot of Goliath. Goose.
Oh my God, Goliaths wreck battle cruisers. This is crazy. But still, there just isn't enough. Yeah, you can see the damage distribution on, like, on the grid. Half of those battle cruisers have like red wireframes on them, but ultimately they are going to live. That was close.
We've seen Goliath against BC, BC against tank, BC against BC. Supplies are actually very, very close. Artosis is just roaming around, swallowing up like he's playing Agario, and Razoi he's focusing on his fleet of BCs. We've seen he's very good with the Yamato. Artosis is not mining, but is trying to retake top right.
I can't believe that both of them were able to make plays here. Wow. This is such an awkward game state.
It's crazy, brother. It's so back and forth.
So back and forth.
Who's your pick to win in this position right now? Who do you think? Who takes it?
I think Razoi takes it.
You know,
I think he can repair the battle cruisers.
I'm going to have to agree with you on that. I think he's got mining, he's got stable production, he's got factory and starport, and he's got a bank. Got 1,500 minerals.
And see, Artie is literally not mining. He's got 32 minerals, and the only CC, with any potential is at the top right. And a single battle cruiser from Razoi is enough to deny the potential of that CC.
Dude, this is coming down to the wire. We now have a tank Goliath BC push. It looks like Razoi has a couple more BCs, but those 4 Goliath are keeping them safe. Yamatos go down on both tanks. Really, really important.
Don't lose the tank! Okay. Man, this is starting to become one of those like micro challenge maps. Like who wins this game, right? Like 7 Goliaths and 7 battle cruisers, or like 10 battle cruisers, right?
It truly is, and we're gonna see it here. I mean, the Goliaths are just shredding the BCs.
Oh, that battle cruiser was full of energy too.
And the factory positioning outside of the main means there aren't going to be any tanks on the high ground up there. Ooh, we're seeing tons of Yamatos deployed. Very similar BC count.
Oh my god, it's identical.
Whoever wins this battle is going to win this game.
Dude. Oh my god, he's already... He's gonna win!
It's 3 against 2!
Oh my god, GG, man! You can see Artie's relief!
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
That...
What an incredible finish. Goose.
Oh my god, that was so close.
Incredible.
It really came down to the wire.
Does that tie the series? No.
Oh man, no. Artosis won the previous game. Artosis moves on to fight Isu. You have to imagine that Artosis's battery is like at 20%.
What a grinder. What an amazing series from both players.
Wow. Razoi, man, I'm proud of you. Those games were good. Those are some solid games. Artosis, like, man, both of these players have such different play styles too. Like, you can tell how much more conservative Razoi is. But, and Artosis is continuously finding opportunities to generate value for himself. But when Razoi commits to a maneuver, to a tactic, he commits and he executes well. It was cool.
It was phenomenal series. I think both players really got to strut their stuff and show their skills and their play style, and it was a clash. It came down to the wire.
Wow.
Well, my friend, I'm going to sign off, and hopefully Ozzy the Hockey will be rejoining you shortly.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
GG.
There's 3 of us.
Yeah, thank you, Sterling. I appreciate that. It was exactly.
Yeah, now get out of here, kid.
One TVT series that lasts about an hour and a half. That's all I needed to recover.
Got it, sir.
Thank you for your insight, Sterling. Man, Sterling is good.
What a game. Sitting here quietly watching that, it was so hard for me not to chime in and be like, guys, this game is crazy.
Yeah, both players punching each other back and forth. So many good plays. It was a fully developed game of StarCraft.
Well, it's so crazy. Like, obviously, you can look through a game and see like a million things that went wrong, right? If you wanted to nitpick, but I always like looking at like games like this, and then you look at like kind of the last moments. So Razoi lost by 1 BC, right? It was that close.
Yes.
Remember, before that fight started, he had a misrallied BC that died for free. That literally cost him the game at the end after everything that happened. Yeah, that's like so wild, man. Those like crazy grindy situations like that where everything is like super precise and you can't like make many mistakes or whatever. Like, I love those game states. Those are my favorite to play in. And yeah, they're just so enjoyable to watch because it's like you feel so tense, because it's like every mistake means so much more now.
And this same thing happened with the ZVZ Hawk and JDConan, right? Where a single muta made a difference. A single muta.
Yeah, exactly.
Like these in this group, we call it the group of death, but it's full of life, man. It makes StarCraft worth watching. These
Yeah,
games
this has
have
been a
so
fantastic,
close.
fantastic group. This has been the best group for me personally by far, to be honest with you. And our next series, this is going to be a series to see who goes in the tiebreaker round here in the losers bracket and someone going out of BSL. And it's going to be JDConan versus StRyKeR, two of the best Zergs we have to offer, fighting it out for a round of 16 tiebreaker slot while somebody gets knocked out. That's so crazy.
Zero, can we not kick one of these two out? I want them both. I want this caliber of Zerg representation in BSL, man.
Yeah, pretty insane. And I don't even know who I pick between these two, to be honest with you. I feel like they're both such powerful
Yeah.
ZVZ players, so this series could easily go either way, and I'm super excited for this one.
Yeah. I'm trying to think who has any advantage, from the beginning, and I don't know if there is any significant advantage. Both of them
Venomous Stare is sub Gosu for 8 months.
Without
What a
without
game.
me personally knowing the
Artosis
history
fighting.
between these two, from my perspective, this feels like a total coin flip on who's gonna win. I legitimately have no idea who I'd pick.
And especially, it's ZVZ, right?
Yeah.
Where there is a lot of coin flipping.
Mm-hmm.
Like Overlord scouting advantage is significant, and it is entirely up to StarCraft RNGs.
Yeah.
Like Mutafights are super chaotic, right? If you look away for half a second, like 4 Scourge connect, or maybe you have like a control group of Scourge and they all hit the one Muta, right?
Yeah.
It's the most dynamic matchup.
Super dynamic. The thing that makes it so dynamic is exactly that, right? It's in the other matchups, it's like, in TVT you lose a tank for free or something around the 6 or 7 minute mark, and it's like, okay, well that really sucks, but the game's not over. But in ZVZ, it's like you eat 2 Scourge or something on 2 separate Muta and they die, it's like game over. You lose 1 drone more than your opponent did, it's like game over. It's actually crazy how fragile and dynamic this matchup is.
I think this. I hate to say it, but I think this might be the closest games we'll see yet, despite the games that we just watched that have come down to the wire.
Does it get closer than last game? It was literally like if they fought it out, they'd be like sub 30 supply each or something. Like it would have been. I don't know if it gets closer than that after like an hour-long game, but
there is a quantum universe out there, Ozzy, where Razoi like right clicks the right rally point, and everything else about the game is identical, and he wins. Yes.
Yeah, it's so crazy, It's actually wild.
Yeah, look at the way these two players describe their own play style: macro and standard, right?
Exactly. That actually summarizes exactly how I feel about these two players. Like they're just doing the same thing with different words.
Yes. Oh man.
They even both picked themselves to win BSL too. Like there's actually a lot of similarities.
Yeah. Even in the message to the fans. Dude, this is uncanny. What is this? Oh, my palms are sweaty now. I hate it. Does it ever happen to you, Ozzy, where you're just like browsing YouTube and you just or like Twitter or your social media slop machine of preference, and you just run across like a short video or a picture of people like climbing a mountain, and your palms just immediately sweat?
I don't think I get sweaty from it, but I do know kind of like the physical reaction that you're talking about that you have sometimes, where it's like if I watch stuff like anything that I personally already struggle with, like ocean stuff or like base jumping or anything, and it's like the right perspectives, I start getting like I'll get vertigo just from watching the video or something. Like I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yes. I just got some of that, like realizing how similar these guys are, like presenting themselves and knowing how similarly they play.
Yeah, I don't even know who I'd give the control edge to. Probably JDConan, like ever so slightly, I think. But even that, it's like hard for me to pick,
I mean, I guess JDConan is more comfortable playing on this higher latency, right? I mean, he's playing from
So
from South America, so it doesn't really matter like which opponent he plays with. There's going to be some delay, and like that's what you practice with, right? That's what you're used to. So I think that JDConan might have a little bit more experience in the state of the match, but we can stop speculating and we can instead just watch the game. What do you think, Azzy?
That sounds fantastic. Let's get into it, guys.
All right. On Attitude, spelling as the blue Zerg in the top right, representing North America, we have StRyKeR.
And his opponent here on the opposite side of the map, we have our red Zerg, JDConan.
There's not even an Overlord scouting position asymmetry to break the tension, Ozzy.
Exactly. It has to be fair. It just has to be.
The BSL gods have they have decreed that these games will come down to the wire.
If I was a Zerg player, I would break the meta and cross scout with my Overlord.
That's exactly why I'm telling you, Ozzy, that I cannot wait for the day where you begin playing Zerg.
It's on the
exactly why.
It might be a long time, but it is something that I will do at some point. I probably won't do cross scouting with Overlord just because that's the dumbest thing I feel like you could possibly do, but yeah, we'll see. Looks like a 12 pull from StRyKeR versus overpull from JDConan.
Yes, we finally see a divergence in the builds.
And it's going to be good for StRyKeR. It's cross spawn 12 pull versus cross spawn overpull, so there's basically no threat on StRyKeR at all with this opening.
Yeah, but it's also cross positioned. It couldn't be worse for Conan, right? We are 1 minute 50 seconds in. It couldn't be worse. Nothing has happened.
I guess, yeah, I mean, yeah, JDConan's build compared to StRyKeR, yeah, I guess this is actually like worst case scenario, right? There's, I mean, I don't know, would you rather have, because I guess a 9 pull against this would also be kind of crappy, right? You would be less eco and you're also going to get no damage, so 9 pull would be worse than overpull, right?
Yeah, the thing with 9 pull is that like at the highest levels of play, if you have 450 APM burning a hole in your pocket, like you can make something happen if you play exactly by the book. But I mean, the standards are extremely high there. So I'd rather go with overpull and have have a better economy, have a little bit more tolerance.
It is layer first from JDConan as well, so he's not going to be going into the early speed, which is kind of expected when you're doing overpull. He's actually getting pretty aggressive on the map with his lings as well. Set 2 top left and 4 going across the map. Gonna catch StRyKeR a little bit here. Actually, that's a lot of damage on one of the initial lings. That can be something that comes into play later, a potential pickoff on the menu there for JDConan. Yeah,
especially because this is the advantage of JDConan, right? He has slightly more Zerglings. Like he has to make something happen here. Wow, StRyKeR feeling confident enough where he's actually just gonna bring the drones back to mine.
Yeah, he recognized this was overpull. The drones initially was because he thought it might be 9 pull, but then this is what I mean about StRyKeR also being such an intelligent player. He recognized very quickly, oh, this is overpull, I don't need these drones. So yeah, getting back to mining very, very quickly, that's nice for StRyKeR for sure.
Yeah, and unlike Conan's game against Hawk here, I feel like StRyKeR has not overproduced Zerglings, right? Like he has the right amount to defend. He's seen Conan's army retreating, and Conan's Spire has gone down to 330, right? So he's got that going for him. I'm sure StRyKeR can deduce that timing, understanding the game stage and acknowledging the build. But StRyKeR is also under no pressure.
Yeah,
he's
not under any pressure.
Come online.
Conan is going to have the much faster Spire, but because of these spawns, well, not even much faster, right? Just slightly faster. And because of these spawns, there's absolutely no way to get any advantage out of that either. So everything just kind of looking great for StRyKeR. The only point of the game that I think StRyKeR might have to worry about a little bit at this stage is when JDConan gets his meters out and sets the turn rate higher. But I think other than that, StRyKeR doesn't, like you said, doesn't have much to be afraid of.
Yeah, there's nothing for him to worry about. JDConan, wow, look at this. Right, JDConan again trying to find an opportunity. Oh, he's gonna get thrown.
That has to be one hit away, right? That was so close.
Absolutely, absolutely. And now that we have the cameras of these players, you can see how locked in both of them are.
Wait, this is a great angle from JDConan, actually. Got an amazing surface area here. He's going to break through here. And, oh my god, I think he actually found an angle to make this work. That could not have been better. And GG from StRyKeR. That was perfect from JDConan. He got him in the perfect, like, semicircle around the bottom of that ramp. That was wild.
ZVZ, I'm too old for ZVZ, Ozzy. The game was completely flipped on its head in like 1.5 seconds. I cannot believe how powerful of a surround that was from JDConan. Wow.
Yeah. It couldn't have been better. It literally could not have been better. Yeah, that was just perfect from JDConan. And StRyKeR didn't recognize what JDConan was about to do in time. You kind of saw like the sudden scramble when he was like, he suddenly realized, I got to get some drones down here, I got to defend. And JDConan using that speed advantage and pounced on him and forced StRyKeR into a really crappy position and takes out the army. And just like that, I said ZVZ is the most dynamic matchup. This is what I'm talking about. Out of nowhere, JDConan takes this win. So great killer instinct from him.
Yes, like, honestly, I don't even know if that was like a mistake from StRyKeR that he got punished for. Right? I think it was just Conan constantly looking for an opportunity, and there was the slightest window of opportunity, and he just immediately went for it, and it paid off. Like, wow.
Yeah, the only thing is, I think StRyKeR had made a few additional drones, right? And so his link count was a little bit light, because, you know, he had the extra larva, he could have been linking a bit heavier. And I don't know if I'm right to say this, because, again, I'm not the most knowledgeable ZVZ. Because he made these extra, like, 3-4 drones, it looked like maybe you need a sunken if you're going to do something like that, because you do have that additional hatchery and you got that second base. So I think something like that maybe is a bit safer, but yeah. Either way, JDConan identifying that this was his opportunity and, yeah, makes it happen.
I think Hawk might have been onto something there, huh? Overproducing those Zerlings to defend against Conan?
Yeah, that's true.
Wow. Well, I think that was a pretty short game. I think these guys are ready to go again, huh?
Yep, they are. Next game's going to be on Knockout. Let's hop into it, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, game 2 of this explosive ZVZ. We're going to start by looking at this top right blue Zerg going by the name of StRyKeR.
And his opponent here, scouting the correct direction, is going to be our red Zerg JDConan.
Alright, so the predictive markets are at work already, Ozzy. You can see a shift of 12 points in favor of Conan's position.
Yeah. Jadong Conan the Barbarian. That's what his name is, guys.
But funny enough, I'm going to share some JDConan lore with the audience here.
Yeah,
he calls himself JDConan because he's a big fan of Jadong, obviously. Who isn't? Let's be honest. But also, Conan is not a reference to Conan the Barbarian, but rather Detective Conan.
Yeah, the anime, yeah.
Yeah. And they... okay, they're both going for 9 pulls. And he finds it super annoying. Well, not annoying, but like he gets upset when people think of him as a barbarian. Because he doesn't like Conan the Barbarian. Alright, thank you for listening to my story.
It's pretty good.
StRyKeR going, he actually canceled the gas.
Gas trick.
Yeah.
Interesting. Wait, so this is something I've not seen before. So we got 9 pull gas versus 9 pull gas trick. I have never seen how this matches up, ever. I have no idea.
That makes 2 of us at the very least, Ozzy.
I'm trying to think about what you would do this build against even. Like what you're hoping to run into when you do a gas trick off of 9 pull. 12 hatch. Okay, I'm getting information from one of the best ZVZ players on the planet, Zero, that you're looking for a 12 hatch. And I guess actually that makes a lot of sense because you're still pressuring the lings, like the hatchery with your lings, and then you can also take your own hatchery behind it. So yeah, I guess you're looking to maybe force a cancel on a 12 hatch, and then you're just super far ahead.
And we're going to see both of these streams of Zerglings going to... Oh, Conan positioning himself really smartly on top of this ramp. If StRyKeR is not careful, this could be disastrous. Oh, huge! Oh, okay. StRyKeR does react properly, taking only a couple of hits. Man, the Conan here with the killer instinct, right? Knowing that the Zerglings are coming and positioning himself on top of the ramp for a death hug. But StRyKeR that was such a quick and correct reaction. My heart rate. Oh my god, Ezzy.
And it's tough too to be paying attention there because if you're against 9-pull, you're gonna hit him halfway across the map typically, right? So to be looking at that moment when he gets up the ramp as soon as he gets vision is actually really, really like that's just quick by StRyKeR, good awareness by him. And yeah, that was a great attempt to punish StRyKeR with that vision advantage that Conan got over him. And yeah, that could have been much worse because if that starts off poorly because this was 9-pull and potentially speed versus no speed. That could have snowballed if StRyKeR was not looking.
Jesus, Ezzy, my palms were sweaty coming into this game, and now my heart almost gave out. These players are playing at the top of their game. It's so cool. It's so cool to watch. I'm so happy to be here.
The situation looks hard for StRyKeR, right? You're gonna be so tight on money, right? Because this isn't a super eco build. It's not like we went 12-pull or 12 hatch or anything. So we're going to be a little bit light on eco, and we have to make Sunken to be safe. And we're going to need to go into Spores because the Spire is so much faster. So StRyKER's going to have to make a lot of static defense, or he dies, right? So I imagine we're going to see nothing but drones and static for a little bit.
There's Zerg players that actually prefer this style. I personally don't quite... I don't understand it, but I respect it. But yeah, I mean, if you're feeling comfortable defending, right? Like eventually the second hatchery, it's going to kick in. The additional larva production will make a difference. And right about now is when StRyKeR wants to build the Evo chamber. There it is. He knows the timing exactly. Conan, the pressure more or less is on Conan to get value out of his mutas, and Conan's confidence in his control is supreme.
StRyKER's gonna need another spore here on the bottom side too.
Yes.
This is what I meant though, right? Because we're not on 12-pull eco. This was 9-pull eco, and
really tight.
Yeah, it's gonna be really hurting on money. So it's very important for StRyKER not to take any damage here. He's not gonna have a spore in the main quite in time. This one will finish before it's under threat of dying at least. So he might lose a drone or two though, which honestly in this situation hurts a lot. Yeah, 2 drones gonna go down. Oof.
Huge
the spore on the top side just started as well. And I don't know if the Overlord spotted it. Okay, it looks like we're not gonna go for it. But still, 2 drones. I mean, look at StRyKER's supply ride. He is broke right now. Yeah, he's got the extra larva, he's got the extra base. But I love this from Conan in response. A quick hatchery himself.
Yeah.
While StRyKER's gonna be playing catch up.
Yeah, if StRyKER, Conan knows that if StRyKER wants to leverage the advantage of that natural, mining gas is brutal for StRyKER right now. For you to mine gas, you have to have a strong backbone of mineral mining, which StRyKER does not have, right? He just built 4 spores and he lost 2 drones. Conan knows very well. Oh, Conan actually spreading his mutas across the map, looking for overlords to kill. Killing an additional overlord sucks even more. So
Conan might actually be mining he's going to be mining his gas before StRyKER is at this rate.
Wait, no way.
And he's only got 1 on gas at the moment as well. I actually am very, very worried for StRyKER long term.
Yes. StRyKER is a minute or 2 behind economically.
Mm-hmm.
And we can see, right, coming from
those gas mining's messed up too.
Yes, it is by the spore colony positioning.
Yeah, man. I I'm worried about StRyKeR this game. We might be looking at a potential 2-0 here. StRyKER's going to be... that gas mining being messed up is so painful. And honestly, a lot of this too, if you give StRyKeR those 2 drones back, then the situation probably looks, you know, way better. But, oh my god, even these drones are going to get caught.
Conan finding a little pocket where he can put the drones, the mutas to work. This
Even forcing this pool over and over again. Like, StRyKeR can't even mine properly. He has to constantly pay attention to his pool drones. Like, this is hurting him because he just doesn't have enough eco as it is.
This is so taxing.
Conan's mining. Like, Conan's natural's up. He's good to go for like a normal game from here. He's actually like out mining StRyKeR almost because of the way he's making him pull drones over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the supply right now, right, Azzy? Like, normally, if we were looking at a, you know, if we're looking at a 1 hatchery versus 2 hatchery situation.
Oh boy.
Oh, Conan! Excellent call from Conan, acknowledging that he has enough mutas to take an efficient
This kills
trade.
the gas now.
Yes.
This is gonna cut StRyKER's gas mining even more. And StRyKER, I assume that link got across. So we're gonna jump on top of this spore even. The muta's only just now hatching for StRyKER. This is gonna go down. There's too many mutas here. Some Scourge did pop and land, so it's some decent damage, but there's still 6 mutas against the 2. We're gonna be desperately making a spore, but I'm gonna be honest with you. Even if the spore gets up, there's really nothing for StRyKER to look forward to.
Wow. I cannot... What a call to go for the spore and deny the gas. That was StRyKER's only silver lining. Maybe, right? Because Conan actually started mining his before StRyKER did.
I mean, yeah, it just kind of snowballs it, right? And it was perfect timing from Conan because it was right before the Spire units from StRyKER actually joined the field. So it literally could not have been better timed by Conan.
Yeah, I mean, StRyKER is between a rock and a hard place here. He has to make something happen, and he has no tools to make that happen with. Oh, and he's even parking his Zerglings directly below one of Conan's overlords. Oh.
Yeah, this is a bit of a heartbreaker for StRyKER. I mean, he's such a strong player, and he's going to get knocked out here. I can't help but feel him. He's on 1 gas mining, so Conan just gets further and further ahead. Conan with a 14 supply lead right now has a massive supply lead, and StRyKER can't even mine his main gas properly as it is, so it's actually even worse than double.
Do not worry, my friend Ozzy. Sometimes things have to get bad before they get even worse.
Yeah, well, that's where we're headed for sure.
Plus 1 attack, just finished for Conan too. Honestly,
I mean, the Conans are getting a lot of value.
Oh yeah, for sure. I feel like Conan could lose every single muta to Scourge here, and he would still be fine. Oh, we have a counterattack from StRyKER at Conan's natural as well, but there's plenty of reinforcing lings and mutas to defend against it. I think that was StRyKER's last ace up his sleeve, and it's unfortunately not enough.
Yeah, he might actually just GG here. I mean, I think he knows at this point, right, that there's not really much chance for a comeback. Like, basically at this point, StRyKER's hoping he dives on top of the spores and loses all of his muta, and even then, I don't even know if that's enough, to be honest with you.
Muta out for Conan. There's 3 out for StRyKER.
Yeah. And he's actually going to pivot into the main, this is a beautiful call, by the way, because he's made all these spores in the natural, and then we're going to go here when the mutas aren't even around. Cut the mutas off with a bunch of our Scourge. And yeah, this is a nice killer instinct move here from JDConan to kind of seal the deal. StRyKER's going to go for a counterattack because it is kind of his last hoorah. You know, this is the end of his BSL run, but unfortunately even runs into a bunch of overlords with a Scourge just to kind of add insult to his own injuries. And, you know, making it a little bit weird like this can be ways to make comebacks, but unfortunately when you're down, you know, almost half the supply in a mirror matchup, it's... yeah.
We're going down swinging.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah, there's just nothing on the map for StRyKER. This was well played.
Yeah.
Conan though, finding that little corner, that little nook between the main and the natural where he could pressure. He's killing those early 2 drones as well. Like the window of opportunity to get those 2 kills was like literal seconds. And he found it and he took advantage of it. So well played by JDConan. A well-earned spot into the tiebreaker. I think he's going to be very, very happy with his performance today. And if he isn't, he'll bonk his head with the hammer. He played really, really well.
He did play well. This was a great series by JDConan. I feel like he perfectly executed the 2 things he needed to do. One Muta does go down to those spores, but he was going to wrap around in here to the main, kill this off, and some Scourge are going to connect pretty nicely, but there's just so many Mutas for JDConan, it doesn't matter. He's going to clean his up. I expect we're going to see that GG from StRyKeR now any moment. Just doesn't want to let it go. Doesn't want to accept that he's out of BSL this early, which is understandable. I mean, he's such a strong player, and it is really sad to see him go this early. And GG.
You could see Conan's camera too. He was like, he was done. He was ready. Like,
yeah. All right. Well, JDConan does advance to the tiebreaker rounds. Not quite in the round of 16 yet, but does have to go through another group. But this is going to be another opportunity for him. And unfortunately for StRyKeR, he is going to be out of BSL22. Man, oh man.
what a group.
What a group.
What a group. Man. And now we're going to have Artosis versus Izu next.
Yeah, Artosis versus Izu next. I know these guys have played probably a decent bit. I've seen a few of their games. I don't know who generally wins. And Izu for me is such a weird, like, my perception of Izu is probably really far off, because I know he's a great 1v1 player, and I've seen him play against really good players. I've never really sat and watched any of his 1v1 games, but I just knew him only as a 2v2 player for so long that I just don't, like, in my head, I don't see him as a 1v1 player, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
He took out Hawk, so...
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say, like, I mean, if you look at his track record alone, like, it's
yeah,
his record speaks
super good.
Yeah, everyone in this group, everyone at this stage of this tournament, is super good.
It's so funny because, you know, if you showed me this group before they started playing, and you asked me who I thought was going to be the weakest in the group, you know, no offense, I would have chosen Aether. And the fact that Aether gets out in his group and we see StRyKeR being knocked out, like, I would never ever pick StRyKeR to be out of the BSL at the end of this day. Like, there's no way I would have ever expected this. So
100%.
This has been a crazy, crazy day. We got Artosis versus Izu. They will be fighting for the last slot in the tiebreaker round. Loser out of the BSL. And yeah, things have been pretty wild today. This is what a group of death is supposed to be, where you just don't know who we're losing and who's going on.
Yeah, and honestly, this game is gonna be played on Attitude. Both players are ready. Let's dive straight into it.
Let's go, go, go.
Come on, that's
I'll
the Terran
take
player.
the lead.
You handle the Terran player.
All right, spawning here in the top right corner, we have our blue Protoss player. You all know him, Artosis. Did I say Protoss?
You did.
Oh, okay. Well,
that's okay. In the top left, playing as the red undead Zerg player is Izu.
Undead.
If anything,
that's how much my brain is fried. By the way, that I'm introducing Artosis because he's a fellow Terran player, and I call him Protoss anyway. That's wild.
Now imagine Artosis, right? He just played two half-hour-long TDTs. Extremely close games. He has to be exhausted. Well,
so,
wait, hold on. he does
Yeah.
have a ton of experience. Like he streams for like 5-6 hours at a time.
Yeah.
So maybe, you know, he has like a stamina tank bigger than anything we've seen.
Oh, I absolutely think that about Artosis. That man is a gamer. He is a grinder, and he'll play those long games over and over again. It's kind of like Mooney in that sense, right? Like Mooney can play a 2-hour-long TVZ and just queue right up and not miss a beat. Like he'll do that multiple times in a row, and it doesn't bother him. And I kind of feel the same way about Artosis. He streams a lot. He plays a lot. He streams under a lot of self-imposed stressful situations with a stream chat. Okay, so I can only imagine that with all of his donations and everything turned off right now so he can focus, he's probably feeling pretty good actually. He's like, man, I just played a few games and nobody harassed me for hours. Like, I feel amazing right now.
Yeah, and looking at his webcam, he doesn't look frustrated at all. He looks as locked in right now as he was at the beginning of the previous games.
Yeah, one thing about Artosis is he'll always feel confident. Pretty much no matter what's going on, he does feel confident.
He's going to open with a pretty bog standard 2-hatch build.
Yeah.
These scouts are going to run into each other. Both players are going to find each other pretty much at the same time. Izu is going to run into the Terran wall, and he's not going to see... I don't think he's going to be able to tell the CC build time, which is slightly annoying.
Yeah, I wasn't watching. I don't know if this was a 10 racks or not. It looks like it was not a 10 racks. Yeah.
No.
Was going to push out with 2 Marines, which is actually kind of an interesting play. He knows that Izu, you know, he would have scouted the other direction. I'm not sure exactly what he's pushing out for, like maybe trying to find the an overlord in case he was like reverse scouting or something. To stop it from getting in a position there, but yeah, looks like we're gonna open with that 2 racks, a CAD opening from Artie. I think from most of his TVZs I've watched, this is his general go-to opener.
Yeah.
Doesn't do like the 450 like push timing 2 racks, but more of just kind of a 2 racks opener into playing more or less normal.
Yeah, I don't see now that you mentioned it, Azzy, I don't see Artie going for, you know, those early like 2 racks a CAD buzz timings.
Yeah.
You know, that's more of like, that's something that First Law likes to do, right? And First Law and Artie are like completely different types of gamers. Well, interesting cancel from Izu. Yeah, that's not common. I'm not quite sure what happened there. But Izu is still gonna place his Spire, normal time. Artie had perfect vision of what was happening. This is main. Artie knows exactly what's happening.
Yep.
I'll be interested to see the consequences of canceling that egg.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see much, like maybe -1 drone or something, just because he's missing the larva now. Which, you know, does matter, but it's not like devastating per se.
Yeah, like, I mean, like, larva is important, right? Because it's like a non-renewable resource, and for like depending on your level of confidence in your play, like what was that game that we watched? Was it StRyKeR? Killing, killing Razoi with exactly 5 mutas and then 7 mutas. Yeah. So like, you know, in that scenario, like having the right amount of larva at the right time is crucial.
Absolutely.
I don't know if Izu is that kind of player, like, right? I don't know if he likes to play at the bleeding edge of what's possible with the units he has. Like maybe, like Artie, he prefers to play a slightly more forgiving, more relaxed style. But, I mean, we'll see, right? We will see how many mutas pop out, and we'll see what he decides to do with them.
Yeah, going for this very early third on location, we get to see the double scan come down here from Artosis. It was double, right? But you only see his main... Oh, it was only a single scan. Wow. I swear I heard 2 scans. That confused me.
Because
Alright,
the
so
last
just a single scan
day,
down. Yeah. But yeah, so gonna get a forward bunker here, getting his turrets up now in his natural. Where are we at on the wall here? Or, sorry, on his barracks. Okay, it's gonna be just barely on time. I was a little bit scared when I saw the timing there in the natural, because I was like, if this isn't on his racks, he actually might just die here.
Wow, the timing was absolutely perfect from Artie. And Izu going to put pressure on these two supply depots, much to the chagrin of Artie. Honestly, like, this is free value. Right? It's oh my god, is he gonna save it? No way.
Yeah, maybe.
No,
Does he have
engaging
range?
them
He should have range by now.
yeah, he should have
Doesn't
range
seem
right now.
he should. Yeah, okay. Alright,
Wow, that was
CC, or
close.
sorry, Factory coming down around 6:30. It's a pretty good timing for Factory here with this build. He's gonna jump on top of this turret. Quick repair here from Artie is gonna keep that turret there alive. One of the meters getting very, very low. But not quite
Yeah.
going down.
Yeah, so Izu getting some good work done with his mutas, right? He's not good. He doesn't feel pressured at all. This is as standard a TVC as standard gets, honestly, so far.
Yep.
Izu, I don't know if there's like a gap anywhere for these mutas to find value. Like, yeah, we got a marine there, but there's 4 turrets firing. Ugh.
Yeah, the defense from Artie's been pretty good. 4 turrets there on his naturalist quite a bit as well, so it's definitely going to be pretty safe and secure. And it looks like Artosis is probably just going to kind of chill back a little bit and wait for starports. He does get the information that the Hive is coming down at a pretty good timing. And there are a lot of Terrans, like, for me personally, if I see Hydra Den and Queen's Nest at 7:30, I kind of feel like I need to go put some pressure on Zerg, right? Like, letting them get away with that this early in the game, untouched, is a little bit spooky.
Area for Zerg, right? Like, where you have enough mutas to maintain map control, and you can get away with spending your gas on like quicker tech, Hive tech. Like, honest, like this is such a comfortable position for Izu, and
Yeah.
Artie's tech is on time, right? His vessels are going to be out on time, and he's going to start accumulating energy. But honestly, like I'm starting to feel a little uncomfortable with Artie's position. Artie does not have a. I don't think he has. I don't want to say the control, but like the patience to break through the 3rd base and the 4th base. You can see here, like, oh man, controlling bio is hard.
Yeah, he's also making more turrets, even though Izu... We scanned and saw that he was going for Hydra Den and a bunker quickly, too. I think Artie's maybe misreading this a little bit.
Oh.
He might think this is Hydra Guardian, although we saw him getting an add-on for his factory. I'm not entirely sure what Artie's game plan is here. I don't like this forward bunker at all, because this is not aggression from Izu. This is actually more greed than aggression.
Yeah, it's the opposite, right? He's sitting back. He's pumping drones. Yeah, I don't really know what to make of it either. We have forward position lurkers because Izu controls the entire map, so you might as well. Like, there's not going to be like a sneaky fire bat killing your drones in your 3rd. Like, there's no chance of that. And do I just say that? Go ahead, Azzy.
Yeah. I was going to say, these lurkers aren't, I'm attacking you lurkers. These are, you're letting me have total map control lurkers, so I'm going to get like really aggressively positioned, right? But look at that. We have more drones from Izu. He's going to get set up here on the ramp with his lurkers, and that Defiler Mount is coming down at such a fast timing for Izu, and we got tanks coming out against this fast Defiler Mount. That is not ideal for Artie.
I don't know what cards Ozzy's holding, man.
I mean, Artie? I'm holding all the cards.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Artie. I don't really know what his game plan is here.
I mean, he's gonna go for this push. If he does catch the Defiler, I mean, they're not quite gonna be ready with Consume yet. So there is maybe a small window here where Artosis can get something done. Does get that Overlord as well, which supply blocks and 1 free muta. We have a lot of lurkers here to dig through, though. And I don't know exactly what that timing is going to be on these Defiler. Maybe this is a lot better than I was giving it credit for, honestly. Defiler's out now. Nice irradiate on the bottom muta there. Gonna get a lot of damage. Oh, nice split though from Izu. Wow, I'm actually surprised he pulled that out from the bottom there. Consume is done though. So we're gonna hold on here. We're gonna be able to throw down Swarm and survive. It's pretty decent value though from Artosis overall.
That is true. I'm still we're seeing Dark Swarm going down at 1050.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, that's fine.
that. I mean, that's like. Izo, I think this is the first time that Izo has paid the price for his greed in any way, and I don't think it's a very high price, to be honest with you. Yeah, we see like additional hatcheries being made. The Nidus is online. Like Izo is gonna start, posturing aggressively because he has Dark Swarm. There's not that many vessels out for Artie, like ready to irradiate. There's 4 vessels, which is fine. Oh my god,
Yeah,
for a
4
second there.
vessels. Got us flickering.
Oh my god. I thought it was a lurker.
Yeah, I actually wasn't sure either. I will say, it feels like Artosis is actually controlling this much better than Izu is. He's getting a lot more value while fighting backwards than I actually would have expected with these swarms. And, the lurker count has been dug down ENAC quite a bit. The Ultra Cavern's on the way, but Izu... Okay, we do get that scan now on this bottom left, but... it feels maybe a little early to try to get into Ultra now, right?
Yeah. For Hive Tech, you need a whole ton of infrastructure to really leverage like Ultras, Hive Armor, Defiler with 3 upgrades. And Izo has gotten away with a lot of greed, but I don't think he's at that stage either, Azzy. I think he's in an okay position. Oh boy.
Yeah, this could be a really strong drop coming out of here from Artosis, and this is going to catch Izo a little bit off guard. Nothing but Lings coming through so far, and there's a few Fire Bats in here as well. So this is going to trade super well. Are we going to get that scan? Yes, we are. Artosis is paying attention, so he's going to break this position really well. Would love to see him go for that Nidus Canal if possible, but he might just jump on top. And GG, actually, is not called, but... yeah,
wow.
Nice execution there from Artosis. I liked what Izu was doing and what he was getting away with, but it felt like as we kind of got into the game, there was a bit of a mechanical gap between the 2 players. Artosis was getting a lot of value. That initial push he did actually got pretty good value despite the really good Defiler timing. And then that fighting backwards was doing well. It felt like we were going to Ultras a little too quick, and this dropship just kind of closed the game out all of a sudden.
Yeah, I think Izo got a little too eager with his position there, right? Feeling a little too comfortable. Like, yeah, I've gotten away with this base. I can accelerate the Ultras. But no, man. Like, Hive as a stage of the game is very expensive on multiple levels. Like, you need the 4 gases, you need the macro hatcheries. Like, you need to be ready for it, because if you just go for Hive and you're not ready, like, you're paying the price and you're getting no value out of it.
Yeah, he got into his tech really fast, right? And then he tried using it very aggressively.
Yeah.
You know what it kind of felt like? It's kind of like when Zerg kind of gets those lurker contains with Defiler. It felt like in his brain, because his tech was where it was so quickly, that he should be able to do that. And it kind of felt like maybe he got stuck on that. I could be misreading this, but that's kind of what it felt like he was getting stuck on. But that being said, looks like our players are ready. We're going to have Polestar as our next map, so let's get into it. And spawning here in the bottom right corner, this time playing Terran, not Protoss, we have Artosis.
And spawning across the map from Artie, we have our favorite blue Celt Zerg player, Izu. Were you ever much of an Age of Empires player, Azzy, by any chance?
No.
Really? Wow, it's a wonderful game.
Yeah, I played it some as a kid, but honestly, the only RTSs I've ever enjoyed is Broodwar, obviously.
Right.
I actually really enjoyed Halo Wars, surprisingly.
Halo Wars was great, yeah.
And Battle for Middle-earth is a completely under-the-radar, amazing RTS.
Good taste, Azzy.
That being said, I hate RTSs as a general rule. Command and Conquer, can't stand it. Hate it.
Oh, come on. Listen, I don't like campy stuff either, and Command & Conquer is super campy, but I respect the game. I respect, the legacy that the game has brought.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'll give it that, yeah, for sure.
Alright. Now, Polestar is a map that, at the Korean levels of play, appears to be very Terran favored, right? In this particular matchup?
Yeah, I think so. I like it TVZ, so.
I see. Yeah, it's the ridges, I guess, allow for Terran to like catch Zerg unprepared. Makes it difficult for Zerg to reposition, maybe. Right, if you get into that stage of the game. All right, give me the numbers, Ozzy. Give me the.
A few weeks ago, so it's slightly outdated, but TVZ was 60% Terran favored.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
So I wonder if Artie can leverage, the Korean statistics in his favor. After all, like Artie is really on top of what the Koreans are doing, right? This is something that I mentioned to Sterling as well. Like Artie keeps up with the Koreans as his job, right? As part of his job as an entertainer, as a caster, and also as a player. So he might know something that Izu doesn't about this map. And mechanically, right, he might just be good enough to pull it off and put it into use.
Yeah.
I'd say it's slightly Artie favored, if I had to guess.
Yeah, I think there is some truth to what you're saying, right? It's something that I've always kind of thought, but I've also started experiencing myself as I became a caster. So when I started casting, even just for Broodwar, which is all I do, I started learning a lot about the game because you kind of have to, right? You're learning about like what players are doing, why they're doing what they're doing, and like you said, Artosis, he does that on the highest level. So maybe sometimes his execution's not quite there, but he at least understands more or less how you should be playing a matchup or how you should be playing the game. We've all watched this stream, right? We know how he gets sometimes about how he loses to people because they're bad, etc., etc. But he does have a general, I feel like, pretty comfortable understanding of the game.
So look at this. So Izu's lair was going up at 302, right? Which suggests like 2.5 hatch play. But Izu's actually taking... Zero, can we please check? Oh my god, he is. He's taking a ninja third at the 1 o'clock, Ozzy.
Yeah, and you know what's actually difficult about this for Artosis? Is because it was made at the natural, he doesn't know the lair timing. So he may not recognize this was a 2.5 and not a 2 hatch, right?
Right.
So because of that, I know if I'm in Artosis' shoes, because I wouldn't notice that, I'd be like, oh, I don't see a second hatchery, so this is probably 2 hatch. But that is actually not the case. This is going to be that 3rd hatchery coming down on location. Now, if Artosis recognizes that, this is going to be pretty punishable because he does like to do a lot of 2 racks, and if he wants to do a stem push timing this way, it makes it incredibly difficult to defend this Zerg because you more or less have to make 4 sunkens because you did this. And that's why you don't see this build, right?
Yeah. The rally distances for both players is the same. Yeah. So like it's so hard to reinforce a Zerg.
That being said, this was 1 Raxacad, which I have literally never seen Artosis do. So, all right. I love this build, by the way. This is my favorite build.
Oh yeah?
TVZ, yeah.
What's special about 1 Raxacad for you, Ezzy?
Well, it depends what you want to do with it, but my favorite thing to do with it personally is that 6-minute factory. You can get vessels out unbelievably quick, but you also still have a decent bio ball to threaten with. So you have stem and range when the mutas get here, and you're going to have about 12 Marines with 2 medics, or 3 or 4 medics rather. So you have a strong fighting force, and you have a fast factory timing.
Do you see that? No. Sorry. Sorry. Forgive me. I thought I had seen something, but I didn't, okay? I'm sorry. It was just a bad rally from Izu.
Okay. But yeah, see, this is what I mean. So, bio ball looking pretty decently strong. 4 medics very early.
Plenty of medics, yeah.
Yeah, and that's one of the powers of this, is you do have a lot of medic kind of just to fight with. And by the time the mutas get here, you should be around 12 Marines with stim and ranged bow. So it's very, very strong in that sense. And then, can we check? I guess I'll keep an eye on it. So there should be a factory coming down around this time. We are making a lot of turrets. The other thing about this build is you don't have to make a lot of turrets because you can threaten with your bio posturing a lot. So we are going to get a little bit of a later factory, which is fine. But you're also kind of wanting to not cut too many Marines when you're doing this as well. But he made a lot of turrets, so...
Yeah,
I'm not the biggest fan of it in that sense. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you know that Artie feels very uncomfortable against mutas, right? It's like almost the same degree as Wolfix.
Yeah.
Like he really hates this stage of the game where Zerg really controls the pace of the game and controls the map. So like Artie does not hesitate. He actively chooses to play extra safe, right? Just one notch safer than your average Terran would. And I think it's fine. I think it's a recognition of the way he plays the game, his strengths and weaknesses. Now Izu here monitoring this bio move out from Artie. There's not.
I'm kind of worried for Artosis here. Izu got on this 3 guys very quickly, and I don't think Artosis ever recognized what he was playing against.
Yeah.
He does get 1 muta for free here though to start, and a second muta without losing a Marine yet.
No.
Oh my god. Wait, this is kind of a disaster for Izu. Luckily for him, Artosis has been supply blocked forever. We're on 600 minerals right now because we are supply blocked and not pumping Marines. Okay, finally we unsupply block, but I'll be honest with you. If we're not supply blocked there and we're pumping non-stop, losing 3 mutas before a single Marine is killed is a potential disaster for Izu.
It's huge. It's enormous. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm holding my jaw in place. I mean, to be fair, Izu, did change the latency settings after his first swipe. So, TR20 high is laggier than you would expect. Nice pick by Izu. Medics are really, really important, right? Like, people underestimate how valuable it is to have more medics than you need. And Izu coming for a big attack, but Artie reacts on time, falling back to his bunker. He has Marines in the back that are not engaging in the fight, but still, the bunker exerting its presence, the mutas are able to break the bunker, but not the natural. So overall, yeah, that was good for Izu, huh? That was...
Yes, very good. He's trading out. I mean, this is kind of like muta all-in-ish, except he has way better eco for it than he normally would. And this starport timing is not scary for Izu right now. Tons of Marines going down. In the meantime, this bunker not going to be able to complete either. And I don't think Artie recognizes yet that this is a 3-gas Zerg. Like, Izu has been up in supply for the last several minutes.
Yes. I think Artie truly has no idea. I think that Izu's gamble has fully paid off.
A lot of these mutas are very bruised. And yeah, we just saw like 5, 6, 7 mutas going down. That's...
I don't even know what to think anymore, Razoi. What is going on, man?
Yeah, that was
if we are confused and we have full map information, imagine how confused Artie must be.
Man, another 3 or 4 mutas going down. Izu being a little bit haphazard with his muta here and bleeding off quite a bit without killing too many Marines there. And we see more scans coming down from Artosis. He's trying to understand exactly what he's playing against. He's looking for a base because he's like, this doesn't make sense. There is something that is not making sense here.
He can smell it now, as he 100%. You can see it in his face too. He's trying to make sense of what he's seeing. And a very nice link, counter attack by Izu, but unfortunately, Artie has SCVs and Marines there to repair it. That could have been interesting, right? Losing the bunker does cede that extra little bit of ground that's protecting the supply depots. But Artie keeping himself together. Oh, Artie has an SCV out on the map. That's very good for him. And I think he's finally sending an SCV out to the top right, or maybe it's just the pathing of units. Yeah, it's just the pathing. The SCV is going to the 12 o'clock.
Yeah, he's checking 12 first, but he'll check the top right after that, I think. These mutas, though, going to dive in here. The vessel finally done. It is only 1 starport production, so it's going to be a little bit slow getting there. These turrets all get cleared up, and it starts getting a little bit scary now for Artosis because there's not really anything here to properly protect. We got to be careful not to lose this vessel. This is extremely important, and we were not paying attention. So and now we don't have the splash to deal with these muta. And I do believe Artosis is kind of running out of steam here because this essentially was a really confusing looking muta all-in. Like, I can understand why Artosis was a little bit thrown off by what he was dealing with.
Yeah,
and
of course.
Yeah, we see now, I mean, Izu's up 20 supply, even though he lost a lot of mutas several times, kind of, like I said, haphazardly. He's just had such strong eco with this build.
It doesn't even matter.
Yeah. I mean, we're on 3 gas. this whole time.
Wow. Yeah, I think Artie is like choosing to stay in this game. Oh, he's gonna get the second vessels. Wow, that's brutal. Wow. Yeah, I think I think Artosis is staying in this game as a matter of principle because there's no way this should be working, right? If his understanding of the game is correct, and this is a 2-hatch, play, there's no way this should be possible.
Yeah, he actually still never found that third base with that SCV. It kind of stopped at 12 o'clock, so I still don't think he ever got the information. He kind of knows, right, that it has to be something like that, like...
Has to know. Like, he smells something fishy, but yeah, looking at this, like, yeah, it's over.
And that tank took so much damage for him. A lot of meters bleeding off to these turrets, and these lings are going to go down. We are getting into that hive, though, is Izu, so there is a transition out of this coming up relatively soon. The fact that we've been killing all these vessels before they get any irradiates off, like, imagine we had been able to keep 3 vessels at this point, that I actually think the game swings the other way. But Izu's done a great job of pouncing on them and kind of punishing them for being slightly out of position and miscontrolled. He finally sees the third base. But, I mean, at this point, like, he has to have known, right? Like,
yeah.
But nice to finally get that confirmation. We've made so many turrets because he hadn't found the third, and it feels like a mute all-in, which it kind of was, but it's like a modified mute all-in. It's very, very interesting the way Izu played this.
Yeah.
And by the way, I'm sorry if I sound like an idiot. Maybe this is something that people have done in the past. I just have never seen this.
I haven't seen this either. Ooh. Okay. Perfectly decent irradiate, but man, we must have seen like 3 control groups of mutas this game already. Yeah, it's like, oh, Defiler Mount is pretty late. Yeah, as we can see, actually Izu he's been running on an extremely lean economy, so maybe Artie isn't staying as an act of defiance, right? Maybe there is a future here for Artie. After all, oh my god, the mutas are dying to vessels.
Where was that vessel? Where was that vessel coming from?
Where did it come from? Yeah.
Way above the army. It's a bit tough for Artosis. He doesn't have anything to deal with the lurkers right now. There is Defiler Mount on the way, or it should be even done by now. He's going to try and circumvent these lurkers and get on the map a little bit, which does mean there's a potential counterattack, and actually going to bait him into the bio potentially. I mean, we have killed so many muta this game. There's still muta coming to join the fight being made. And this is part of why you stay as Artosis, is like, look, you've made about 60 mutas. I have to be ahead in some way because of that.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Like, Artie has not taken damage to his critical infrastructure. Like, he's traded plenty of medics. He has lost the vessels, sure. But, that can't be it, right? That cannot be it.
I mean, oh my god. That's like the entire muta block, and we didn't quite kill the vessel. Okay. Maybe I'm starting to believe a little bit, to be honest with you. Are we on 2? We should be on 2 starport now, as Artosis. So yeah, we are.
Yeah.
There is a non-zero chance actually that Artosis still manages to win this game now. That's crazy.
That is crazy. I can't believe that. Yeah, like Artosis might have understood the stage of the game better than us, Ozzy.
Yeah, that was a great scan from Artosis. He saw exactly what's coming across the map. He saw the Defiler coming as well, so he can get the kind of pre-irradiate. We've cleared all the mutas now, so there's really not even a threat of that. And okay, we're gonna irradiate the lurkers, not the Defiler, which is fine. It just means we have to fight backwards a little bit more. It does get a few lurkers that we're stepping forward as well. And we should have more vessels joining this fight relatively soon. Gonna chase down this Defiler. If he can get that without using irradiates, that feels amazing. And yeah, gonna throw down the Swarm, which is still a small victory, right? Forcing the Swarm out here instead of further forward.
Yeah, like honestly, looking at the amount of drones that Izu has had running this entire game, I am worried for the smoothing of his economy, because it looks like it's going to be difficult for him to scale the pressure now that he has Hive Tech. Like, I feel like the amount of pressure that Izu's going to be able to exert is going to remain pretty much the same, but Artie has stabilized, right? You can look at the supply. Like Artie has upgrades on his Marines now. Artie has a Vessel Cloud. Ozzy is sniping full energy defilers and lurkers. Well, getting the plague off at the very last moment was great.
So this is very similar to what we saw last game as well, where we're definitely seeing like a kind of like a speed or attention difference here between the two players, where it seems like Artosis is consistently getting better fighting in trades and these like small skirmishes. And there was like another great example, right? He just lost the 2 lurkers and defiler that were, you know, kind of going for this like semi backstab. And it's very similar to what Izu was doing in the first game, where he's kind of sending out these small high-tech forces to try and make something happen. But now he's down to 50 supply. Artosis is putting pressure on this third base. There's no defiler here. And we're going to stem forward. We're going to break this position. The defiler does hatch out. Going to eat a drone and throw it down. Is it going to get out in time? It does. However, okay, well, everything's dead.
Yeah, there's
a limit left over.
There's a Marine and a foul. Firebat dies. There's a Marine. We have Rambo. His task is to destroy the enemy base. There's one Marine in the Dream.
Yeah, and that bottom left base. Oh my God, Firebats. Okay, we don't want to deal with Swarm anymore. Our answer is going to be Firebats, which in this situation I think is really good because Izu is so starved out, right? Because you did mention a super low drone count. And the unit count's going to be so low that Firebats actually can just power through a lot of these lurkers and lings because they're just going to be in such a small quantity.
What a great game from Artie. Wow. Artie is actually looking super strong here. You know, I was mentioning how Izu wasn't be able to like scale his aggression and his pressure. You can see that reflected in his supply, right? He is permanently locked at 60 supply now. And Artie is slowly but surely scaling.
Yeah.
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 Man. Okay, it's a single lurker. Come on. Okay.
He did find that bottom left base as well, so this was kind of like maybe a potential comeback mechanic for Izu, but Artie did sniff that out, gonna be able to kill that, and really it feels like any hope that Izu had of... Oh my God, we're not paying attention. This is gonna kill 2 Defiler with 1 Irradiate, and this situation is devastating for Izu.
Izu got a little too high off his own supply. Wasted a little too many mutas there in the mid game. And now he's gonna wish he had, you know, an additional 1200 gas to work with. Man,
it was great defense from Artosis. I was a little bit worried about him, you know, kind of misreading the situation for a while there. And here we go, the fast ultra, but you know we're +1. We have no armor, no speed. So these are not. Yeah, these are not scary at all for this bio.
Dude, you know it's bad when the Ultralisks are running away from the Firebats.
Yeah, the Firebats just about win that fight under Swarm there. But yeah, I mean he is going to deflect it for now, but Artosis is getting close to tripling the supply of Izu. And these are the situations where the Eraser grind, or not the Eraser, the Irradiate grind, it hurts. We do have a bunch of really low vessels showing up because they have been plagued, so they are a love tap away from these mutas from dying. Unfortunately for Artie, Izu has Defiler and 60 supply, so he's literally unplayable.
Yeah, I mean Izu, you know, he's finally crossed the 60 supply threshold again. He's about to go back down. Yeah, Izu is running out of steam here. Like, there's not much. There's no productive way for him to spend his gas. Well, was it a dropship? There was a couple of dropships. Yes. Izu going for a cute counter attack with, you know, slow unupgraded ultras. They're going to get immediately shredded. Oh wow!
Okay, well, +2, yeah, +2 and armor did actually finish. So we're down. I think we're only +1 in our bio right now. So they're actually killing the ultra really slowly. That being said, we are going to break through this position. There's just not enough units here. The Firebat's going to be able to clear out underneath this cloud. Should see that 9x target if we do. So this base is a goner, and I think that's finally going to do it here for Izu. We did drop the high ground expecting there to be a base, but there's just not even one up here. And, you know, it was a cute little counterattack. It did deny the third temporarily, and Artosis is about to be done mining, but unfortunately Izu is not really much better off, right?
I mean, already has 120 supply to work with here, right? Like he has 120 supply that will allow him to get another base if he needs it, right? As he's expanding to his third base again. GG is called by Izo. Yeah, there's no play left for him there.
Yeah, GG. Artosis
Wow.
defending. It looked really dire. I mean, we were down like 20 supply at one point against the Zerg, which is usually not a situation you want to be in, especially when you don't even have the tech, right? There was no vessels or Valkyrie or anything to do with it, but Artosis, he stuck it out, he grinded it out, he got those really good trades. There was, that one dive into his natural where he killed like 7 or 8 mutos for like 2 Marines or something. It was, and there, yeah, just a few really good trades, and Artosis just being patient and clawed his way back. I thought this build from Mizu was really cool. It looked really strong. It looked really confusing for Terran, which is kind of the power that it seemed to bring. But yeah, we made it happen as Artosis. So that's going to push him forward into the tiebreaker round over Izu. Izu going to be knocked out of BSL. And here's your results for today. Taking first place in the groups here, we had Aether and Oya. Oya, not a big surprise to me. Aether, obviously a huge, I would say, upset, but super happy for him. Like I said, fellow teammate, love the guy. And then yeah, through tiebreakers here, Artosis, JDConan, some of the big names knocked out. We lost StRyKeR and Hawk today. Kind of crazy.
Mad respect for Artosis in keeping his mental in check.
I told you, man, he's unfazed. He just keeps going.
Like he read that game state. Like he understood. Like, okay, this is something is amiss, right? Like there's no way that Izo is able to like waste this many mutas and produce this many mutas without paying a price, right? Like something has to give. And indeed, it was the drone count. And wow, Artosis remained steadfast. And after a grueling like 12-minute window of time,
where he had a hard day today.
Huh?
I said Artosis had a hard day today, man.
Yes. Yeah, he actually worked. He absolutely earned and worked his ticket into the tiebreaker.
Yeah, I agree completely.
Well fought.
All right. I think we're gonna do group draw soon as well. I'm gonna be sticking around for that. Yeah, I'll be sticking around for the group draw. I'm down. I can yeah, I know it's really late for you.
I'm hanging on by a thread, man.
Yeah, I can do it, no problem. I'll hang out with Zero and stuff, and yeah, it'll be more chill anyway. I can turn off my caster voice just a little bit. You guys won't notice a difference, but I'll feel the difference in my throat. So.
I am unmuted, guys. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Thanks for our amazing casters for being here with me as well. So this is going to be very quick. Okay. We have 8 players, 2 groups, 4 players in each group.
All right, Zero. I'll stick around just because it's you and it's BSL. Let's go.
Yes. I will do it quickly because I wasn't peeing for 6 hours and I want to pee for like 3. So, let's do it very quickly. So I will ask you guys to be sure, because we can't have the same players from the same group in this. Okay. So please correct me if I am wrong. So.
Of course.
Yeah, I got it pulled up. So.
I'm going to do 1 player here, 1 player here, 1 player here, 1 player here. If that's correct, and I'm going to start now. Any objections?
Sounds great.
Okay.
No objections here.
I'm going to start it.
Push the button.
Push the button.
Make it happen. Ship it. Ooh, it's spinning.
Who is it going to be? The lucky JDConan.
BSL's favorite muchacho, Conanthio.
Yes, Super Gosu, and the youngest player in BSL.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's like 27, right?
Yeah.
Like
he's like 26, 27. He's pretty young.
Yeah, younger than the game.
Young.
Oh yeah.
That's crazy.
Okay, so and Group B, Who will we have? Let's see.
All right.
That's good.
The Wolfix
That's good.
Slayer.
The Wolfix Slayer, yes.
Okay, and who will be the opponent for JDConan? Can it be Artosis?
I'm picking Madinho.
No.
Well, can't be that.
So
All right, reroll.
should I put him into Group B or roll again?
I mean, that's
right?
yeah. Just I would just spin the wheel again. That is fair. It is simple. Oh,
Well, he has to go in Group B anyway. So
Oh, you're right.
yeah.
So Nash joining group.
JDConan and Nash in the same group is really interesting.
Okay. So who will be the opponent for Lancer X?
Oh, Kava versus Lancer will be a joy to watch.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm actually interested in that one. I like Kava in that matchup.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god.
Jimin can't join this group, right? Because he was
Yeah,
the
he was
same
in there
group.
with Nash. Yeah.
He's in there with Nash. I was going to say, like, is Nash gonna play Jimin again? But yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I think when it lands on someone, you should just go and push them over, right? Because they can't be in that group anyway.
Artosis.
So like Artosis can't be here, so you might as well put him in Group B now.
Same as Jimin.
You know
right?
what?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it needs to be.
That's kind of just.
Yeah,
It has to be. Yeah, it has to be Ultra Madinho.
Yes,
Artosis
and then
Jimin
yes.
Ultra Madinho.
Yeah, has to be.
Has to be. Lancer X, the Protoss Hope.
Okay, 90% of the people don't know what happened, so probably think I just got good donation from someone. But we don't want, like, the rule is that we don't repeat the player from the group stage. And do we have it?
Yeah, this should be good. I'm looking at it right now, so I think this covers everything.
We have Madinho. From Group B, we have Nash. From Group C, we have Ultra. And from Group D, we have Conan. Yes, this is right.
Okay, fantastic. So this is the tiebreaker. Actually, very hard groups, 3 Terrans, but what we can do. This is
I'm curious what the series. So is it going to be best of ones to start, or is it all best of 3, or how does it play out?
This is a normal all best of 3 group. So
okay.
This is going to be like the opening match, then winners match, losers match, and final match.
Yeah. Okay. And then 2 qualify, right?
Yeah, 2 qualify to the round of 16.
All right.
I really like these BO1s 0. I think it adds a ton of spice to the brackets.
Right?
It's so good.
It gave us some unexpected results, and some people are probably very happy and motivated to practice more.
Yeah, I know, like, you some people have some stuff to say about it, but it does create long days, and there's a lot of wait time for some players. For me personally, I kind of like it because I was talking about this earlier, where with the best of ones, it allows upsets. Like we had Aether come through, which I feel like is a pretty massive upset. But then the good players still, if they do lose the best of 1 and they get upset, they still get their best of 3 to be like, well, if I'm the better player, I should win. So in that sense, I really personally like this format.
And the good part is that we are done with it.
Exactly.
So next week we will have on Saturday we will have Group A. On Sunday we will have Group B. Do you guys want to thank to the sponsors before we go back, or You are too
It
tired.
would be my pleasure.
I can do it today, Goose. You did it yesterday. I'll do it today. I got that big rest for that one series, so I'm good to go for another 3 hours.
You will see.
Okay, so where do I have it? Probably like here. Okay. So I will mute myself.
All right. Sounds good. All right. Appreciate it, Zero. Thanks for putting on the BSL for us. And thank you guys for showing support, allowing this to happen. I'm going to go over some of these donators. We got CRVT with a big 2,000. We got JZero with a 1,500. LML 269. Tangard 200. Medino another 200. Blizzardo. He does the like 2v2 stuff. So nice to see him supporting this as well with the 130. We got Satoichi 118. Chaosu 109. Dex 100. VG. Or I guess V Ghost 92 and all the other, kind of smaller donations, kind of 58 between 3, that kind of thing. But yeah, all the little bits help. You know how it is for us as streamers too. Like all these little bits, it could be like 10, 15 of you guys put in just a little bit. It's a little bit to you, but it's a lot to us. And for our big Patreon supporters, we got Wolf of Wall Street for $200 a month. We got Andrew, My Fleeting Dream at $100 a month. For General under Colonel, we have StRyKeR for $50 a month. We got the majors as well for $20 a month. We got Chaosu, Jung, Young, Wu, KJ, Streaming Channel, LML, Medino, Nicholas Schuler, Scheming Gypsy, Steven Robertson, Tom, Torso Driver. And again, a lot of these smaller guys, $15, $10. Again, the small bits all helps. It all adds up. And we really appreciate all the support that you guys show us, allowing us to keep doing this. We're at 22 seasons of BSL. We're looking for a season 23. And honestly, for a lot of us, this is what motivates a lot of us stronger players to keep practicing and getting better and improving. And I personally really love having the BSL around. I'm glad I got involved. And a huge shout out to Zero to putting this on all the time. The man behind the scenes runs all the production, puts all this together, the scheduling. I know scheduling is a nightmare, having done it a few times myself. And yeah, it's a lot of work. So appreciate it, Zero, and appreciate all you guys for supporting the BSL.
Yeah, BSL does not run like on its own. Like it takes a lot of coordination, takes a lot of hard work. And we appreciate all of your support. And of course, Zero Man, thanks for organizing. Thanks for getting these guys together, giving us these incredible games. Thanks to you guys in the chat, making all the noise, keeping the games enjoyable, having your own little party in the sidebar there. You guys are part of this as well. Thanks everyone for participating in this. Shout out to Sterling for stepping in when we needed him most as well. Appreciate it, buddy.
Yeah. Appreciate you, Sterling. Appreciate all the casters and appreciate you guys for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed the Group of Death. I don't feel like it could have delivered any more than it did. This is everything you could have hoped for. So really hope you guys enjoyed the games. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope you enjoyed the cast today with me and Goose. And yeah, we'll catch you guys next time for the Tiebreakers. Peace.
That's a lurker line ahead. No.
I think he's going for it, Mazur. I think Nomad is going for it, and I think Zero is welcoming it. Mazur, I don't know if this is enough for Zero. Nomad's going for it. He spills blood in the water. He's fully committed.
At the same time, there's a purple line of army moving through the map from Zero.
Oh my
after
God.
reinforcements of the Zealots.
That's a lot of Zealots.
And a lot of lurkers.
That's a lot of lurkers, Mazur.
Do you need medical attention?
I am okay. There's more of us down there.
On my way.